Hello everyone, today we are going to build this RecycleChain application. It's a dApp decentralized application. We are going to actually create two smart contracts. One for just for learning is a simple counter smart contract using Solidity. The second one we will be building the RecycleChain smart contract using Solidity, and we'll be using Ethers.js for listening for those events, and we'll be creating GraphQL API and a REST API. They are all actually deployed. Also, you can see this 3D scene. Okay, so basically, this is for this represents an organization that extracts a lot of raw materials, and they are discarding the waste back on Earth and slowly making the Earth go red. Okay. So where do our toxic wastes go? So it's just in like an infographic I built this project using Three.js, and also we have I wanted to show the APIs. So this is a REST API. We can actually interact with this. Try again, execute. So these are the three manufacturers we have right now. You can also so everything is on chain. Okay, all data, we are not going to have any off chain data separately. We're going to have everything in the blockchain, the smart contract, and using events we are going to listen to those events, and we will be setting those values in our Postgres. So everything is public. Whatever we save inside the blockchain is public, and you can see that there are no post, put, delete, nothing. So everything, you can just read it. You can just read the data. There is one post request, this resync blockchain data. For example, if something goes wrong and if you get some sync issues between the blockchain, the data in the blockchain and the data we store in our own Postgres, right? If there is a sync issue, you can just call this with a this will ask for an API secret. Okay, not everybody can call. So you can enter if you know that, you can do the resync. Also, you can use the GraphQL. So by default, I'm using the Apollo Explorer. So this, on clicking this, it automatically sets this URL, the api.recycle.karthictech.com/GraphQL. Directly, it will open, and you can interact with that GraphQL. And also one more thing about the GraphQL, this is extremely, I put in a lot of effort in making it sortable and filterable. Okay, we can get all this information like transactions. You can keep going inside. You can also do these filters like take and skip. We will see in the example, we will use them for pagination. You can also do some nested filtering, okay, like this. Also, you can do some nested sorting. This is nested filtering. Inside the products, some of their name has to contain something like that, right? You can see the variables here. It's really nested. So I'm not really worried about, we are not focusing on the performance, just to make the GraphQL really wide. So yep, let's have a demo. So in the demo, actually, we are dealing with the deployed front-end and deployed back-end application, but still my local dev server is also listening to the same smart contract. Okay, so we will be seeing the events here, events that I raise here. First, let's have a look at the data we have. So these are the data. I'm also using D3.js for creating this custom donut chart from scratch. Okay, so let's just have a look at the data. This is the manufacturer's page. We have the manufacturer information, the manufacturer name thing, and these are the number of product items they have based on the statuses. So for example, this toxic tech industry has 9 products manufactured, 2 products sold, 2 products recycled. So this is the products page. So we show the product name, manufacturer name, and all the toxic items that the product contains along with the quantity. So inside the manufacturer, we can have a look at their dashboard. So this guy has only one product. So this person has, the toxic tech industries has 3 products, and you can see the statuses of those products as well. You can also search the product name, pesticide. Okay, you can search that, and you can go to the product page. Here we will be seeing that sort again, and the different product statuses. Also we will be we are going to create this timeline, and the final status, the current status, will be like bold highlighted. We can come back to the all products. Fine. Now if I am the manufacturer, I can not only just view the data, but also we can interact. We can do we can actually hit the some functions in the smart contract, and we can modify the data. For that, I have to register. This thing, we are not using any Next.auth or any authentication system for our application. You need to register as a manufacturer and that data will be, we're actually hitting the smart contract, and we get back the event, and we store the this particular address as a manufacturer, and after that this person can create a product, add product items, and modify the product item statuses. Okay, I'm going to create a manufacturer, register a manufacturer. So the name is Azordas Power Corp, and the address is 321 Danger Road, Greenfield. We also have a phone number. So all this information we also store in the smart contract, and you will see the event getting listened here. There are 5 events for the manufacturer registered, product created, product items added, product item status changed, and also toxic item created. So I'm going to register. You need to pay the transaction fee. It's going to take a few seconds. I'm using Polygon Amoy testnet. Okay, automatically when the manufacturer register function is successful, we also got the event here. Okay, since the dev server and the production server in the deployed server are listening to the same smart contract events, so that's how an event look, and we actually take that and write that to our Postgres database. Now you can see that you will get the newly created manufacturer also. Okay, so if we try it out, the Hazardous Power Corp is also coming from the database. Okay, so the registration is done. I'm going to create a product called Alkaline Battery. So this product has 3 toxic items. First one is zinc, going to be 1500 milligrams. Magnesium dioxide, it is 5000 milligrams, and potassium hydroxide, this is like 1000 milligrams. Okay, so that's the product with the toxic items. Let's submit. You will see we have to pay the transaction fee also. Okay, so already the events are coming in. The product got created, the toxic items are being created. Okay, the product is created. Now in the product dashboard we can add items. Okay, if I'm going inside any others, if I'm it also says you, right? That is my company. If I go into the product dashboard of any other manufacturers, you won't see those controls. Okay, but this is the product of my company, so I can add items. So let's add like 8 items for this alkaline battery. So we need to pay transaction fee. That is going to create 8 items in the smart contract also with the status of manufactured. Okay, so once the action is successful, you will get a toast message, and you're already seeing the items here. Everything is in manufactured state. You'll also see this chart. Okay, so I'm going to sell this first item. So you can do it in two ways. One, you can, for individual action, it automatically suggests the next status. The items in manufactured can be sold, right? I'm clicking it, it runs, and it automatically updates the chart also, this card also. Okay, now it says 7 manufactured, 1 sold, and this card also got updated to the sold one. That's the current item, current status. You can also do some bulk status updates, right? For example, you can have like an automated system that collects the IDs and hits the API. It's the thing in one go, right? It's the smart contract function in one go. So for that, I also have this function, bulk status update. So I'm changing the 3 items statuses from manufactured to sold in one go. Now all these things will be modified. You saw that the cars got updated automatically, and the chart is also updated. Okay. So let's just return and recycle just to complete the cycle, complete the thing. I choose this 6.2. That item got returned. Okay, let's also recycle the same item. Fine. So there is some bug here. I just noticed it now. Okay, so those are the things we can do. Okay, so this is our React Native application. This is the Android simulator. This is iPhone simulator, and we can also run the web from the React Native project. So we have all the products here. This is our manufacturer. We can have all the products here. There's also this model with the about page about what RecycleChain is all about, and you can click through. This is the product information. So I actually rebuilt the UI for React Native, and these are the items of the product. Let's have a look at the one we just created. I think the alkaline battery. There are 4 inventory, 3 in sold, 0 in return state, 1 in recycle state, and these are all the items. And we can also search for particular product item, and yeah, you can also have a look at the timeline. This is not as elaborate as the front end. We were using better UI technologies there, like the T3.js and so on. So this is the web, and you can interact with that. That's the Android. All 3 applications are working. Okay, that is supposed to be the loader, but yeah, it's in the corner. There are some rough edges. So that's what we are going to build. Okay, let's also have a quick look about the project. Okay, so this is the product structure. It's a mono repo. We have the API, the web, also a simple event listener using the ethers.js. That's we'll start from the standalone. We have the simple counter Solidity project. We use hard hat for initializing this, for setting up this project. It also generates the type chain, and we will be actually hitting the smart contract in a type safe way. Okay, the events are type safe, the functions we call are type safe, and we have this is also another one. Let me quickly show the smart contract. It's a bit elaborate. We store a lot of information, and we have a lot of events, a lot of functions, the conditions, everything. I tried my best. Okay, not everything. So this is a React Native application. We have some tabs, screens, components, and we have some libraries. The 3D one uses Three.js, forms library using Sword, React Hook form. Inside the network library, we have some configuration for the Apollo client, and also we are using. If you look at the code gen, we are using the co-location. I'm actually generating some data inside the React Native application. Okay, based on the whatever queries they want, we will be generating the typed document node for those queries from inside this library. And we have the UI library. I wanted to keep this simple. We just use headless UI for the as the package, as a component library. Other than that, we use D3 for the chart, Tailwind, Toastify for the toast. That's it. So that's the project. In the Next.js, we are having the GraphQL, REST API, and also this listeners. Yep. So that is the project. Let's get started. Let's get started by creating a new directory. Let's go inside the desktop. I'm going to create a new directory called RecycleChain and open that with VS Code. I'm going to initialize a new project using yarn, and I'm happy with the name. We don't want any main files. That's the entry file. We don't want anything. And I'm going to enable the private to true because this is the root of the mono repo. And I'm going to also enable the workspaces. So inside the packages, I'm going to add all the packages inside the apps and all the packages inside the libs folder. They are going to be the part of the mono repo. I'm also going to enable the no noise option because I had issues making the NestJS work inside a mono repo. So we are basically asking yarn to not hoist the dependencies of the NestJS to there will be a lot of node modules folders in this project. One will be in the root node modules, you will see, and also there will be node modules in the NestJS project. So basically we are asking not to hoist the NestJS dependencies to the root node modules. Okay, so let's create the directories, apps and libs. I'm creating those directories. We are also going to have the smart contract and the React Native application inside a directory called standalone. You can call whatever it is. It's not going to be a part of this mono repo as we have not included that in the packages array. So even though React Native we are going to use TypeScript, but I had a lot of issues making that work work with the mono repo. So I had to keep it separate. I did not want to bring all those complexities in setting up the metro and everything to make the Expo app work in a yarn mono repo in this tutorial. So I just keep it separate, but we will be taking the advantage of co-location. React Native application exists inside this mono repo, and we will be doing some code gen stuff from the network library into the React Native application. Okay, so let's get inside the apps. I'm going to create two applications. First one, yarn. Let's create a next application. So I'm going to enable let's call it a web. I'm going to enable TypeScript. Yes, ESLint, yes, Tailwind, SRC, app router. I'm going to say no to that. Customize a default import alias. The next one, I'm going to also create the Nest API, the backend application, NestJS. I'm going to call that yarn. Let's select the package manager to yarn. So both these projects are getting created. Let's also create a .git ignore. I'm going to create this .git ignore in the root. I'm going to paste all these node modules, build disk.next and .env inside that. It will take a few seconds for these applications to get created. In the root, I'm also going to initialize a Git repository. Okay. Our Next.js actually took a lot longer than usually it takes. It took like 84 seconds, which is not usual, but yeah. So both these applications are done. Let's get inside the API, and actually API comes with a it initializes its own Git repository, that NestJS project. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to now, when we refresh, you will see all the files will be tracked in the root Git repository that we initialized. Let's commit. I have this commit git alias called add commit, which adds everything and then commits. Let's commit that with the initial commit. We just have two applications and both are working. We did not see that working, but I need to do a few changes. Like I'm going to change the port number of the front-end application to 3001 because in the main file from the backend it uses 3000. So that's what we are going to use. 3000 for the backend, 3001 for the front end. Now let's run the applications. And also one more thing, I'm going to go to the API's package.json file and I'm going to rename the start dev to dev because that is easier to type. Okay, let's open the backend is running on port number 3000. So it's saying hello world. That comes from the app service. So right now we only have the backend. We have a app module which we will customize this app module to set up our GraphQL. Yep, a config module that configures the guest environment variable and so on. So we will be configuring the API here, the app module, and we right now we have a controller which is a REST API, which only has a get function now, the get hello, and it calls the service function which returns hello world. Let's change that hello Mars, and we will see that change here. That's the API. The front end now has a page. It's running on port number localhost 3001. Okay, so there's landing page NestJS has given. I'm going to delete everything. Let's have the hello world here, and also I'm going to remove all the dark mode styles. This is the front end, this is the back end. Let's set up the validate script which we are going to have in the root, which will run the formatting, type checking and linting in the whole project, in the whole mono repo. So first we need to install the prettier. That is the first. I consider that as three pillars: formatting, linting and type checking. First let's start with the formatting. I'm going to install prettier, and when we want to install some package in the root, I have to include that -w, or else what happened? Workspaces. Okay, so the problem is I used the PNPM add instead of the yarn, and the PNPM did not recognize it's a mono repo because we don't have the PNPM workspaces set up, right? We have set up the yarn workspaces, so I have to do some cleanups. So which is basically we just delete the PNPM log file, and when I use the yarn, it won't let me install a dependency in the root directly. I have to add this -w, which is ignore workspace root check. Okay, let's create the scripts. I'm going to create a script called format, which we are going to run the prettier. Okay, which we just installed as a dependency. It's going to look inside the apps libs, all the TSTSX JS.json. Maybe I should also include the standalone because we are going to have some types inside it, TypeScript files inside. So I'm going to add that. TSTSX JS and JSON files, we're going to format them. Now we have this script. I can run yarn format with a flag check that is going to just check and warn us. We can also run the write. It will automatically fix the files with the problems, right? This file got fixed and that's why it is a bit highlighted. I think that's the only one. Okay, now if I check that again, we'll get a success message saying all matched files use prettier code style. Let's create the scripts for the check and write. Now we can run this, right? Format check. Fine. So that's the first step. We have set up a script that runs, that makes sure that the whole monorepo is formatted correctly. Next, I'm going to install NX. NX is it helps with the monorepos. Okay, so it's a build system with built-in tooling and advanced CA capabilities. It helps you maintain scale monorepos. Basically, I use this as a monorepo manager. It helps me with caching, local caching, remote caching, and so on. Let's set up NX. I'm going to use this npx NX latest and init. I'm not going to add any plugins. I'm going to just skip. So which scripts need to be run in order? Build, dev, lint. Which scripts are cacheable? I'm going to make the build, dev, lint. Also, we will add the tsc command to the cacheable script. So outputs, next, these are the directories which get created when we run the build script. .next build dist. Dev script won't create any outputs. Lint won't create any outputs. Actually, dev script creates, but I don't want to actually add dev to cacheable action. Okay, I will modify that in the Next.js on. Remote caching, yes. Okay, so I did a mistake. I added the dev into the cacheable operation. I don't want that to happen. So basically, yeah, I also have to add the tsc here. tsc depends on tsc, which is the TypeScript of the dependencies, which could be the library here, right? And also I make the cacheable as true. Fine, now we can run yarn nx run mini build. So basically it will look for all the packages, all the build scripts, which we have two right now. The API has a build script and also the web has a build script. This will run the build script from the two packages also parallelly. Okay, the API build took 7 seconds. The web is still running. So the web took for 14 seconds. When I run it again, it gets this from the cache. Okay, and also if I modify one of the project, which is, let's just change something with the API project. Hello, I just modified that. Now when I build this, the cache, the web project was taken from the cache and the API was built again, right? So NX is helpful. And also yeah, so I need to we are creating a validate script with a formatting, linting and tsc, right? Just like how we ran the build command in parallel, the whole monorepo, we can do for the other commands as well, like this tsc. I'm also going to do that for the lint. Okay, now if you look at the API, we already have this lint created, but we don't have the tsc. I'm going to add the tsc no emit. So this command will only look for any type errors and it won't actually compile that. Okay. Let's add the same command in the web also. tsc no emit. Now we have the tsc command in two projects, and now we can run from the root. Now we can run this tsc. That will run the tsc from all the packages in the monorepo. So on tsc, that will run the API and web, and it's also cacheable, so it gets it from the cache. Same goes for the lint. First time it takes 2 seconds. Second time it's cacheable. Okay, now we have the three functions. I'm going to combine them together. First, let's run the yarn format right? So actually it has to be like okay, yeah, so yarn lint and then yarn tsc. So that's the validate script. It's going to run in sequence, not in parallel. But technically we can do this, right? Format check, linting, and tsc. It has to be like this, but format check, the prettier is not opinionated. So basically I also forgot to add a dot prettier script. So that NestJS created one for us. I'm going to cut that and paste it in the root. I'm also going to add the semi to false. Okay, since the prettier is not opinionated, so I just fix every formatting issues first, and then I will check the linting issues and type issues. Let's run the validate. First, it automatically fixed all the issues, the formatting issues, and then it ran the lint, it ran the tsc, and the validate function is actually done. It is successful. But if I add some type error here, okay, so here actually ESLint is complaining about the prettier about the missing semicolons, but I don't want the missing semicolons, and I also don't want prettier and ESLint to worry about the prettier. So I'm going to disable that. Disable this one rule. Inside the rule, I'm going to just paste that and turn that off. Now ESLint won't be complaining about the semicolon or any formatting issues. Okay, so now if I have a type error here and run validate, it ran the formatting first. It's running the linting, and actually linting got the error as well. Okay, so you cannot. After this, we will be setting up the husky pre-commit hooks. So we will be doing this validate script before the commit, so it will catch the errors as much as possible. Also, ESLint, you can make it strict. You can configure this to catch a lot of to enforce a lot of coding practices, best practices. This time I'm just going with whatever the ESLint, the NestJS gave, and the Next.js gave. I'm not going to configure them at all, but you can do if you want, and make it more stricter. I fixed the error, and now validate is successful. Okay, let's set up husky npx husky init. I'm going to use that package which is going to install set up husky for us. It will create a husky folder in the root, set up the dependencies. So I'm going to run the husky init, and also I'm going to run the yarn install after that. So that created this husky with a pre-commit file. We can run the yarn validate here. It also added some dependencies. Okay, it added the ASCII dependency, it added a prepare script. Basically now whenever we commit, this script is going to run. Okay, let's try to commit, but before that we have to make sure that we have an error here. Okay, I'm going to keep the error back here, and I'm going to try to commit the code. Set up husky. This will run the validate script first, and it failed, and the commit did not go through. Right, when I remove this, we will have the husky setup with the pre-commit hook with all the validation, and the commit is successful now. Okay, so our monorepo, the basic setup of monorepo is ready. Now the next step is I'm going to create a smart contract, a simple smart contract first, to dip our toes in to blockchain Solidity development. Okay, so before that we have to set up a lot of stuff, like you need this MetaMask. So install this MetaMask from the Chrome Web Store, because this will be your address. Okay, I won't be using this. I just created this whole thing for this development. I will be deleting this off. The next thing you have to so we are going to use Polygon MI, which is a testnet which got created earlier this year. There was Mumbai and other testnets. I think they were discontinued. This is the testnet we are going to use to deploy our smart contract and interact with them. So first thing, set up this thing. Just follow the document, follow the flow. MetaMask asks you to go through, copy your secret words and passcodes and secure everything. And then we need to put some test currency, testmatic inside it, right? So there are faucets from Alchemy, Chainlink, and so on. And you can use them. I used this one, faucet.polygon.technology. This thing allowed me to log in with the Discord. So you have to connect your Discord, and then if you do that, they will provide you some test tokens. Okay, so log in with the Discord, have your wallet address from here, and you can get 0.2 Matic. Okay, that's how I got it. And once you have some Matic in your that's test, that's not real money, that's test, that's the money you can spend in the test net. And then inside the account details, you can go give your password and get the private key that is required. That is going to be saved inside the environment variable. So these are the basic setup. Once you have set up the MetaMask, once you have fauceted some test money inside that address, you can start building. Yes, I was actually testing them out. Okay, so go inside the test standalone. I'm going to create a simple counter. That's a folder. Go inside it. I'm going to use hard hat to initialize an account, to initialize a project. npx hard hat init. I'm going to create a new TypeScript project. The root is going to be this simple counter. And yes, I need the git ignore. Do you want to install this sample projects dependencies with npm? Yes. So we are using yarn for the whole monorepo, but this standalone does not belong inside that monorepo, right? We have not added the standalone inside the packages. So we can use npm inside this. It's going to take a few seconds. Wait. Okay, so our project is set up. It came up with this Solidity file automatically. I'm going to rename this to simple counter.sol. Okay, I'm also going to delete everything. Let's create a contract from scratch. I'm going to call this simple counter. First, I'm going to have a number, which is an unsigned integer. I'm going to call the variable name is number. We are coming from TypeScript and the number is a data type there, but here the variable type, the name is number. And I'm going to have a constructor. The constructor is going to take an unsigned integer, the initial number, so that we can start, when we deploy the contract, we can set the initial number. I'm going to set this number to the initial number. Then let's create some functions. Function increment. This is going to be public. Also, this number is public, so automatically the smart contract, we will get a getter function to get the number, the current value. And then I'm going to just increment this number. So there is this warning error saying the source file requires different compiler version. the current compiler is version. Note that nightly builds are considered to be strictly less than the release version. So I'm going to change the default workspace compiler to remote, local node module and embedded. And here I'm going to select the local node module. Okay, so that will, when you reload the window, that error should go away. Okay, there's a semicolon missing. Okay, right. Let's also do a decrement function that will decrement the number. So yeah, that's a pretty simple smart contract. We have a number in the constructor. When we deploy the smart contract, we set the initial number to the number. We have two functions for incrementing and decrementing. You can make it complicated, like you can get an argument here, right? And you can add that here, right? But yeah, so we have two functions, incrementing, decrementing, and then I'm going to create two events. Event number incremented, that is going to pass the current number or updated number. Let's also do another event called number decremented, which will also get this updated number. Okay, now after incrementing, I'm going to emit this number incremented with the number. That will be the updated one. And after decrementing, we will again pass this updated number. So that is the smart contract. It's very simple. This is for learning. I wanted two events so that we can listen to them, and we will just print the updated number. But before that, let's deploy it, and we will interact with this smart contract using the remix IDE. So before deploying, we need to do some stuff. I need to rename the lock to the simple counter inside the ignition modules, and we need to modify this. We don't want any of these. We only want the initial number. Let's also rename this lock module to simple counter module. Simple counter. So that's going to be the contract name, and it has to match with the name we have here. Okay, so I will modify that, and also let's rename this lock simple counter. Let's return that, and let's have a, this is TypeScript code. Let's have the initial number. I'm going to start the counter with 42, and we can pass the number here. This will be received by the constructor. Okay, that's, we have set up this ignition module, and then we are going to go to the hot hat config ts. Then we have to set up the networks. I'm going to create one for the AMI. Here we have to specify the URL and the account. Okay, so the account has to be an array. So go copy your private key from here. Go to the account details, copy the show private key, copy the private key, create a .env here, private key, paste your private key here, and the next one we need to look for an RPC provider. Okay. RPC provider in blockchain. So we have RPC providers like Alchemy, Infura. So I'm going to use Infura. I'm already logged in with Infura. Infura.io. Go here, log in, go to the dashboard. You can create a free API key here. Okay, create a new API key, go inside this, copy that API key, come back here to the environment variable file, Infura key, paste it here. Okay, so we need those two things. One, your private key here, process.env.private key here. Second one, the URL. The URL is going to be, create this template string, and I'm going to paste the process.env.infura key. So basically we are using Infura for interacting with the Polygon Amoi blockchain. In this case, we use Infura for deploying our smart contract. Also, you need the private key, and this account must have some test matic there in order to deploy. I have set up the network. Also, I have to set up this default network. I have to just give whatever name I have here. So everything is set up. One more thing is we need to have the .env so that they can access this environment variable, and we can pass them here. So let's install. I'm going to use npm install adapt dependency.env, and I'm going to configure that in the top of this hard hat config. So we should be good to go. We started with the Solidity file, the program, the contract, the simple counter with a public number, with a counter, with a constructor, with two functions and two events, and then with this ignition module where we have this initial number of 42. I'm passing that, and yep, everything looks fine. Now we need the deploy script. Let's add a script here called deploy. So I'm going to use npx hard hat ignition deploy, and then I'm going to go inside the ignition slash modules slash simple counter.ts. Okay, that is our deploy script. Okay, everything looks fine. Let's deploy. Inside the simple counter, I'm going to run the npm run deploy. Okay, so confirm deploy to network Amoi. Yes. One Solidity file successfully compiled, and it's deploying. It's taking a few seconds, and the deploy is done. So that is the smart contract address. Okay, and one more thing I wanted to tell you, that you need to switch to this Polygon AMI, right? So Polygon, I had issue finding the network information. Okay, network. So go here, the network. This is the network information. Come here, add. So you also you can see that after deploying, my matic got reduced. Add network manually, and here you have to give this information: Polygon AMI testnet, the RPC URL, chain ID, currency symbol, block explorer URL. Okay, all this thing, and you will get your, you can see that Polygon AMI testnet here, and click it, and then you will proceed with the faucet. Now everything is set up. We have the contract address. Now I'm going to go to a scanner, I mean the scan, testnet scan, Polygon AMI scan. Okay, so Polygon. Okay, let's look at the mainnet. Give the address, you can click that, and we only have one transaction, which is contract creation, and that happened a minute ago. Okay, we just did it. That happened a minute ago, and we have successfully deployed our smart contract. It is success. Now how to interact with this? I'm going to use Remix IDE, Google Google that, and that will be the first result. I have been actually playing around with this, so you will get what this. Okay, when you open the Remix Ethereum for the first time, you will get this. You need to create a new file first. Simple counter. Create the ABI here. So the ABI, you can get it in the artifacts, contracts, simple counter JSON. That's the artifact which gets created when we deploy the smart contract. Here you can find this ABI. That's an array. Okay, copy that. The ABI is basically the contract application binary interface. It's a standard way to interact with the contracts in the Ethereum ecosystem, which we are using Polygon from both outside the blockchain, which is we are going to do here, right? We are going to interact with the blockchain from outside the blockchain, also for contract to contract interaction. So whenever you are going to interact with the blockchain smart contract, you need this ABI, okay, which gets created from here. Copy that from the artifact slash contract slash simple counter slash sol slash simple counter JSON. Go find the ABI array, copy that. You can name anything you want, but it has to finish with the ABI, and the Ethereum IDE will recognize that. And then you have pasted it, and then come here, copy the contract address, go to the deploy and run transactions. You have to select the environment from the Remix VM to injected provider MetaMask. Okay, and then paste the contract here, contract address, click the at address, click OK. Now you can interact with the smart contract. You can click the number here, and getting the information is free. You don't have to pay. It is 42. Okay, that's the initial number. I'm going to increment. Now you have to pay some fee, okay, which is 0.00026 something. Attic. I'm going to pay. Click confirm, and going to take a few seconds. It's not going to be as fast as writing to a Postgres database. So it took like 6-7 seconds, and the block is confirmed. The transaction is confirmed, and when I click it again, I will see the 43. Okay, you can go here, look at the transactions. You will see one more transaction, which is the method is increment, which happened 20 seconds ago, which just did. You can also click to see more information, like this from address, right? It starts with A8D1, which is me. So I am the sender. You can look at the gas price, the transaction fee which is paid, and yeah, the transaction is complete. So we have successfully deployed a smart contract, and we have interacted with the, let's also do the decrement, and it is asking for some transaction fee plus gas fee. It's going to take some 5-6 seconds, and it's done. And when I click number again, it's 42. You can also see the new transaction. When you refresh, you will see the new transaction. The decrement one happened 16 seconds ago, and you can see more information about that. So yeah, so we have deployed the smart contract. We have interacted with that using the Ethereum Remix IDE. In the next section, we will be creating a simple event listener in our monorepo, and we will be listening to the increment and decrement events, and we will just console log in the new updated value. Okay, so in this section, we are going to create a simple event listener. We are going to listen to the changes happening in our smart contract in our local computer. But before that, I'm a bit ashamed to see a bug here. It's just 26 lines of code, and I have a bug. It was careless. So we have two events, one number, two events, two functions. The decrement, I'm calling the right number decremented. I'm emitting the correct event, but in the increment, I'm doing the same. Okay, probably I was copy pasting, and I Actually, I forgot to do this. So I have to update this, and the problem is we cannot deploy to the same smart contract address. There are ways to actually have a proxy smart contract address and to point to the newly updated smart contracts from that, and but I don't want to go inside all those complexities. So I have updated it. One more thing is we cannot deploy on top of deploy the same thing. Okay, let's try to deploy it. Okay, so it says that the artifact bytecodes have been changed and it cannot. Reconciliation failed. Module contains changes to executed futures. So basically what we can do is we can change this module name and we can redeploy, or we can delete the deployment artifacts and we can redeploy. So since we are just practicing here, we are just learning, I'm going to delete the deployments artifacts. This is how the ignition folder was when we created the new project, right? And I don't have to change anything else. Now I can redeploy it. Yes. It's going to take a few seconds. Okay, so it is deployed to a new contract address. So I'm going to go to the, let's look at the newly updated contract address. It has only one transaction, which is the create contract creation, which happened 22 seconds ago. Let's now actually the ABI must have changed, right? So I have to take the new ABI from here. We already saw the demo using this, right? Okay, actually we are going to set up the event listener, but still we are going to use the same remix IDE to create to call the functions. So we have to update the remix IDE with the newly created ABI. Copy this array, paste it here, come to the deploy and run transactions. Make sure you have selected the environment injected provider MetaMask. Copy the contract address. Let's delete the previous one. At address. Now we can interact with our smart contract. Okay, so let's pay for the increment function. Okay, so it's done. Now when I refresh the polygon scan, I can see the increment method, transaction for the increment method. The number is updated. Let's do the decrement. Pending, and the decrement transaction is confirmed. The number is updated. The polygon scan also, we can see the transaction for the decrement method. Fine, so it's working. Our smart contract is good. I'm going to create the event listener object, listener project. Inside the apps, inside the event listener, I'm going to initialize a new project. And then let's install the dependencies. First, we want the ethers package as a dependency. We also need a .env as a dev dependency because we are going to get the infura key from the environment variables. So .env. Okay, so let's create the index.ts. Let's also create a util file where I'm going to copy the contract address. Let's copy the contract address from here, paste it here. Let's also create a .env. So go to the simple counter smart contract project. In the env, we have a infura key. Copy that, paste it here, infura key. Okay. I have pasted the environment variable. First, let's import the ethers contract address from the util. And we are actually going to make the event listener a bit type safe. Okay, it's not completely type safe, but you will see you don't have to guess the event names here in the Solidity. You have two events, and in our actual recycle smart contract, we are going to have much more number of events, and you don't have to guess the names. And if you get it wrong, then you're not going to listen to the events, right? So we already have when we initialized a project with the hard hat, it did something with the type chain types. So we have this factories in the simple counter factory. So that's a function that gives this connect method. We can just pass a smart contract address, and this is a provider. We are going to use ethers WebSocket provider. We're going to use the Infura WebSocket URL inside the ethers WebSocket provider, and that's the provider. And we get a contract which is partially type safe. So I'm going to import, since everything is co-located, I can import. I can go out inside the standalone simple counter type chain types, and I can import the simple counter factory. Fine. Let's create a main function. First, I'm going to get the Infura WebSocket URL. Okay, so it's WSS Polygon AMI Infura IO. So I got this from the documentation, and you have to pass the environment variable here. Also, I have to set up the .env .config. Fine. So that's the WebSocket URL. Let's create the provider using let's call it ethers .websocket provider, and I have to pass the smart contract address and the Infura. Oops, sorry, not the smart contract, but just the URL. That is the provider. Now let's create the contract. We're going to use a simple counter factory .connect. I have to pass the contract address and the provider. Now we get the contract, and you can get all these things. Okay, so I'm going to use try catch, and inside that contract.on, here we have to pass the event name, and I don't have to guess it. We have contract.filters, and inside that we get this event names. Okay, these are the two events we have, and there are like two types of thing going on. You can select anything. I'm going to select the number incremented, and then you're going to get a function here. Here we don't have any type safety. That's the problem. You can name it anything you want. You know that you have one updated number coming in. If we can get some type safety here, I would be happy, but we are not getting it. We just have to, you can name anything you want, and that's going to be a number. And I'm just going to console log it. Inside it, I'm going to console log number incremented, the updated number. And also after this, I'm going to use just console log saying that even number incremented listening. And inside the error, I'm going to say event listener setup failed. Similarly, we have to do the same thing for the decremented too. Okay, fine. And then I'm going to just call the main function. Fine. Let's create a script called listen, and I'm going to use a ts node. Okay, just run the index.ts. That's it. Let's run it. Yarn listen. Yep, same. Yeah, yarn. Okay. So I'm using npm inside the smart contract. I'm a bit confused. Yarn listen. You don't have a listen. Sorry, I'm inside the smart contract. Yarn listen. Okay, the smart contract events are being listened. Now I'm going to interact with our smart contract using the Remix IDE. First, let's just do the increment. Let's do the increment. Let's pay the transaction fee. And I'm expecting a console log there. Okay, number incremented. Let's do the same. Let's do the decrement. And I'm expecting the console log there. Number decremented 42. Okay. Yeah. And also the polygon scan, you can see the transactions. Increment, decrement happening some seconds ago. So that's how you listen. That's how we listen to the events. It's just a testing. In the upcoming sections, we will be working on a real Solidity smart contract or the RecycleChain project with a lot more complex events and so on. And this is just for practice. We will be setting up a event listener using the same setup actually inside our NestJS project, the backend. Yep. So see in the next section. Okay, our simple counter smart contract, we deployed it. We also listened to the events emitted by the smart contract from our event listener project. Now let's create the RecycleChain smart contract. Let's get inside the standalone, and I'm going to again use okay, let's create a new directory called RecycleChain contract. Get inside that, and I'm going to run the npx hard hat init. I'm going to create a new TypeScript project, and the hard hat project root, I have to select the folder we just created, RecycleChain contract. Yes, I want to add the git ignore, and I'm going to yes for the sample project dependencies with the npm. It's going to take a few seconds, and our smart contract will be set up. Okay, our smart contract, our hard hat project is created. Let's get inside the contracts. Let's rename this to RecycleChain.solidity. Let's also modify the ignition module name to recycle.ts. And we have to, in the RecycleChain, last time we had the initial value. We were sending the 42 to as the initial value. This time we don't have any initial value, so I'm going to just delete everything. And this has to be the name of the contract, which is this. Okay, let's also delete everything. Okay, that's how we start it. This is the smart contract name has to go here. Let's also modify the module name to RecycleChain module. We don't have anything to pass while deploying, any variables to pass while deploying the contract. I'm also going to change this name. Okay, and let's go inside the hard hat config, and let's just copy that from the previous project. Okay, again here we are going to use Amoy, and I'm setting the networks, the URL, the remote procedure, or the RPC providers URL. We have to also create a environment variable, environment.env file having the private key you copy from your MetaMask project, or MetaMask extension. Also get the inferior key we did it in the previous section. Create it, update these things into the .env file, and in the package.json we have to create the compile script. Okay, just like the last time, we create this compile script, deploy script, which just runs the hard hat ignition deploy this TS file, which is RecycleChain this time. So yeah, we are almost we have set up whatever is required. I'm also copying the .env from the previous project. We are using the same keys, private key and the inferior key. Okay, I've pasted the .env. Now let's start to work with our Solidity, our smart contract. So we have two state variables. The first one is going to be the product counter. So we are going to count the number of products, and we will keep that index, the count, as the ID of the product. The second one, we are going to store the address of the owner, and we are also marking it as payable, so that this address is not just any other address. This address can be paid ethers during the transactions. And also we have a constructor. We will initialize the product counter to 0. Last time we were initializing, we were getting it when we were deploying the contract. We were getting a initial value and we were setting the initial value, but this time we know that the product counter has to start with the 0. And I'm designating the message sender is going to have the address of whoever is deploying the smart contract. We are getting that, and I'm setting that to the owner. I'm also making it as payable, and I'm going to create an enum called product status. Enums are user defined types that represent a set of named constants. So this is going to have, when we assign this product status to a variable, we can only have one of these values: manufactured, sold, returned, recycled. And we will also have a similar enum in our Prisma schema as well. In our Postgres, we will create a similar enum with the 4 values. And then we are going to create structs. Structs are custom data types that group multiple variables. They are used to model complex data structures like this one. Let's start with creating the product. It's going to have the ID. I told you that the counter, we're going to set this product ID. Also going to have a product name and the quantity. Yeah, so quantity is going to have number of products, number of items in that product. And we are going to store the address of the manufacturer. This manufacturer is going to be different from the owner. This owner is the owner of the smart contract who deployed the smart contract. This is going to be the customer who is using our service. Okay, this person is going to log in with their MetaMask account or other alternatives, and whoever is creating the product, we get that address, and we will set that address as the manufacturer. And also there is going to be a one-to-many relationship between the product and the toxic items. Let's create a struct of the toxic item. Toxic item is going to have a string, the name, and the weight, and it's going to have one-to-many relationship. There is also another one-to-many relationship. We are going to take a different approach for that. This is again a struct. This is called product item. We're going to store the ID, which is going to be a string, and we are going to do some string concatenation using the product ID. That's a counter, right? That could be like 217 something, 2 hyphen the num and the quantity. Okay, 2 hyphen 16 means product ID 2, 16th item in the product ID 2. That's how that's a preference. Okay. And also I wanted to show you something that here we can actually do this. We can do this, and we can just delete that. That's also a one-to-many relationship, right? It's like a foreign key. But I took a different approach for this because of the count. There could be thousands and millions of product items per product, but the toxic item, it's like an ingredient, right? It's not going to be in thousands. So I want to keep it together like this. And if I want to do the same thing for the product item, I think it complicates stuff. So I kept it separate with just a foreign key link with this product ID. And let's create the manufacturer. So here we are storing the manufacturer address, and here we're having the struct for the manufacturer. We're storing the name, the location, and the contact. So this is actually going to be the address string, but we cannot use address here. That's a keyword. So I used this use location instead of that, and also the contact is again a string. So they can store phone numbers or an email address, anything. Next, I'm going to create some mappings. Mappings are data structures that store key value pairs. They provide fast lookup and are used to organize and access data efficiently. The first mapping is going to be product. When we give it a product ID, we will get, when we give the ID, we will get the product struct. Similarly, we create one more mapping for the product items. When we give the product item ID, we get the struct back. And then we have a mapping in inventory mapping, which gets the address and returns the product items of that manufacturer. The last one is the last mapping is for it gets the address and it returns the manufacturer struct. Okay, these are the 4 mappings, and also these mappings are public, so we can interact from the Remix IDE or any other interfaces. And then I'm going to create the events. We already saw the example event created last time. The events are a way for smart contracts to communicate with each other and with external applications, and this is how we are communicating to our backend that something had happened, like a product has just created, a toxic item is created, stuff like that, right? And we can pass, these are the values we are going to pass back to the listener. So whenever a product is created, we are returning we are sending the product ID, the name of the product, and the manufacturer who created it. And yes, when we create an array of products, you will also see the functions is going to be a bit different. Like we will get, whenever we want to add a product item, we are just going to get the quantity, the product ID and the product quantity, and we will iterate and create items. And when we send back the event, we collect all the item IDs and the product ID, and we will just send in one event. Okay, let's create the functions. The first function is register manufacturer. Here we mention the arguments as memory, because the memory is used, the keyword memory is used to store variables temporarily during the function execution, and we just create the product which gets stored permanently, and then we will discard these values. First, before storing the product, manufacturer, we're going to have some checks. The first one, the name has to be not null. We are passing the name, we're getting the bytes, the number, the count, and we are checking that it has to be bigger than 0. If not, we are going to just stop the execution, saying that the manufacturer name cannot be empty. The second condition check is we are passing the message as sender. Whoever is calling this function, right? The message as sender inside a constructor is going to be whoever is deploying the smart contract. The message as sender inside a function gives the address of the person who is calling this function. So we are checking that this sender is already there in the manufacturer. We are using this mapping. Okay. Name. If it already exists, then we are stopping the execution, and we are returning the error message saying the manufacturer already exists, is registered. And then I'm going to create a new a temporary struct. Okay, and I'm marking this as memory so that it won't It's temporary. We will discard it. Discard this object or the struct after executing this function. So we are creating this new manufacturer struct, and then I'm going to assign that to the manufacturer's mapping. Then the manufacturer's mapping is persistent in the blockchain. And once we are happy, I'm going to emit the event. You can have even further checks, like even after creating these things, if you have some logic to check, you can have a check it after that, and yep. But in this case, once the manufacturer is set to the blockchain, we have to emit the event, and I'm passing this is the manufacturer ID, this is the name, location, and contact, and that's what we have declared here. And also there we get some compile time checks here. For example, this is the manufacturer registered event. When they don't match, if I'm expecting the manufacturer name and location, this is just a string, okay? If that does not match here, we are going to get some compile time error saying that they don't match. Wrong argument count for function call, 4 arguments given but expected 3. Okay, so we get some kind of that safety during the compile time. So that is the first function. Let's create other functions. The second function is going to be add product. We're going to get the name, and I could not actually get a array of struct in the argument. Okay, we have this toxic item struct, right? I was trying to do something like this, okay, toxic items, and I could not do that, and hence I'm getting two different arrays. One is going to be an array of toxic names, and the next is going to have an array of number, which is going to have the array of the weights. Since there could be some mismatch, I'm going to have a check. Okay, the first check is the product name cannot be empty, similar to what we did with the manufacturer name. The second one, we are going to make sure that the length of the toxic names array and the toxic weights array are going to need to be same. If they are not same, then I'm going to return an error saying toxic items array length mismatch. Array length do not match. Okay, I'm happy with the error message. Third check is the manufacturer has to exist. So we are getting the message of sender. Whoever is calling this add product, we will get that sender address, and we will mark that person as a manufacturer, and that manufacturer has to be registered already in our blockchain, or else that person cannot create a product. Okay, that's the third check. Once we are happy with all these checks, I'm going to first increment the product counter. That is going to be the product ID. So let's create a... So we're creating this product ID. It's a basic item, and we are not marking it as... we don't have to mark it as memory or storage keywords. They have to be used for reference types like structs, maps, and etc. Here we are creating a struct, and I have to make sure that it's temporary. But when we are creating a basic thing like a product ID, they will be stored in the local stack when we are using them inside a function. So I'm creating a product ID, and then I'm going to create a product struct. So here we created a struct in a different syntax, right? And here I'm just creating a empty struct, and then I'm assigning the properties one by one, because we have to assign when we are if I want to create a struct using this syntax, I have to also pass the toxic items, right? But I don't want to do that. So this is what is happening. So we create a product. We are going to get the toxic items array, and we are going to assign the toxic items to the product, right? And we have to sync that information in our database. So we are going to have two events. So after creating this product, we're going to emit an event. We're going to emit the product created event. And after that, we're going to loop through the toxic weight and toxic names we got. And we will assign the toxic items, and we will emit the toxic items as we create them. So if I'm using this syntax to create the toxic, I had an issue actually where if I try to create this with an empty array, I was not able to do that. And hence I chose to just create an empty struct and then assigning the property separately. I hope that makes sense. And then I'm going to loop through the toxic names length. So both lengths are same, right? We made sure that. I'm looping through the length and I'm creating a struct, a temporary one, with the name and the weight. Then I'm going to push to the product.toxic items array. I'm going to push this toxic item struct. And after that, I'm going to emit the event, the toxic item created with one item, with the product ID toxic, the first toxic item, and the weight of the first toxic item. So that is the second function. The third function is add product items. Again, this is every function is a public function everybody can access if they pass the checks we have. So it gets the product ID and the quantity. We're going to have some checks. First one, you cannot create more than 10 product items at a time. You can have checks like this just to avoid anyone spamming the things, right? So just a condition I have. Second condition is the manufacturer can only the manufacturer can add the item. We are taking the message as sender, the person who is calling this function. We're making sure that the product ID belongs to that. The product.manufacturer is same to the message as sender. That is the second check. And the third check is the product has to exist. We get the product ID, we check this product's mapping, we get the ID and the product ID. They have to match. They have to exist inside the product's mapping. Okay. I'm going to create an empty array of string called new product item IDs. So I'm using the syntax. We can just pass a number here, and that will create that number of array. And we will actually put when we create the item IDs, we will populate this the entries inside that array. And then I'm going to loop through the quantity. Using the quantity, I'm going to loop through. First thing, we're going to do some string manipulation, and it is surprisingly hard inside to concatenate two strings. So I had to use a package called OpenZeppelin contracts. So we need to install that as a dependency. So inside the RecycleChain contract, I'm going to install that. We are using npm inside the standalone. So npm install OpenZeppelin contracts. So I was telling you about having a proxy contract address and deploying different versions. I mean, doing development at least to use the same contract address, right? So I was using OpenZeppelin for doing that, and it was too complex to include in this tutorial, so I left it. So this open contract Zeppelin is going to give us some utility functions that we can use for concatenating strings. It's much more than that, but we are going to use that for that purpose. So I'm going to import OpenZeppelin contracts utils strings.solidity. It should be another Solidity program, just like what we are building here, right? And that is going to have some util functions that we can use in this smart contract. So once we are we import that. Inside the for loop, I'm going to create the item ID. Let's create the item ID string. So I have to mark this as memory because it's a string. String is a reference type. I'm going to use a string to concatenate. Also, we have to use the abi.encode packed. I'll explain this. And then I'm going to use the strings library. Strings dot. Did I miss something? Okay, strings dot to string. The product ID is going to be an integer. We're converting that to a string. I'm adding a hyphen there, and then I'm getting the quantity of the product, incrementing the I plus 1 because I starts from 0, right? If there are already 17 items in the product now and the product ID is 2, we are creating a 2-18, and this product ID's name is going to play a crucial part in our interface. The UI, people will be able to search the product item. So if they know the product ID, it will be simpler, right? 2 hyphen whatever comes later is going to be the items of the product ID 2. So what happens here is the ABI.encoded packed, it concatenates multiple components into a single bytes array. So this is going to become a bytes array, and this string is going to convert the integers into a string. This converts a string integer into a string, and this string function is going to convert the bytes array into a string, back to a string. Okay, so that's how we concatenate strings in Solidity. And then I'm going to create a product item. Sorry, that has to exist inside the for loop. So we just created this ID, and I'm creating this struct, product item struct. I'm passing the ID, product ID, which we got here, and then the product status is by default it's manufactured initially. And then I'm going to add the product item to the product item mapping, and then I'm going to add the item, push the item inside the inventory. So remember, we have this inventory mapping that gets the address and returns all the product items that person has created, the manufacturer. And then we also have this array, new product IDs array. We're going to push the newly created item ID inside that. Okay, I'm assigning that to that particular entry in that array. And then I'm going to increment after the for loop. I'm going to increment the product quantity. This is the products mapping. I'm getting the product using the product ID, and I'm incrementing the quantity. So that's it. We can emit the product items added. We are passing this array with the product item IDs, and then the product ID. That is the second function. The third function is sell product items. This is going to get the item IDs, and we will mark them as from the manufactured to sold. So we will basically loop through the length of the array we got. We are making sure that the product item is already in the manufactured state, and the check has to be made to make sure that only the manufacturer can access. So inside the for loop, let's get the item ID from the items ID. Let's get the product ID by using the product items mapping. I'm passing the item ID and I'm getting the product ID from that. That's the product ID. And the check can also have one more check saying that the product has to be there. I mean, they have to pass valid item IDs, right? Basically, this condition will make sure that the item ID they passed is valid, because we are making sure that the status has to be manufactured. So in order to check that, the item ID has to exist, right? So I'm reasoning myself, I think. And the next check is only the manufacturer can set the product item, change the status from manufacturer to the wrong thing. I'm getting the manufacturer address used from the products mapping. I'm passing the product ID inside that. I'm making sure that the sender is same as the manufacturer who created the product. So those are the checks. Fine. And then once everything is happy, we can just set the status of the, we are getting the product item from the product items map, and I'm changing the status from the manufacturer to the sold. So after everything is successful, after the for loop, I'm going to emit one event, the product item status changed event with all the product item IDs that we got here. I'm just passing that back with the status of sold, because we are also going to use the same event for the other status changes, right? We have 4 statuses: manufactured, sold, returned, and recycled. I'm going to create other 2 functions which are going to be very similar, and we will emit the same event but with a different status. Let's write the return product items function, which gets the same item IDs. We are again going to use the for loop, and we have to do some checks here. In order to return a product, the product item has to be in the sold status. We cannot return a product item which is in manufactured state or a return state or a recycled state. We cannot return, right? So it has to be sold. And also we need to make sure that only the manufacturer can set that. So here we have simplified some stuff, right? We can have an organization structure. Here we are relying on one person, one address to do all this stuff. That's the authorization we are implementing right in the Solidity. It could be much more complex than that. We can have like agents, managers, companies, and we can do that. This is a bit simplified version. So I'm going to do the same condition, same check here. Checking only the manufacturer can do that. So for that we need to get the product ID. So we get the product ID from the item ID, which we can get from item IDs of I. Okay, so we have done these checks, and I'm setting the status of the product item to the returned. And after that, I'm emitting the event product item status changed with all the IDs and the statuses returned. I'm going to copy paste this. This is the last function. We are done with our smart contract. This is the recycle product items. Again, we are getting all the item IDs in an array. We are looping through them, and I'm getting the product ID from the item IDs.I. and I'm making sure that only the manufacturer can set a product ID, product status, product ID item status to the recycle, and it has to be already returned. The product item has to be returned in order to be recycled, and I'm setting the product ID status to recycled, and I'm emitting the same event but with a different status. That is our smart contract. Okay, now let's deploy it. So I have updated the private key and the Infura key inside the .env. I have set up the ignition module. This is the script we use to deploy the smart contract. We don't have any initial variable, anything to pass to the constructor, anything to pass while deploying. The constructor does not take anything, right? It just sets the product counter to 0 and sets the message sender as the owner. And I have also set up the Amoy network configuration. I have set the Amoy as a default network. In the package.json, I have correctly set the RecycleChain as the to run while deploying. So everything is set up. Let's run the deploy script. From the RecycleChain contract, I'm going to run npm run deploy. Okay, so I have to set up .env. The last time I had this .env as a dev dependency. Let's install that. npm I dev dependency.env, and I'm going to copy this inside the current hard hat config. Okay, now we can run the deploy again. It should work. Okay, deploy to the network. Am I that's the chain ID? Yes. Deploying the RecycleChain module. It's going to take a few seconds, and we have successfully deployed our RecycleChain smart contract. Let's pass the contract address in the Polygon scan, and we can see we have created the contract just 43 seconds ago. Let's use the Remix IDE to interact with the smart contract, and later we will proceed setting up the event listeners, the GraphQL API, and inside the event listeners, before that we have to actually set up our Prisma. We have to set up our database, right? That will mimic the structure we have in this Solidity, this smart contract. This is going to reflect in our database schema. These are going to be database tables. Again, we are going to have a similar enum in our using our Prisma inside Postgres database. And then inside the event listeners, we will be writing to our database. First, let's play around with this smart contract using Remix IDE. Let's Google Remix IDE. Open that. And we were already using this for testing for interacting with the simple counter here, smart contract, right? So I have this previous ABI. I have to modify that. Okay, you can find the ABI inside the artifacts, contracts, this RecycleChain.json, and you can get the ABI array. Copy only the array. Come back here. I'm going to. You don't have to rename it, but I'm going to rename RecycleChain. And in the deploy and run transactions, you have to set the environment to injected provider MetaMask, and I have to log in with the MetaMask. And you copy the smart contract address, paste it here, and click the add address, and you now get this. Okay, so these are the mappings: inventory, manufacturer, owner, and get the owner. This is the address, right? Address of that's my address, valid address. And I used this account, this ID, to deploy, and I became the owner. And also click the product counter, which is 0, and remember the product counter is a state variable. It's public, and anybody can see how many products we have. These are the product items and the products mappings, and you can pass the product item ID to get back the struct, product item struct, and the product struct. And these are the functions. You can pass all these variables, the memory variables, right? And we will create the product. Let's test that. Let's create a product. First, I'm going to create a product called laptop battery. It's going to be a string, and we have to pass the array of names of the toxic items. I'm going to pass 3 items here: nickel, cadmium, and lithium. Okay, the third argument, we have to pass the weights, and I did not mention that we are passing the toxic. We are storing the toxic items in milligrams, and you can ask that toxic items can be liquid, and we may have to use milliliters, right? That's a shortcoming with this demo project. We are only caring about solid toxic items with which we can keep track in milligrams. So laptop battery, nickel, cadmium, lithium with 1500, 800 and 1200 milligrams each. It does not feel right, accurate, but I use AI to create this sample data. Fine, let's create the product. It's pending and we have to. Okay, the error is manufacturer not registered. Okay, that's the error we returned from here, and I forgot that, and I'm happy that the smart contract is letting me know that. Okay, so first we have to register. Let's register the manufacturer, cancel transaction, and so this is the registered manufacturer. So maybe it got sorted by alphabetical order, and even though I have the registered manufacturer function as the first one, I got the add product in the first. Let's register the manufacturer. Okay, I used AI to create a manufacturer information. Let's create a manufacturer. The company name is Toxic Tech Industries. The location, the next string is 123 Industrial Avenue, Smoke City, Pollutia. That's the address. The contact, created a phone number. It is +1 800 555 Toxi. That's the pin. That's the code. Okay, that's the manufacturer information. Let's create. Okay, maybe let's use another wallet. Okay, I'm setting up another account from me. RecycleChain.abi, and I'm pasting the ABI string. Okay, I just copied the string from here, 371 lines. And we have to get inside the deploy and transaction, set the environment to injected provider MetaMask, and I have to log in. I'm actually using another account. Okay. So here I have around 0.5 Matic. Fine. Just copy the contract address from here. Click on that address, and now we can start interacting with our smart contract. Let me increase the size. Okay, now let's do the registration. I do not want to use the same address to create the manufacturer. So, okay, that's the manufacturer information. Let's click the register manufacturer. And I'm about to pay some transaction fee. Okay, that is successful. You can also see the polygon scan, the new transaction. Okay, fine. Now let's copy the account address, wallet address, paste it inside the manufacturer mapping, and we can get the manufacturer information back. Okay, now I'm going to copy the product information back to, this is the ID I created the manufacturer from. Copy the information to the product, add product function, and I'm going to click it, pay the transaction fee, and it is successful. Okay, also we can see the new transaction, but I'm a bit confused that I'm not seeing the method name here. We were seeing that in the previous time, and I was also seeing it when I was developing, but the method name is missing. I'm seeing some Xcode code. Okay, now let's look at the product information. I guess the product counter started with the 0. It is 0 product counter, and before, okay, yeah, I actually incremented that before setting the product ID, so it has to be 1. I pass the 1 and I'm getting the laptop battery information back. Fine, now let's create some product items. Also we have this condition, right? The message sender has to be the manufacturer. I'm going to try it. So we are dealing with two wallets, two users, and this is the user, that light green. This is the guy I used to create the manufacturer and the product. Now I'm going to create items from the another user. This is the actual owner of the smart contract. I'm going to pass the product ID, which is 1, and I'm going to create like 6 items. Let's try to do 12 because we have this condition first. Okay, the quantity cannot be more than 10. Let's look at that. So we're going to get this error saying that cannot add more than 10 product items at a time. Okay, cancel the transaction. Let's give a lesser number. This time also it has to fail because I'm trying it from a different ID, different wallet, different user. This time it says only the product manufacturer can add product items. Fine. So I'm going to go back to the account which I used to create the manufacturer and the product. These are product items. The product ID is 1 and the quantity is 6. Let's confirm the payment, and it's successful. You can also go back to the Polygon scan to see the newly created transaction. This is that. Now we can get the product items. Okay, so it goes like the product ID followed by a hyphen and the quantity. So this should return back the first item in the product 1. This is the second item. Okay, the product ID is same, the status is same. We get back to 0, which is the first item in the enum, which is manufactured. Okay, now let's modify the status of one of the product item. We have saw the we started with the register, manufacturer, add product items, and we have the sell product, return product, and recycle product items. Everything has to be done only by the manufacturer. Let's quickly give a try to sell the product item. It is in manufactured state. So let's pass the 1-1 and try to sell the item from the different user, and we are going to get an error. Okay, yeah, so I got a different error here saying the error encoding arguments expected array value. Okay, so this was actually expecting an array of item IDs. So we can pass one item inside an array, but we are getting it from a different user, so only the product manufacturer can sell the product items. Okay, I'm going to the original manufacturer, and we will pass that same product ID inside that product item ID inside an array. This should work. It is pending. It is successful. Now we can check the product item information from this product items mapping. Now the status is 1. Now I'm going to do something else. I'm going to try to recycle that. This is in sold state. I'm going to recycle the same ID before returning it. Okay, now I'm expecting an error. It says that product item cannot be recycled. Okay, the error message can be more clearer, but this works. Okay, let's quickly finish the 2 things, and that's the demo. And then we will move on to set up our database, Postgres database, setting up the events, and so on. It is successful. Now the 1.1-1 will be in the status of 2. Let's also quickly do the recycle product. Okay, it's happening. Recycle products is happening, and it's done. Now we can see that the status is 3. Also, you can see all the transactions in the Polygon scan. Yeah, so you can see all the methods and our small I think we saw the demo of all the things. Let's also give the manufacturer ID in the inventory. So for the inventory, since we are mapping an address to an array of string, we have to actually pass, is expecting me to pass the address and the index number. When I pass the address and the 0, I'm getting the 1-1. That is the product item ID for the first item. And we can look at the product items there. Also, we have the product count, which is 1. We have only one product. And we went through all the other functions. The one thing we can further improve is this inventory mapping. This does not make sense to me. Like a better thing would be like when we pass the product, the manufacturer, we will get all the product ID, products, all the product items, and so on. This is but I'm going to move on, which is this mapping is not crucial to this product, to this demo. So I'm going to just move on. The upcoming section, we will set up the Postgres database, and then we will work on the events. Okay, our smart contract is deployed and we tested with the Remix IDE. Now we are going to set up our local database. We're going to define our database schema using Prisma, all those stuff. So I'm going to create a Docker compose file inside the API application. Docker -compose.yaml. I'm going to create this Docker compose file, which creates a service called db. It runs the Postgres image. I'm going to run this on port number 2024. And it also has a persistent volume. So we can stop and restart without losing the data. So you can name the container whatever you want, volume name whatever you want. These are the environment variables, the Postgres user, DB, and password. So once you have this Docker compose file, you can start it. Docker compose up detached. Okay, so now the database is working, now is running locally. Now let's set up the Prisma. So inside the API, I'm going to install Prisma as a dev dependency. Okay. Okay, so we have install Prisma as a dev dependency, and you can see what commands we can use from Prisma by running Prisma yarn Prisma. We have this is how we initialize Prisma. We set up Prisma in our project. This Prisma will generate the Prisma client. The studio it's a simple CRUD interface. We can interact with our database. This Prisma migrate dev we will use to, this will generate a migration file and also apply that migration into our database. Pull and push, this is a simpler version of migrate dev. While we are developing, we can directly push the schema changes into the database, validate and format. They will help us find problems with our Prisma schema. Pull helps us to pull the schema from an existing database to the Prisma schema we have. So let's initialize the Prisma in this project. So that will create a Prisma folder with a Prisma schema. Right now we don't have any models here. It also created this .env. We have to set this up based on our Docker compose. Okay, this Postgres password, I have to, that is the username Postgres, and I have to set up the password. The port number is 2024. The database name is the user is Postgres. That's it. Now we can start to set up our schema, Prisma schema. Okay, so when we were dealing with our Solidity smart contract, I told you that our database schema will reflect whatever we have here. Okay, so we have this manufacturer, product, toxic item, product item, and you can see that a one-to-many relationship between the product and the toxic item.
one-to-many relationship between the product and the product item, all those things, right? So let's create the database schema. First, we have this manufacturer model, manufacturer table. It has an ID. So we are actually going to use the address of the user as the ID when we are registering a manufacturer. And also one more thing, that we are not going to have any mutations in this project. People cannot write directly to our database through our API. They cannot do. They can only write to the blockchain, the smart contract, and then we listen to that changes through our event listeners, and we will update the database. It's going to be like that circle. Users through the UI will write to the database, write to the blockchain. Our backend will listen to those changes and write to our database, and our API will query the database and feed it to the UI. So it's that circle. And remember these three things: name, location, and contact. Those are the information we store about the manufacturer in the smart contract, and also a timestamp. So we remember that we get the timestamp from the blockchain using the block number. We get the time and we store that, so that even we can completely delete the database, and we can run a script that will get all the information along with the timestamp when that happened, when that register manufacturer happened, right? When we get the event, we know the time, and we get the time, and we will store it in our database as a timestamp. And we have one-to-many, or a manufacturer can have n number of products. The next item model is a product. Again, it has this item, this ID. We keep track of the ID in the blockchain using the product counter. Remember, in the Solidity, we get that ID and we store it here. So we saw about the timestamp here. It's the same thing. We just store the name of the product, and we have one-to-one relationship back to the manufacturer from the product, and the one-to-many relationship to the product item and the toxic item. Let's first create the product item. Let's do the toxic item first. And toxic item, we have not incrementing thing. We are going to have a random ID here. In timestamp, we store the name and weight, and we have a foreign key product ID back to the product table. The next one is product item. Product item again has ID, a unique string. So we have this ID, right? So we will get that, and we will store that as a primary key for the product item. And we have this foreign key back to the product. We have a status. We are going to create an enum. Remember, we have that enum in the Solidity smart contract with these 4 statuses. Let's have a look at that. This is the enum. It's like almost same syntax, see, except this commas. That's the status. We can call it product status. Okay. Yeah, and the final table is a transaction. So we are going to keep track of all the transactions. Not all the transactions, but whatever happened to that product item. When did it got created? When did we set that product item to be sold? When it became returned? When it became recycled? All those statuses we will keep track. And that is the database schema. Okay, we have 5 tables, 1 enum, and we have those relationship. That's not exactly, but that it is comparable, right, to our smart contract. So when you're happy with the Prisma schema, we can go ahead and do the Prisma migrate using Prisma migrate dev. Right now I don't have any migrations here. It will create a migrate file, and it will migration file, and also it will deploy that in it. Okay, our migration is done. You can see the migration.sql. You will see all the we will see all the SQL required to create those tables and set the foreign keys and so on. Okay, Now I'm going to have a look at our database tables using the Prisma Studio. It opens on localhost 5555. Okay, you can see all the 5 tables created here. You can add and delete, update tables here, but I'm not going to do. Okay, so our database is ready. Now we will go ahead and create the event listeners. Okay, this section we are going to set up the event listener. Before that, let's create the Prisma service. NestJS Prisma, Google NestJS Prisma, you will find a documentation where this is what NestJS recommends to create a Prisma service. I'm going to create inside the API, we need to create a module and service for Prisma. So I'm going to use npx nest generate module Prisma. Okay, so that creates a Prisma module. Okay, I'm also going to create a service. So it will automatically identify that a module exists and it creates the file inside that, and it also adds the service as a provider. Okay, so we also have to export this so that other modules can import the Prisma service, and also I'm going to make this a global module so that I don't have to keep importing the Prisma module in all the modules we use. We just have to do it once in the app module. It is already imported. When I generated that, it automatically added that also. Let's modify the Prisma service to this. So basically we are using on module init. It's an interface. We are implementing that. If we are implementing that, we have to implement on module init method, and inside that on module init method we are connecting it. Okay, let's create one more module and service for listener. Create a module called listener and a service. Okay, now we have this listener. I'm going to put the Prisma inside a folder called common. One problem with an NestJS with the VS Code is we can do this to create a folder, but when I modify a file and add a slash into it, it won't accept. Okay. Even if I delete everything and then type this, okay, for some reason it's weird. So inside the SRC, I'm going to create a folder common, then put the Prisma inside it. We will add a few more things as well. So when I move, automatically the import moves as well. The import, yeah. Okay, let's start work with our listener service. For that, we need the ethers. It's not going to be very different from what we did in the simple event listener, right? We're going to again use the ethers package. We're going to get the simple counter factory to create the contract. We're going to exactly use the same Infura URL, WebSocket provider, everything. But this time we're going to make it in a bit more polished way. We are going to use this on module init, on module destroy. We are going to set up all the subscriptions and on module init, and we will remove all the listeners in on module destroy, and so on. So let's set the service. I'm going to implement on module init and also on module destroy. So if we are implementing both these interfaces, we have to have the methods on module init and on module destroy. Okay. Now inside the on module init, we are going to first set up the listener. I mean, first there are two things in the on module init. First, we are going to initialize WebSocket provider. We did it in the previous that simple event listener also. And then the second one, set up the subscribers. Set up the subscribers. Even subscribers, right? here we are going to remove all subscriptions. Fine. Now let's import the ethers we installed. We also have to set up the Infura key. Okay, we can also use one more. There are alternatives like Alchemy. So these are these RPC providers which helps us to interact with our smart contract. I'm going to just copy the environment variable Infura key into the API project. Okay, I just copy pasted the environment variable Infura key into the API project. I'm going to create a method called initialize WebSocket provider. First, let's copy the the URL polygon amoi infura io with the infura key, and then we're going to have two private members called first the provider. The type comes from the ethers.websocket provider. Second one is the contract. Type is going to be RecycleChain. Last time I didn't want to type this thing, right? I did not import the simple counter because I did not want to initiate it. But you hover over it, you can see that the type is simple counter. Okay, so we have to import the RecycleChain from the standalone project. I'm going to go out a few times. Go inside the standalone RecycleChain contract, type chain types, and from there I can import the RecycleChain. We also want the RecycleChain factory to create this contract. Okay, so first I'm just using the RecycleChain to type the contract. Okay, so once we have the URL, I can then create the provider. This dot provider equals new ethers dot WebSocket provider. We exactly did this. I'm going to pass the Infura WSS URL. So that's the provider. Now let's create the contract equals. I'm going to use a RecycleChain factory dot connect, and we have to pass the contract address and the provider. Okay, the string and the dot provider. So let's save the contract address. Maybe I'm going to put it inside a util file here. Let's put it inside the common, and in the util I'm going to export the contract address. Okay, now let's import that. Fine, now we have the contract, and that's the first method. It's done. First we have to initialize this dot initialize WebSocket provider, and then okay, let's also create a cleanup function, cleanup method, cleanup. Inside the cleanup I'm going to just call this dot provider dot remove all listeners. That is the cleanup, and that's the second. Okay, that comes in within the on module destroy. This dot cleanup. Okay, that's the basic setup. We have set up the listeners, and we are also cleaning up when the module destroys, which is when we stop the server. When we start the server, the initial WebSocket provider everything will be set up. When we stop the server, we will clean up. We will stop all the listeners. Okay. Now let's create the subscriptions. I'm going to create another method here called subscribe to events. This dot subscribe to events. Okay. So inside the subscribe to events, I'm going to have here we add a bunch of try catch, right? So everything comes inside the subscribe to events. I'm going to first create a try catch. try catch block. I'm going to use the this dot contract dot on, and we have to give the event name. So this dot contract dot filters. You can do this, or even you can use the dot notation dot manufacturer registered, and we get a callback function, and we have to actually look out the order of the arguments in the Solidity RecycleChain contract. We have to look for the event manufacturer registered, and we have to use the same order. Manufacturer, that's the first one. Name, location, contact. Okay. And we will, once we have that, we don't get any autocomplete that I hate. Maybe there's other way I'm missing, I don't know, but when we added that, we kind of get the type here. Manufacturer is string, name is a string. Okay, everything is a string. When we use other stuff like these ones, let's try this. Let's see what that type, if we get the type here. So I'm going to add the type product items added, which gets two things. Now the manufacturer says an array of string, right? Because it's not a manufacturer, it is the item IDs. And when I hover over the name, it says big int. Okay, that is how it handles the number. It's not name but product ID. Okay, so the order matters. Let's revert back to this, and after the arguments we get the event object. So using the event, we can get stuff like block number. We are actually going to use the block number to get the timestamp. We use the block number to get the block, and from the block we get the timestamp. But there is a problem actually when we are using the Infura WSS. In the development I was using Alchemy, and this was working fine. The event.block number gave the block number back. But if you are following, just console log this event and see the block number actually exists inside the log, and we can actually modify. We are going to use this, okay, event.log.block number. That's how we are going to get the block number. But yeah, that's how we are going to get the block number. We can actually modify the type definition of ethers to let the TypeScript know that the block, there is something called a log and there is something called block number, but I'm going to just use tsignore here. Okay. Okay, first let's just finish this event, and then everything is going to be a lot similar. Let's create a util method called get block timestamp. This is going to get the block number, that is a number, and first we are going to get the block using this dot. We need to await this dot provider dot get block, and we can pass the block number, and I'm going to return new date, pass the block dot timestamp. From the block we are getting the timestamp, and also we have to multiply that with 1000. Okay, that is the date. Okay, so inside the event, first I'm going to get the timestamp. Const timestamp equals this dot get block timestamp, and I'm passing the block number there. That's how we get the timestamp. Now we can just create the manufacturer. Wait, this dot Prisma. Okay, so I'm going to inject Prisma using the constructor private read only Prisma service. Okay, if the Prisma module is not global, then I have to actually import the Prisma module here. Okay. Since Prisma module is global, I have to only import the Prisma module in the app module, and I can just inject the Prisma service anywhere I want in the constructor. Okay, now we have the Prisma service injected into this listener service. Now I can use the Prisma to create the manufacturer. So we need the contact ID, location. Okay, timestamp. We have to await this, and also this function has to be async. Yeah, everything is fine. This manufacturer is the manufacturer address, and that is what we are going to use as the primary key for the manufacturer. So yeah, that's all for the manufacturer event. I'm also going to have a event manufacturer registered listening, and also in the catch I'm going to have product creator listener setup failed. Okay, this is not super robust actually. If something happens, this fails, we are going to get 2 console logs. Okay, but this thing happens. Okay, if something goes wrong here. Okay, so I was getting 2 things. Instead of this ethers, I was using web3 package, and that was having methods like on, connect, on, error. So it was a lot more precise and reliable than just consoling log, success message, the listening message after whatever code block we have. But I could not find a way to do that in ethers package, and this is what we are going with. That's how we set up one listener. I'm going to run the API and we will see the listener message. Cannot find module. Okay, so basically it says that say the apps API dist main, it cannot find the main file there. It cannot run that. That happens because we are importing this RecycleChain factory from the standalone library, right? So that thing modifies the dist folder like this. It adds the standalone with whatever we are importing. You can see that it's not importing anything else other than just the type chain types. That's the only thing it is importing, the folder. And then inside the apps also, it is using whatever is required to build the project. So the main file location has changed basically. How to change that in the Nest CLI? We can add the entry file. So I'm going to have the entry file as to go inside the apps, API, SRC, and then the main. So that's exactly the location inside the dist folder, right? Inside the dist, go inside the apps. So inside the dist, you will see apps, standalone, everything, and but choose the apps, go inside the API, SRC, and then you will find the main. Okay, I just have to change the entry file property in the Nest CLI JSON file. Now let's rerun the application. Okay, now we are also seeing this manufacturer registered listening message. Fine. Let's also have our Prisma Studio. Right now it's empty. We don't have any data. I'm going to use the Ethereum IDE, Remix IDE, to register a manufacturer. I actually before this, I had to debug a few things, and I created a new smart contract. So the smart contract is empty right now. We don't have any data of the smart contract. So in the last session, I was creating a manufacturer and then a few products, right? But this time we are going to start from scratch. So yeah, get the smart contract. Okay, first we have to set up the ABI that we can get inside the artifacts. copy the array, paste inside the whatever name.abi. You can name that anything else, anything you want, but it has to be an ABI file. In the run and deploy transactions, I'm going to paste the, you have to also modify this environment to the injected provided MetaMask. I have login. Paste the address, click at address. Okay. So this is the owner, A8D1. This is the owner. Okay. So I'm going to create a manufacturer from the other idea, other address I have. I'm going to copy the, you don't have to copy, but I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to register a manufacturer, and the listener is already on. I am expecting the listener to run and actually create a manufacturer entry in our Postgres database. And let me just quickly check this once again. We have the infura key in the env file. Okay, everything looks good to me. I'm going to register a new manufacturer. Okay, I'm again creating the Toxic Tech Industries, the 123 Industrial Avenue, Smoke City, Pollutia, and the contact number. Okay, this has to be string. I have to have the quotation around this information. Okay, so that is the data for creating the manufacturer, the name, location, the contact. Okay, let's create the listener is on. Register manufacturer. Manufacturer already exists. Oh. Okay, so I was actually using the previous contract address. So right now I deployed a fresh smart contract. So here I want to say that I'm not afraid of the sync issues between the data in the blockchain and then the data in our Postgres. We will actually create a function, a script later, which will sync the data from the blockchain to our Postgres. So, but we are developing, so we are practicing. So I want to start fresh for this session. So we have the fresh smart contract. Let's update our listeners. We use that, and also we have to update get the ABI, the fresh ABI. Oh, yeah. So I have to get the fresh ABI here. Get the new contract address here, and still this guy is the owner, the 048, the A8D1, and there are no products now. You can pass the, so yeah. When the map fails to find an item, it returns everything like this. Okay. Also, there are no manufacturers. The previous time I got this error, right? Manufacturer already exists, but now when I paste this, we get nothing. So it's a fresh smart contract. The listeners is working. Let's interact with the smart contract. So from this guy, who is not this F9D, I'm going to create a manufacturer. Toxic Tech Industries, 123 Industrial Avenue, and the contact number. Yes. Let's register. We have to pay the transaction fee, and I'm going to run to the listener to see. Yeah, I'm not consoling log anything. So if it is successful, yeah, so if it is successful, we won't see anything in the console log, but here I'm seeing the manufacturer. Okay, that's the manufacturer I created. Fine. So let's set up the add product event listener and we will see that. So right now we don't have any. So it's like a magic trick, right? First I should have shown you that there is no manufacturer, and then I should have clicked it. And then I should have shown this created item. But we have plenty of opportunities to make that up, make for that. Product is 0. I'm going to set up the add product created event, and then we will create a product and we will see that new product in our database. So let's create a new try catch. This dot contract dot on, this dot contract dot filters dot product created. Then we have a function. Let's open the Solidity program to see the shape of the event. Product created is we are going to get the product ID, name, and manufacturer. I'm going to use the same argument names, manufacturer, and when you hover over it, you can see the types. In this case, yeah, product ID is going to be number. Here it is actually a string, so we will convert that into a string. Fine. So similarly, I'm going to again create this timestamp from the block number. Okay, there's no difference with that. I have to set this function, make that a async function. Fine. Here actually I'm going to add a console log here. Manufacturer is equals await. Then let's add a console log saying manufacturer created. Okay. Also we have to import the event, not import but get the event argument. New const new product equals await this dot prisma dot product dot create data is going to pass the ID, name, timestamp, manufacturer ID. Okay, that's all we care about. We can name this manufacturer ID directly. Similarly, we can name this ID. I don't have to do this. Okay, still you will get the ID string. Similarly, I'm going to name this an ID, and we also have to convert that into a string. That's a big int type, and we are going to also have a console log saying product created with the new product here. That's all for the second event. Also have a console log for the listener saying that product created listening, and for the error event product created setup failed. Okay, so in the API now we are seeing two things: manufacturer register listening, product created listening. Okay, now let's create a new product from the manufacturer. So from the same account, I'm going to create a new product called fluorescent light bulb. So the first one is the name, and then we need to pass two arrays for the array of names and array of weights. The first one is the name, fluorescent light bulb. Second one is going to have an array of toxic items. So it has mercury, and it has around 24 milligrams. Okay, let's add the product, and also remember before clicking it, I want to show that the Prisma Studio that we don't have any products. Okay, 0. Now I'm going to click confirm. Let's go to the listener, and you see this product created 1, That is the ID we store in the blockchain for the particular product name. This is the manufacturer ID and the timestamp. And now come here, refresh, you will see the information here, name, manufacturer, and so on. Fine, so let's fast forward. I'm going to implement all other events. They are not going to be any different, but the other events are not going to be any different, but except one thing. In the add product, we are emitting the product created event, and also right after that we are emitting n number of toxic item created, right? We can further polish this. We can probably emit one product item with so we can maybe polish. We can find a much streamlined solution. But if this is the case, in the event listener, we are going to actually do some. So what happens when we get this event first? Before creating the product ID, we cannot create a toxic item in our Postgres, right? It's going to complain that the product is missing. We don't have the product with this ID, right? The foreign key is going to fail. So we're going to have some retry mechanism for the toxic item created event. So other than that, everything is going to be very similar. So before proceeding, I'm going to do some cleanups. So we have everything happening inside this one method, subscribe to events. We are directly writing to the database and so on. I find it a bit not clean. So I'm going to extract this functionality out of separate methods actually, so that we are also going to create that reset database script I told you, right? So if we have separate methods for each of these transactions, the other events we will be creating Prisma transaction to do it in an atomic way also, right? So I don't want to duplicate things. So we're going to create a set of db writes methods and we will reuse that. The first one, let's start with create manufacturer. Okay, this is the method. It's a private method. Create manufacturer. It gets the ID, name, location, contact, date, timestamp, and we are writing that to the database, and then we are consoling log. And now let's replace this with that method. We have to pass the timestamp. Okay, so I just replace the database Prisma create function into a separate thing, and then I am reusing that method. So for this situation, it may look like an unwanted thing, but later we will be seeing some transactions, and those will be a bit complex, and I don't want to repeat that in two places. So let's create the second one and create product method. Create product is going to get the manufacturer name, product ID, the timestamp. Inside the product created event, I'm going to just use this. Fine. Let's fast forward to the other things. Let's do the product created, product items added listen event. So product items created, I'm getting the product item IDs, which is going to be a string of array of strings, and we get the product ID and the event. From the event, I'm getting the block number, and then we get the timestamp. Let's create this method, create product items. So in the create product items, we're getting the product ID, the array of strings, timestamp. I'm creating a transaction. Okay, I'm looping through the product item IDs. First, I'm creating a transaction, and then I'm also creating product item updates, and then I'm running them all in one go using these transactions. Okay, these are asynchronous operations, and we can pass an array of them inside the Prisma transaction to execute them all in one go in a parallel way. And this transaction are different. Okay, this is our transaction table, and this is Prisma transaction. You can learn more about Prisma transaction yourself. Okay, it gets an array. We can pause asynchronous operations inside that, and they will be done in a batch, as a batch. I'm going to import this status from the, this is different. I renamed it to product status. Okay. So for each product creation, I'm creating one entry for the transaction, and I'm creating product item IDs. So this is for the add product item listener event. We have 2 more events. Let's fast forward. So this is update. Okay, we pasted it in the wrong place. Okay, so this is how we listen to the item product status changed. So whenever we set a product item to sold, returned, or recycled, we will get this event triggered. Triggered. We get the timestamp using the event.log number. All these red points are actually bothering me. We'll find a way. Now let's create this method. Update product item status. So we get the status index because we saw that the event returns an integer, 0 for the manufactured, 3 for recycled. We get that index. We also need the status mapping. We're going to create an array of statuses like this, and we can, using the index 0 to 3, we can get this status. So that's why we get the status. And similar to this, to the create product items, in the update product items also, we have to actually create an n number of transactions for the items, and then I'm creating this update, using this update menu to update the status and timestamp with the where condition. Okay, in all these item IDs, I need to set the status to whatever status we got here. This is the second method. The last one is add toxic items. So here we are going to have some retry mechanism, because there could be some race condition going on. Let's implement that. Okay, so we are listening to the toxic item created event. We're getting the product ID name weight event. From the event, we are getting the block number, and we are calling the create toxic item method with a name. Product ID needs to be converted to a string. Weight needs to be converted to a string, and then I'm converting to a number. So we are getting, actually this weight is going to be a big int, and I had to convert that to a string and then to a number, to whatever format we want to save in our database. Let's create that method. There's a few things going on here. I will explain. So we get the product ID name, weight, timestamp, and we have to have a retry mechanism. We have some constant maximum retries, and the variable to keep track of how many times we retried, and the delay function. So it gets a millisecond. We create a promise, and then inside a set timeout with a certain, after a certain millisecond, we're going to resolve that promise. I'm using a while loop. We are making sure that the retry count is less than max retries. If that is the case, then we will continue inside the while loop. We are finding the product. We are making sure that the product exists. If the product exists, we are going to create the toxic item, and we will also console log it, or else we are going to console log saying that not found, retry count +1. Okay, 1 bar 5. Then I'm going to await delay 1000 milliseconds. So the control will wait here for 1 second, and then we will increment the retry count, and then the while loop continues again until 5 max retries. So ESLint asked me to change the TS ignore to TS expect error. Okay, when I hover over it, it says that use TS expect error instead of TS ignore, as TS ignore will do nothing if the following line is error free. Ban TS comment. We can actually disable this rule itself. Okay, we have this ESLint RC. Give that rule, turn that off, come back. It's gone, but let's follow the ESLint, what ESLint says, and we will implement that. It is saying that convert this into a TS expect error. So this TS expect error was introduced when during tests, right? For example, there is a function that gets a number and string. We need to write a test to pass 2 strings instead of a number and string, and that should fail, right? And TypeScript was complaining for that, and they came up with this what is it, decorator. So we can use this followed by some error, followed by some description, and that's completely okay. I wrote this lame description saying that the block number does not exist inside event.block number. So I'm going to replace all the TS ignore with the TS expect error with this description, and ESLint is happy with that. So yeah, that's the 5 events. We are listening to them. Let's create one more product. This time you will see the toxic item created also, and we may actually see the race condition, and you will see the retrying happening. Okay, I'm going again here. I'm going to create one more product. I'm going to create a product called CRT monitor. There are 3 toxic items. First one is lead, second one is cadmium, third one is barium. I think that's how we pronounce it. And we have around 1500 milligrams of lead and 50 milligrams of cadmium and 70 milligrams of barium. So this time we are expecting to see the toxic items as well. Last time it did not create, right? We have one manufacturer, one product. The product does not have a toxic item because we did not set up the toxic item event when we tried last time. This time we will see 2 products and 3 toxic items, and they will be connected. So creating the product, I'm going to see the console log. Okay, seeing 3 toxic items created. Yeah, we also saw the retrying. Okay, somehow the toxic item event got triggered first, and we are seeing that the product item ID 2 not found, retrying 1 by 5, and then we see the product getting created, and then after 1 second we see the 3 toxic items created. Now we can come back here, refresh to see 2 products. The CTR monitor now has 3 toxic items: cadmium, lead, barium, with all these weights. Let's also create some items. this is the product number 2, right? Let's create some product items for product number 2, that is the CRT monitor. Okay, so we started with the first event is manufacturer register. We done it. Product created is done. Now we are doing the product items added. Okay, so the product ID is 2. I'm going to create 6 items. Add product items. Confirm. Let's go here. Okay, now we are seeing the 6 items getting created. You can come back here to see the product items in the database. So that is also done. Now the 4th type is product item status changed. So these are the product IDs, product item IDs. Okay, so I'm going to take this 2-4 and I'm going to convert that. I'm going to sell that. So sell product items, we have to pass an array of let's sell items 2, 4 and 2, 5. Okay, let's sell product items. Confirm. Come here. Console log. Okay, actually I did not add any console logs. Let's directly go and check the database, and the 2, 4 and 2, 5 are set to sold. I'm going to change let's return the product 2, 5. And that transaction is done. I'm going to refresh this to see the 2, 5 is returned. Let's check the final one, which is recycle. So we can only recycle the product item which is already returned. So I can only do this. I cannot pass any other thing other than the 2, 5 because that is the only one which is returned. Confirm. Come here, wait for the transaction to complete, refresh, and we are seeing the 252 to be recycled. So basically in this section we have set up all the events. We have also set up all the database write functions. Whenever the event get triggered, we write that change to the database. And also I faced a problem with a race condition when the product creates a toxic item creates, and then I had to create a retry mechanism to handle that, and we also saw that in the demo. So yeah, that's pretty much it. This is what handles all the database mutations. Okay, we are going to next sections, we will be creating the GraphQL API, REST API, both of them. We won't be having any database writes in that. It is just going to be database reads. And yep, see you in the next one. Okay, so our event listeners are working perfectly, I guess. Okay, I did not encounter any bugs so far. Now we're going to create the APIs. We're going to create GraphQL and REST API. And as I said earlier, that we are not going to implement any mutation. So we are not going to mutate our database directly. The cycle goes like the UI writes to the blockchain, doing the payments using the MetaMask or the alternatives. The blockchain, the smart contract emits events. We from our backend listen to the events. We write to the database, and the GraphQL and REST API will only query our database. I'm going to use a package called NestJS Prisma CodeGen. This is an article I wrote. So this is the package. This is just a code gen. It's going to generate things for us. Okay. Basically, you can choose to create only the GraphQL part, which has all these in-depth DTOs created for create, update. We will delete for this project, but in the earlier projects I was using this and to create a really rich GraphQL APIs. You can also choose to create only the REST API stuff or both. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. Inside the API, I'm going to create a script. Okay, let's just call it codegen. Okay, so basically you have to pass the name here. Okay, name of the module. So right now we have these modules in the Prisma schema. I'm going to copy all the module names and let's create a script. Yarn codegen manufacturer product. We're going to create 5 modules and I'm going to run them in the API folder. Okay, so you can see that the models are getting created. Each model has a module that encompasses both the REST API, which is this controller. We have to actually install, set up a few things for making the REST API, and also we did not implement. Okay, so we did not even set up the GraphQL also. So yeah, I should have done that before generating the code, but we can do it now. Let's install the required stuff, the stuff required for the GraphQL. So we need the yarn add, we need the official GraphQL package, Apollo server, and then the NestJS / GraphQL to make the NestJS work with the GraphQL, and NestJS / Apollo to make the NestJS work with the Apollo. Once the installation is done, go to the app module. We have to set up the GraphQL. Install, get the GraphQL module dot for root. I'm going to pass a generic called Apollo driver config. So that gives that what goes inside this function. So in the driver, I'm going to pass Apollo driver. I'm also going to enable the field resolvers for gods. Okay, we don't want that for this project. So basically, usually I use this field resolver enhances, which allows us to actually use auth gods for the resolve fields. But here we don't have any auth gods because the whole API is public. Every data in, we don't save any off-chain data. We only save what the chain has, and everything is public. So we are not going to set up we don't have any auth set up in this project, in this backend. So let's set the auto schema file. I'm going to get the current working directory, and I'm adding the src / that's where the schema, the file, this file is generated by the NestJS based on the object types, input types, every setup we have. I'm also going to enable the introspection true. So this allows the clients to query the schema of the GraphQL. Fine. Now in the Nest CLI, I'm going to enable plugins. First, let's just add the GraphQL one, NestJS / GraphQL. So here are the benefits why I had to add this NestJS / GraphQL plugin in the Nest CLI JSON. So we have these benefits. I don't have to annotate all the fields with the field decorator. This will be automatically understood by NestJS that this property is nullable, and I don't have to set the type property. If it is age number, it knows it's number. And also it automatically generates descriptions based on the comment. So I'm enabling this. Let's also set up the required stuff for the REST API. First we need to set up the Nest Swagger. On add Nest Swagger, we will also generate documentation which we can use to interact with our actual database. And then we need a class validator and class transformer for setting up some validations. Okay, so those are the required stuff. Now with the app module, let's import all the modules we just created, which are manufacturers module, product items module, product module, toxic items module, transactions module. Okay, let's see if the API runs now. Okay, so we have a whole bunch of type error to solve. So basically how the code gen works is, the concept behind the code gen is, I'm going to save this as models.md file. Just, you don't have to save that file, but yeah. So the concept behind this is, we use Prisma. When we do the migration, Prisma will generate types in a very in-depth way for all the entities, object types, models, the input types, etc. And we are going to derive our, for example, let's see this entity. This is the manufacturer entity. This is an example for how the restrict properties, that's a custom utility type I created. So it basically makes sure that it takes two types, or the class and the type, and it makes sure that the T will have all the properties and only the properties of the type U. Okay, so imagine you have this type U which has the name and age, and we implement that like this. We are passing the T as the first argument, and then the generic type, the U as the next one. And you cannot add new properties, you cannot remove existing properties, and then also the TypeScript will complain. Yeah. So this is what we will use, the restrict properties, to sync the type generated. This is the type generated by the Prisma. So we pass it and we make sure that this class has everything that the manufacturer type has. For example, if you don't want something, you can always use this omit from the TypeScript. Omit a certain properties like this. If you take this out, then you have to implement the name. Okay, so that's how we make sure that if we do a migration, database migration, if we change a variable's a property name, we can make sure that the GraphQL is always updated. So that's how it works. So here I want all the properties of the manufacturer type to be in the manufacturer class as well. So we can just do this. Fine. So in the previous projects, I was actually fully using them, but in this project, I'm going to delete the create and update DTOs, and also in the resolver, we are not going to have any mutation whatsoever. I'm going to do that stuff. It's going to be a bit boring, but finally we will have a really rich GraphQL with a lot of querying and filtering, sorting capabilities. We can keep implementing things. Also, it has we have a common DTO file, common input file with all the commonly used filters. Like this is for the string filter. This is how Prisma filters. So we can just get that input from in the API, and we can just pass it into a Prisma query. So they are in the same shape, and we cannot guarantee that Prisma is going to continue to use that, but you can modify it when Prisma changes. But what amazes me is we can do all this filtering thing from the front end using our GraphQL. So we have for everything. We have a location filter. I'm going to delete it. A lot of my previous projects were using maps, so I was having that. Okay, so we have filters for float, int, boolean, string, list. This is for filtering an array of string. This is for date. So basically I'm implementing this the type generated by the Prisma, and then I am importing it from the common input file. If you don't want something, for example, if you don't want to filter based on the address, you can do this. Omit address, location, and now you have to remove the location. Okay, but I'm going to have it. Fine, that's what we're going to do for the order by also. And one more thing, we created all the models, right? So this product list relation filter, you can see below you have the manufacturer where input, manufacturer list relation filter. So we auto generated everything, right? So we can import this from the products module. From the products modules, where args. That's it. Now let's go into the order by. One thing is, this is an enum, and NestJS won't recognize it automatically. Even we saw about the use of NestCLI plugin, it won't cover this one thing. Okay, so we have to decorate it. And for the product order by relation aggregate input, you can see that we have this manufacturer order by relation aggregate input, right? Similarly, we will have this one inside the order by file of the product module, so we can import that from there. That's it. Now we are almost done. There is we have to just follow the trials, the NestJS for the trials left by the TypeScript. We have some error here. Let's go find it. So we have the ID and number here. So the error says it has to be ID and string. Okay, so we can modify this. You can also find what we have for the ID of the manufacturer is string, right? So once you fix it, now the whole thing is happy. Let's do the same for the REST API. Let's do the entity. I tried to actually share the entity for the REST API and GraphQL, but I was having some troubles because for this I'm using the decorators from the class validator. There I'm using the decorators from the Nest GraphQL. I thought they would both work together in one class, but I could not make it work. I had some issues, so I'm keeping the entities separately. Okay, we are working with REST API. We don't need the create and update DTOs. And in the query, I don't have to do anything. So the filtering, sorting capabilities of the GraphQL is really rich in this setup, but the REST API is a bit simpler. But it's still, we get some type safety. For example, this is the query DTO we have. The REST API, when we are querying, it gets a skip take for the pagination. We get a search string. Order by is going to be an enum, ascending and descending. We will add two more things. Which property to sort, which property to search. Okay, we are using the enum generated by the Prisma, which will have all these values. Okay, so they can search, they can pass a search string, and they can mention what property to search from. It could be name, it could be location, filter, right? Similarly, sorting also, you can pass ascending or descending enum. You can also specify one of these. So that's pretty sufficient for a REST API. So we have set up the entity and DTO. Let's get into the controller. I'm going to delete the create, delete, update routes. Okay. Here I have to change it the ID to number string, and this is the REST API is only going to have find, get, and get all. So that's the two things we are going to go with. And with that, we have completed a really in-depth GraphQL and REST API setup for the manufacturer. We started with like 100 and something errors, and now we have 88. We have to do the same thing for the other ones. Let me quickly do one more thing, and then I will fast forward. Implement it, delete the create and update. For this project, actually other projects, we have to choose what properties go inside the create and update. For the order by, we have to implement it. These are the joins, and we can import from the corresponding modules. This is how we do nested sorting. And for the enums, wherever it is, we have to decorate it. Let's move on to the where, implement it, and this NestJS cannot understand this, but you have to replace them with the types we have in our common DTO file. So you have to pick this manufacturer relation filter, that's the second one, and the other ones will be generated by us when we generated the module. Okay, the cursor is unhappy. I guess the ID is going to be string is happy. Now we have to delete the create and basically the mutations. I'm also going to delete this auth folder. In the other projects that we were using extensively, the auth decorators, auth guards. This project we don't have anything to guard. So you can see that I'm deleting a lot of stuff generated by the code gen, but actually if you decide to type everything, it's going to be much bigger job, much harder to actually type everything. So that's why I chose to generate, and I'm just deleting, and we will come back here to the resolver, all these resolvers, to actually create the field resolvers. That's why we are also importing the Prisma here, for example. That's the beauty of the GraphQL, right? So you can fetch multiple tables in one go using the connections. We will come back in the next thing, but right now I'm just fixing all these errors. It was 88 and it is 77 now, and we will make the GraphQL work first. That's all about the GraphQL, product GraphQL. And for the controller, we just have to, first we have to set up the entity, and in the controller I'm going to delete the create, update, and delete, and also do other stuff like the ID. In the code gen, I most of the tables I deal with have ID of auto generated numbers, so you just have to do other TypeScript errors. And that's it for the second one. We have finished 3 things to do. I'm going to fast forward and we'll continue from there. Okay, I have completed all the modules. Let's run the application. So we got an error. So usually when you get some error like this, there could be a few things happening. One, you did not decorate it well. If it's an enum, you have to make sure that you just search for it, and you have to make sure that for the sort orders, okay, that's a GraphQL schema. For the sort orders, we have to decorate it. For if there is here we have this product status, that's an enum, so you have to decorate the type, passing the type, letting the NestJS know. All this is, if that is not the case, you just make sure that everything is decorated properly, the enum stuff. If everything is fine, you have to actually register it. The enums, they are special stuff. For example, here common input, We are registering enums like the query mode, which gets this default or insensitive. We will actually use this in the front end while querying for file searching. That's an enum type. The next one is the sort order, which has ascending and descending. I think we have two things, right? So here what I'm getting this, why I'm getting this error is, we have a enum called status with a product status with a manufactured, sold, returned, and recycled. We did not register it. So I'm going to, in the Prisma schema, you can see that we are using the product status in two models, product item and product and the transaction. I'm going to register it in the product item entity. So on the top of it, I'm going to register enum type, and then I have to pass the enums dot product status. I forgot the syntax. Yeah, so we have to first pass the enum itself, and then we have to pass a name property. Okay, name is product status. So we have registered that. Now you can see that the API is running. Fine. I'm going to use Apollo Explorer. Click on the Explorer sandbox. You have to set the 3000 here with the GraphQL. I think we have to enable the course. So in the main file, after the creation of the app.enable course, so that will allow the request from anywhere. Okay, you can actually specify the headers. You can configure it into allowing only for to allow only a particular URLs with the particular headers to access the API, but we are in the development mode, so I'm enabling everything. Now you can see our queries are here. We don't have any mutations, only queries. Let's query all the manufacturers. Okay, now we have only one guy, this one manufacturer. Let's create let's get a product, all the products. Next step, we will create those resolve fields, and then we can compose a query that fetches the related data. So these are the products I have, two products, the CRT monitor and the fluorescent light bulb. We can also filter. Let's quickly have a example of filtering. This is pagination. You can specify want to take one, skip one, so you will get only the second item, the CRT monitor. Okay, if you take skip 2, you'll get nothing. That's the pagination. Let's do the where name contains CRT. Okay, name contains CRT. What if I pass a small CRT? We won't get anything, right? We can pass the mode here. The mode has to be insensitive. I have to add the comma there, and now you will get that. Okay, that's searching, filtering. You can do greater than, less than. We can do. We went through some pain, right? With the resolver, with also the DTOs. We did all this stuff. The where, sorting, everything is nested. Also, let's do a quick nested filtering. We have the manufacturer, one manufacturer from the location called Pollutia. I'm going to filter products based on that. Okay, I already have a filter on name. Let's leave it. I'm going to go inside the manufacturer. That's we are doing the filtering. Okay, yes, location contains Pollutia, and that is small, in small case. And you can add the mode insensitive. I think okay. Yep, right. That's nested filtering. You can keep going actually inside the manufacturer. You can have other filters, like you can again go inside the products. You can do it. Like we are not worried about the performance at this point, right? We are just boasting what we can do with GraphQL. So in the next section, we will create field resolvers so that when we are fetching the product, we can also fetch the manufacturer information. Right now we can only fetch the manufacturer ID, right? Let's do that quickly. The product resolver, let's see what goes inside. In the Prisma schema, the product table, you can see that a product will have one manufacturer, will have many product items, many toxic items. Let's implement all of them. So get the resolve field. That's a resolve field. And the type is going to be, first let's do the manufacturer that comes from the entity. Manufacturer. And in the resolve field, we get a parent argument decorator. The parent is going to be product. And then we're going to use we already have this Prisma injected into the constructor. Prisma dot manufacturer dot find unique. We can get the manufacturer ID from the parent, which is the product. ID is product dot manufacturer ID. Okay, now I have added only one resolve field here. Now we can resolve that. Okay, we can now get the manufacturer information. We can get the ID, contact, location. Okay, now we get this information in one go. Let's also do the same for the product item and the toxic items. I'm going to copy paste that. So this is going to return an array of product items. The resolve field is named as product items. We get the product ID from the product. That's the parent. That is the Prisma query. Okay, where product ID is product.id. Same thing goes here. Now we can fetch the product items, get the ID, status, timestamp, and also the toxic items with the ID, name, timestamp, weight. Okay, so this CRT monitor has all these product items. 4 of them are manufacturer state, one of them is solved, and one of them is recycled. We did these changes in the last section. There are 3 toxic items: cadmium, lead, barium, with these weights. Also you can see the timestamp. Okay, so that's how we connect data, related data in the GraphQL API using the resolve field. I'm going to fast forward and implement all these resolve fields. It's going to be either one-to-one or one-to-many. Also you can do anything, right? Here you can have some derived data based on the product ID. You can do some complex query and you can have that as a resolve field. For example, let's see, I'm going to create a query which returns the product count. Let's say how many while fetching the product, I want how many products I have. Like let's have a total count resolve field. It's going to just return a number, and we are using the product dot count, where so product item dot count. So this returns how many product items the product has. Okay, now we can fetch the total count. The total count is going to be 6. Okay, if you have a UI, you just have to display the number of items of the product. You can use this. We have that actually in the UI, so that I have this total count resolve field. So it does not, the GraphQL does not have to strictly link to the related items like what we see here. We can do anything you want, and we will worry about the performance later. Okay, yeah, so as I told you, I'm going to fast forward and create all these resolve fields. and I'll see you later. So for the manufacturer, we only have an one-to-many relationship with the product. So we need a products resolve field. So this product resolve field is going to return an array of product. The parent is the manufacturer, and we are just returning a Prisma query. We are getting all the products with the manufacturer ID of the manufacturer. So we can go one by one. I think we finished everything, every resolve field for the product. We have the manufacturer, product items, toxic items, everything is set up. We'll come back here to add more based on the UI. When we require more, we will come back, modify the API. Third one is toxic item must have the product. I'm going to copy this. Toxic, go to the toxic items resolver. We need to fetch the product. So it's going to return the product. The parent is going to be toxic item prisma.product.find unique, where ID is toxic item.product ID. Okay, that's how we fetch. Okay, also I have to name this. Whenever I copy paste, I forget to rename something. Okay, that's how we do it. And here we have to get the product and also a list of transactions. Go to the product item.resolver. You have to just paste that. It's going to be very similar. The parent is product item. And let's also create the resolve field for the transaction. We saw it many times, right? Prisma transaction.find many. We are filtering transactions based on the product ID, item ID. The last one is transaction. We have to return the product item. Let's go to the transaction or resolver, and with that our API is done. But as I told you, we will come back for later. Okay, the API is running. Not running, I have to run it again. And you can do a lot of stuff, like say the manufacturer, you can get the products, toxic items, weight. Again, you can go to the product, and then you can keep going. Okay, I have to pass the ID. ID is, let's get the ID from here. That's the only manufacturer we have. So this is technically a query. Okay, you can do this. This is not performant, but we can do this with this setup, and then later we can restrict a few things and then polish the performance. But we are not going to deal about the performance here. Maybe later we will see the best practices in the other video we may see. Okay, so our backend is ready. In the upcoming sections, we will start to work with our front end. Okay, in this section, we are going to connect our front end to our smart contract through MetaMask and Ether's package. First, let's start from by creating a hook. Inside the hooks directory, I'm going to create a ether.ts. We're going to create a hook called use account. So this use account is going to give us the account number, that is a wallet address of the user, the balance of the user. Let's import the use state from React, and I'm also going to return a boolean if this user is the owner. I think that's a owner of the smart contract, whoever deployed it, right? So I think that is a useful thing to have in the front end. We can have some pages that are allowed only for the owner. Actually, ultimately we have to have the restrictions set up in the smart contract, but still having this information helps us. And then I'm going to Remember how we typed the contract using the RecycleChain imported from the standalone project. I'm going to do that again here. Go outside, inside the standalone RecycleChain contract, type chain types. I'm going to import the RecycleChain. This is going to be the type of the contract instance. This is what we are going to use to interact with the smart contract. We can call add product. We have everything like register, manufacturer, and it's also typed. You can see that what it gets a name, location, and contact. If I pass something else like 3 numbers, it's going to complain. So it's not assignable to the parameter of type string. Okay, I would actually like to have something like this, having an object and the ability to pass information like this. That is, I think, much more better, but still this is helpful. You cannot pass like this. TypeScript is going to complain. But if you pass 3 strings, TypeScript will be happy. So those are the 4 values where we are going to create and return from this hook. Okay. So in the use effect, first thing we're going to do 2 things. First thing, we're going to initialize Web3 provider. So basically, we will make sure that the user's browser has an Ethereum provider like MetaMask. If the user does not have an MetaMask or other Ethereum providers, we will just throw an error. If the user has, then we will automatically open the MetaMask with our chain information, okay, which is Polygon, Amoy, testnet. That's the first thing, and then we will go on to fetch blockchain information like the balance, the account ID, address, balance, owner information, and the contract instance. So first, let's do the first one, and then we will see a demo. Let's create an asynchronous function. First, we are going to check if the window has an Ethereum instance. Let's help the TypeScript by having a type declaration. I'm a bit lazy just giving any to the Ethereum. So now we get here. If the Ethereum is there, if the Ethereum is not there in the windows, I'm going to just create an alert. Okay, non-Ethereum browser detected. You should consider you trying MetaMask. You'll probably return it. Now we can proceed with whatever we want. First, I'm going to create a provider, new ethers .browser provider. Okay, I have to import the ethers. We also have to install ethers in the web project. Yarn monorepo, right? The workspaces is very lenient. Ethers is already there in the root node module, so it is just allowing me to use it. But I'm going to install inside the web project. So we did this already, right? Remember, in the listener service, we are creating this provider, right? It is a WebSocket provider. Here I'm going to use a different provider, browser provider, and I have to pass the window.ethereum. Okay. Here I had to pass the URL, but here it is different. When we have the MetaMask, we have this object, and we can just pass it inside the web browser provider, and we get the provider back. And then I'm going to use the window.ethereum to request to add an Ethereum chain, which is the Polygon Amoy testnet. I'm going to await window.ethereum request.
and we have to pass the chain information. First, the method is going to be add Ethereum chain. That's how we automatically open the MetaMask, and we will ask the user to MetaMask with our chain information. And then we will proceed to give the chain information inside the params. The chain ID. So our chain ID is here. This is the chain ID, and I had to convert it into an hex code. 0x13882. That is the chain ID. The chain name is going to be Polygon Amoy Testnet. And the native currency is Matic. These are the chain information. And then we have to add the RPC URL and the block explorer URLs. So this is the block explorer URL, and then the RPC URL. URL is https polygon amoy.infura.io/v3/ Infura key. So I'm going to convert this into a template string, and then we will pass the process.env.next public underscore Infura key. So we are using the same key. So copy that, create inside this environment variable, you just put that Infura key. Okay, and in the catch, I'm going to just have some console error saying user denied account access or failed to add network. Okay, now, so we don't need the provider. I was just give an example how to get the provider. So first one, we are just initializing the Web3 provider, which is MetaMask. You're going to see that here. Fine. So I'm going to use this in our page. Just in the home page, I'm going to use this hook. Let's import it. You can import the right now account balance. Everything is going to be empty, but that's not the point. We are just initializing the MetaMask. So I'm going to make this a use client component because we are using a hook here. Let's run the application. 3001. When I open, it automatically opens me the MetaMask. Okay, I was just opening my website, right? The application URL, but you will be greeted with MetaMask. And when I log in, I need to approve. Allow this site to add a network. Polygon Amoy testnet. This is the wow. Okay, one change, we don't have to use the RPC URL from the Infura. You can just copy this. This is the network, the chain information with the chain ID, symbol, block explorer URL, and so on. So I have updated the RPC URL with the one from the documentation, and I'm going to retry. Let's open the 3001, and it automatically opens this. Okay, MetaMask gets opened, and this is the information we gave here. Okay, and but I'm getting a warning here saying according to our record, the network name may not correctly match this chain ID. This is exactly what the documentation is saying. Polygon Amoy testnet. But for some reason, that's what we are giving here, but it's saying according to their record, maybe they have not updated. The Amoy started working this year, the beginning of this year, so maybe they are not updated yet. So when I cancel this, I think so when I cancel this, we get this console error: user denied account access or failed to
That's error we gave here in the catch, right? So when the user cancels this request, we get that. Let's approve that. Well, I don't understand this. Like, I'm already in there, but it's saying some difference there. Okay, let's switch the network. Okay. We already used this ID to actually deploy the smart contract, and hence I already have some matic there. So we just finished the first step, which is initializing the Web3 provider from our application, right? It is new actually. We used MetaMask previously, but we are accessing the MetaMask information from our application. That's the first step. It is initializing Web3 provider. The next one, we have to get all this information. Let's create this fetch blockchain data const. Here also I'm going to make sure that the window has the Ethereum, or else we are just going to console log an error and return. Here I'm going to create the provider. Okay, we did this. I did this for an example inside the initialize Web3 provider. This provider it will be used to get the account information, balance, everything. First, let's get the account. Accounts equals await provider dot send. I also may have to make this function async. Send Ethereum underscore request accounts. Then send is also requires some two arguments. First one is the method, which is this Ethereum request accounts. Second, we also have to pass the parameters, but this method does not require any parameters. I'm going to just send an empty array. This is an array of accounts, and we have to get the first instance accounts, and then accounts dot length greater than 0. Going to get the account. Count is counts of 0, the first instance, and then we can just set the account. Set account, which is the setter. We're going to pass the account there. It is just a string. Next, let's get the balance equals await. We are going to get the provider dot get balance. I'm going to pass the account there. That is the balance, and I'm going to set the balance. Ethers, we need to format that. Ethers dot format ether. Pass the balance we got. That's it. Now we have set the account and the balance. Now we have to set the contract and the owner information. Let's also have an else here saying some console log, no accounts detected. Fine. Now let's get the instance of the contract. Maybe let's do it in the beginning before getting the accounts. First, we need to get the signer from the provider, and then we will use the signer to get the contract instance. The contract instance is RecycleChain factory. Let's import that from the standalone library. We also need the contract address. Let's get the contract address from the util. I've just saved that. That gives us the contract instance. Now we can use that contract instance to call all these things. So we have to set the contract so that we can return from here. So we are done with 3 things: account, balance, contract. Now let's get the set the is owner boolean. Okay, so after getting the balance, I'm going to let's have a try catch. I'm going to put everything inside that try. And after getting the balance, I'm going to get the contract owner. We can use that using the contract. Again, we can call the owner and we will get the owner address. And I'm going to set the boolean set is owner. I'm going to just make sure that the account we get, that is a string. The contract owner is a string. And making sure that sometimes when I get the whole address will be in lowercase, so I'm making sure that I'm making them both of them lowercase and I'm comparing that, and that's how we get all this information. Okay, now let's just print them in the main page. I'm going to this is the account balance is owner. Okay, we don't have to print the contract. That's the instance of a contract. Okay, let's hope it works. Account balance is owner. Okay, nothing showing up. Okay, so we are getting the account information. That's the valid address. This is the balance we have. Let's give some spaces, and also this boolean is not showing up. Okay, so is owner is false. There's also another bug. It keeps opening. Okay, so we have this issue. It's funny actually to see. I have already approved that, right? I'm approving again. It is asking me this question. Allow this site to switch the network. These are exactly the same things, right? The chain ID is same. The name string is same. Polygon, testnet. I'm not seeing any difference there. It keeps asking it. Okay, switch network. Okay, switched it. When I refresh, it identifies. So this whatever I approved to be different than what I'm asking to approve. Okay, so for some reason it is not recognizing that I have already approved the same Polygon Amoi testnet. Okay, so I was just playing around, and if I remove the chain name, the error goes away. Let's test that with another my account. Let's open localhost 3001. So I need to log in. I'm logged in. Okay, let's test this from scratch. I'm going to lock my MetaMask. Okay, it's locked. Let's close that. I'm opening 3001 and it is asking the password, and before entering the password I'm not getting any information, right? I'm giving the password. Now we get the information. When I refresh, that error went away. Okay, now the MetaMask is not asking me to approve the same chain. Okay, so this is the demo of how to interact to our smart contract. At least we got the contract instance here, and we can technically even now call the functions in the smart contract from our browser, from our front end. Okay, in the upcoming sections we will work on the forms, creating manufacturer, creating products on the UI. Okay, see you. Okay, so our events are working, our database, we are writing to the database. Now we are going to work on something called resyncing the blockchain data into our Postgres database. For example, our listeners are on. So what happens if something goes wrong? The server stops and a few events happen. It gets the events, the blockchain emits those events, and we are not listening yet, right? So I'm going to there are a lot of ways to handle this issue, a lot of even polished ones like queue something, but we are going to implement a really simple solution. You want to basically create a post request. We're going to have a script that wipes out the entire database from the Postgres, and it will run all the events from scratch, and we will repopulate the database. So that is the most simplest and straightforward way to resync the data. Technically, we can also we can actually mention the block numbers from 0 to we are going to just make it 0 to latest. But if you know the last block number which got synced to our database, we can even run that from that block number to latest. You can do a lot of polishes, but we are going to do a very simplest and straightforward implementation. Okay, so our listener is running. I'm going to create a module. We can technically create just a post request in the app.controller. We already have this REST API, right? This REST API. When we are calling localhost 3000, we are getting this hello world, hello Mars. That hello Mars is coming from here. So technically, we can just add a post here with some route called resync, but I'm going to create a module. I think that is a bit cleaner. So next, generate. Okay, module called resync. I'm also going to create a controller. I think CO is the shortcut. Now we get these files. We had resync, the resync module. We have a controller called resync controller. And it's also the resync controller is added as a controller in the recycle module. And also if you look at the app module, you will see the resync module added to the imports. Fine. Now we have this controller. I'm going to, just for testing, I'm going to add a GET request there. GET. Let's just return a string here. Resyncing DB. Now we hit that, we get this resyncing DB message. So similarly, I'm going to delete this. We will create a post request. I'm going to call this. I'm going to give a pretty detailed name here called resync blockchain data. Yeah, so we can we can give the controller the name, and we can leave the post empty. Let's create the function resync blockchain data. Let's create the function inside the listener.service. We have already, I think this needs some cleanup. This file is huge, and I keep dumping in logic functions after functions here. This needs some cleanup. I'm not going to do it right now. Here I'm going to create one more a huge function called query. Okay, resync past events. Okay, I'm going to create a function called resync blockchain data. Okay. First, I'm making sure that the contract exists. We did this here also. I have to actually do it here also. So I'm making sure that the contract exists. I'm setting the from and to block numbers from the 0 to latest. We are going to basically look for the whole thing. And then I'm going to create events. First, fetch the events. First, let's query and handle product created events. Okay, so how do we do that? Equals const manufacturer. Okay, manufacturer register. The first one is manufacturer register. That is the event we are resyncing first. So await this dot contract. Using the contract, we can use the query filter, and we have to pass the event name using the filters dot manufacturer registered, and then I have to pass the from block and to block. So as I told you, we can further polish this. We can specify an interval between the block numbers, and we can resync those things. But I'm going for 0 to latest, completely erasing the database. Yeah. So those are the events. Then we can just loop through them, and we can do whatever we did inside the subscriptions. So here we are getting the event, and we can get the arguments from the event: manufacturer name, location, contact. I'm also going to get this timestamp from the event. We were doing this similar things here also, right? We were getting the arguments like this, getting the timestamp, and then we just have to call this. Instead of the loop, I'm just calling the create manufacturer. So this time we have to specify the okay. We can also call this ID. Okay, that's one thing. And everything else is going to be very similar. Let's do the second one. Product created events, we get that again using the same inside the query filter. I'm passing the, I don't know why I'm getting the events and I'm looping through them, getting the arguments, getting the timestamp, and I'm calling that's why I created this db writes functions, remember, because I did not want to again write this query from scratch. And also there are some things that require transactions, right? I don't want to keep repeating them, so that's why we created this separate db write functions where we can call from two places, from the listener and also from the resync blockchain data function. So we have done two things. I'm going to fast forward to the third one, which is product items added. Okay, getting the events, looping through them, getting the timestamp. Okay, I'm not going to keep saying that. I personally believe that if engineering is repetitive, it's a good thing. Third one is product status changed. We're getting the events, we are getting the arguments, timestamp, calling that. Final one, the toxic items created. So we have implemented that retry mechanism here. Okay, so even when we are like reading the entire blockchain, and it's not going to take too much, you will see actually we're going from the block number 0 to the latest, but I think there is some optimization going on here. It's not going to take forever. You will see it in action. It will take a few seconds. So that's how you sync blockchain events into our Postgres database. So we have the service function. Now let's get back to the resync controller. Here I'm going to get a header, a custom HTTP header called X API secret. So this is going to be open for public, right? The post request resync blockchain data is going to be public, so only people with that X API secret can call this post request. First, I'm going to just make sure that the request contains the right HTTP request, the header X API secret. If not, I'm going to just return a forbidden exception error. So after this, we know that the person is authenticated. So first I'm having some console log, and then I'm going to have a try catch. First, I'm going to delete all the tables. We need to inject Prisma using the constructor. I'm going to inject Prisma private read only Prisma service, and Prisma service is a global module, so I can import it from anywhere. So everything will be deleted first, and then we also need to inject one more thing, the listener service, because we are going to use two functions from the service. One is the initialize WebSocket provider, just to make sure that even though in the API the listener service is initialized, whenever the API is running, we don't have to initialize it again. I'm going to skip that part, okay? So I'm just discovering stuff when I'm explaining. So let's just import that. You will get an error, okay? I will show you. This is called listener service. So when I'm doing this part, I'm realizing that the name listener does not suit it very well. When I was creating that, it sounded okay, but now we are not actually listening, but we are resyncing the data. Okay, we inject the listener service, and let's have a console log here saying all tables cleared, and then I'm going to call this dot listener service dot resync blockchain data. We don't have to pass anything, and in the error I'm just going to have some console log, and then an internal server error server exception. Okay, and finally I will return the message database reset successfully. Okay, now we need to create some. I'm going to use we can use Postman for calling this. There are other alternatives. I'm going to use a simple tool called, I forgot the name, okay? It's not easy to remember, but you can remember Postwoman. So when you search for it, it used to be Postwoman, and then they renamed it to Hopscotch. I keep forgetting this name, so I Google Postwoman to get this, and you open this. This is much more simpler, okay? As you can see, I was practicing. I was trying this out before recording. Delete this, and we will start from scratch. Nope. Now let's hit the HTTP. Let's open it from in an incognito, because I wanted to show something else too. So hopscotch.io. Here I am going to hit our localhost 3000. Oh, actually the API is not working. So this is the error I wanted to show you. So it says that the listener service is a provider. Is this a part of current resync module? It did not complain about the Prisma service because the Prisma module is a global module, but the listener service is not a global. Listener module is not a global module, and also I'm not exporting it. So we have to export this service. We have to do two things. One, we have to make sure that the service is exported properly, and inside the resync module we have to import it. Listener module. Now the error will go away. The API is working. Now we can hit this, and we get this is a you may encounter this issue with the hopscotch IO. You just have to disable the interceptor, none, send it back, you get the hello Mars. Okay, now let's hit now we are going to hit the resync, the post route, resync blockchain data. So it's a post route. You have to set this as post. Before that, let's create some sync issues. Let's say I'm going to delete some something happened, the data got corrupted, we lost some toxic items from the product. Remember, the blockchain has the information, right? And then I'm also going to delete a product item. There are 6, but I'm going to delete this 26. Before deleting, we have to delete the transaction. I'm going to delete this 26 transaction, and I'm just creating some messing up the database actually. And I'm going to delete the product item. Okay, so you can see we are missing some rows. There is some sync issues between the blockchain and our Postgres. Now I'm going to hit the post route, the resync blockchain, and we get the forbidden. So for that we have to add the header X API secret, and we did not set this environment variable. So I opened the environment variable file and I created a string with the key API secret, and here I have to pass the X API secret. So we precede the string with the X whenever we are using some custom HTTP header, right? So this is a custom HTTP header we are using for our internal purpose. So I have that X hyphen API secret, and I created the secret called dummy API secret. That's a secret I store in my environment variable. You can have anything. You can have a much more secure one. So I have added this. Now let's go send. Forbidden. Wait a minute. Okay, I have just restarted the service. Let's try it again. It should work. Okay, so it's loading. It's gonna take a few seconds and we will get the success message. Okay, so I think it was running some like 5-6 seconds. It was okay, yeah, 5 6 5 2 4 1. Okay, now we can go back, refresh. You will see the lost transaction for the 2.6. Lost toxic items are back. There are two things that has changed. One is the ID. Okay, remember the ID used to be like 124. Now I tried a few things before recording this. Now the ID start from 12 to the IDs of the toxic item and the IDs of the transaction will be different. That's all. The IDs of the product item is same. We get that from the blockchain. The IDs of the manufacturer are going to be same. IDs of the product, everything is going to be same. There's the counter, there's the toxic item and the transaction. The IDs are going to be different because we are doing auto increment, and since they are not significant for the product, the IDs of the manufacturer, product and product item are significant. So they are exactly same from the blockchain, but the other stuff, just these two tables, the IDs are going to be different. That's the only difference. Now we have resync. You can see there are a whole lot of console log going on. Fine. So that's how we resync the blockchain. This is the most straightforward and simplest way. We can further polish it. I did not want to include a lot of complexity in this tutorial. So yep. Okay, so before beginning our front end, we need to set up a few libraries. In this session, we are going to create a forms library and a network library. The network library is going to take charge of generating the GraphQL. Using the GraphQL code gen, we are going to generate type document node. Okay, that's a document type, a GraphQL document type, which can be directly used along with the Apollo client to get a type safe return type, like data loading and everything. Okay, let's get inside the libs. I'm going to create a directory called forms first. Let's start with the forms. Inside the forms, I'm going to initialize a project. Let's rename this with RecycleChain /forms. I'm going to install 3 packages. First, Zod for creating the form validation, and then React hook form for creating form management hooks. You will see in a bit we will start using it, and then hook form /resolvers package for making the React hook form work with other validation libraries, in this case Zod. I'm installing all these things. For a demo, I'm going to create the form schema for register manufacturer. Okay, so inside the src, I'm going to create register manufacturer tsx ts. Okay, first we need to import the Zod. We need the use form from React hook form, and then the Zod resolver. Okay, let's start to create the schema register manufacturer equals z.object. Inside that we can create the properties. First one is name, which is going to be a string, and we can have validations like minimum, maximum, and a lot of other stuff. There used to be something called this non-empty, but they have deprecated it, so we have to, in order to make this property not empty, we have to, right now the best way is to use this min1. I'm going to also create this location. That's how we call the address in the blockchain. So I'm going to call location here also. And then the contact. That is the form schema. And then I'm going to infer the type from this. Export type, form type, register manufacturer equals z.infer. And then I'm going to use this type of, pass the schema there. We get the type of the schema. This type can be used for like getting the properties and so on. Okay, so you can, it automatically can do this. Okay. For example, if something is optional, that will be reflected in the type as well. Now it says contact is optional. Okay, fine. And then we need the use form register manufacturer, which is a form management hook. You're going to just return the use form. We have to pass a resolver. There we are going to use this Zod resolver, and we have to pass the schema inside it. Also we have to pass a type we inferred as a generic form type. This hook is really helpful. This hook, that is the form management hook, the use form register manufacturer, is going to give a lot of helper functions like this register, handle, submit, and all these things, set value, set focus, set error, reset, and so on. And everything is typed, which you can see. It only gets contact, location, and name. This is what we will be passing inside our UI elements, like the input elements. That's how we hook the form state into from our UI. That's an example, and that's pretty much it about the forms. Okay, let's proceed to build the network library. We will come back here. Okay, we will be creating a lot more schemas, and whenever we are dealing with a form, we will create a schema first. We will use this use form hook to deal with the form state and submission, actually validation. So I think this whole setup makes the form management really simple. So inside the libs, I'm going to create a network library. Go inside the network. I'm going to initialize a project there. So inside the network, I'm going to rename the package name to RecycleChain/network. In the network, I'm going to initialize use GraphQL codegen. First, let's set up the Apollo, and then we will see about the GraphQL codegen. We will Google a bit, and then we will install the required dependencies, set up the codegen configuration, and then we will run. We will see it in action. First, I'm going to install Apollo/client, and inside the network, I'm going to create a source/config/apollo.tsx. We are going to actually export an Apollo provider. I'm going to first mark this as use client. I'm going to import the React node, and then I'm going to import the Apollo client in memory cache and Apollo provider as provider, because we are going to call the component we export as Apollo provider. This is the interface, which basically this Apollo provider, we are going to wrap the entire application with this Apollo provider. Okay, first let's just create the Apollo client equals new Apollo client, and inside it I'm going to pass the URI and cache. URI is going to be, we also need to make sure that we have this next public API URL. Plus GraphQL. Okay, cache is going to be new in-memory cache. We just imported that. That's it. That is the Apollo client. Now we can return the provider. So I renamed the Apollo provider to provider. I'm going to pass children inside it, and also we have to pass the client. The client is Apollo client. Okay, so we have to actually get the props. That is Apollo provider. I'm going to go to the layout and wrap the entire thing with the Apollo provider. We have to import it. We have to first install it. So in the package.json of the web, I'm going to add up RecycleChain / network with the version number of star, all version numbers. So just add it, and then I'm going to run the yarn from the root, so it handles everything. RecycleChain network required by this. Could not find. Okay, at RecycleChain. That's how we call it, right? At RecycleChain. Fine. So it has to be at. Now we can install it. Go back to the layout. So even if after installing, sometimes VS Code is not helping me. Let's try after reloading the window. It's still not helping. Sometimes I just have to import it myself. At RecycleChain network / src / config / Apollo. Get the Apollo provider from there, and we have wrapped the entire thing with Apollo provider. Let's get back to the network, and let's Google a bit about the GraphQL code gen. This is a crucial part that bridges the backend and the front end. Basically, we will be pasting queries like this, and we will get back a type document node, which can be used in the use query of the Apollo client and also other providers also. Here we are going to use this TypeScript. We are going to use 4 plugins. This generates the TypeScript types. Second one is TypeScript operations. This plugin for generating TypeScript types for GraphQL queries, mutations, subscriptions, and fragments. Usually, yep. I'm unsure what is the precise difference between the TypeScript and the TypeScript operations plugins. I think these two will come by default when we install the GraphQL codes and CLI. So let's just focus on 2 plugins, okay? Forget the other 2 I showed. The 2 things are named operation object. This generates an enum with all the loader operations like the query, just the query names. Here, for example, the query names is products, okay? So we use this to actually refetch queries. When we do some mutation, we may have to refetch the queries. So for that, we need this precise name we use for the query. So this is essential plugin. The second one is the type document node. This GraphQL code generator plugin for generating ready to use type document node, okay, based on GraphQL operations. So there used to be a time where actually you can see the Apollo. There used to be a time where we get the document node, and then we have to actually install specific plugins for specific the libraries for this Urkel. That's for Urkel. There has to be something for the Apollo client also. There used to be something for the React query. Okay, this one. Now, after having this type document node, almost a lot of these the network clients will just get that, and the return type is going to be typed. You will see it in action, okay? Fine, let's install the required dependencies. First, we need the GraphQL CodeGen CLI itself. That's what we will use to run the CodeGen. Second one, the named operation object to get the operations name. Third one is the GraphQL CodeGen type document node. Okay, that's a CLI. We are installing these two plugins, and I guess the TypeScript and the TypeScript operations will be by default be used. I've added everything. We added installing 3 things. Now we have to create the CodeGen configuration. First, I'm importing the type CodeGen. It's still installing, so we will see. I'm specifying the document pattern as .graphql inside whatever thing. We will mention this. This is going to be the input file where we paste the GraphQL operations like queries, mutations, subscriptions, and we will also specify the output location where it generates the type document node. And I'm going to specify the plugins, and let's create the config. It's an object. I'm typing this object with this config. I'm going to set the override to true. That means that whenever I change the input file, I want to just override the generated file. So you should never update the generated file, the output file, manually, because it's going to be overwritten. I'm also going to enable the watch to true so that it will always be watching the input file, and it automatically generates the output when that changes. And inside the generates, we have to specify the output file location as the key, and inside that we have to specify the document which is going to be the input. That's how I see. Also, we have to specify the plugins, so what we want to generate inside it. That is a config, and I have to just export that, and we have to create a scripts. I'm going to just call it CodeGen. So here I'm going to use the GraphQL CodeGen CLI. It is installed, and then I'm pointing it to the CodeGen configuration. That is CodeGen.ts. Okay, now let's try to run it. Run CodeGen. It says in the CodeGen I'm asking it to watch, right? So it requires another package called parcel watcher. So let's install it as a dev dependency. Oops. Actually, okay, all these things have to be dev dependencies. So I'm going to move everything to the dev dependencies, and we don't have any dependencies because we use CodeGen in the development environment. Nothing is going to go to the production. So I just manually updated the package or JSON, and I'm updating the installing to update the node modules. Fine, now let's try to run it. It's going to complain about one thing because we don't have any input files. CodeGen invalid CodeGen configuration. Please make sure that the CodeGen config file contains either a schema file. This is another error. Actually, I forgot to use one thing. We have the schema file in the API, right? This schema.gql is generated by NestJS based on all the types we provided, the classes, the object types, argument types, input types. Based on everything, it generates this schema, GraphQL schema file. So from the CodeGen, I'm going to specify the schema. Schema is going to be, I'm going inside the API apps. Not getting the API src and schema.gql. Okay, because the CodeGen needs to know the GraphQL schema in order to generate the type document node. Now let's try to run again. It's going to again complain about something that's unable to find any GraphQL type definitions for the following pointers. So this is the pointer, and it went inside that the src / and it did not find any
.graphql thing. So I'm going to create a GQL directory, queries.graphql. This is where we are going to paste the queries. I'm going to just, that's a simple query, product with ID and name. And when I saved it, it automatically generated the output. And you can see this generated the tsx. Click it, you will see all the types. And finally, you will see this products document. That's a type document node. I am going to fetch, use that and fetch some data. I hope the let's run the applications. Let's go inside the API and run the API server. And let's go inside the web and run the web. Both of them are working. Okay, that's our application. I'm going to render some products here using the typed document node we just generated. I'm going to import the use query from Apollo, and also I'm going to import from our network. I'm going to import the generated file, generated typed document node, which is products document. Okay, now we can fetch data. Use query, we just have to pass it, and now we get everything we want about data fetching. That is the data. I'm going to, let's have some margin top just to differentiate. Data dot products dot map, get the product. Let's render it. Product dot id. You also have to give a key. Let's render the product ID and name. I guess I did not add the environment variable. That is the problem. I'm not seeing the data, and the GraphQL is getting 404 because, well, let's create a .env, and then I'm going to create the API URL, because in the Apollo config we are looking for this next public API URL. That's what we need to create here. Going to be HTTP localhost 3000. That is the API. And now let's just restart the frontend, and we will now get the data. Okay, that's the data. For some reason, I think I rendered the ID twice. Okay, so that's the data. You can see the query happening here. So for this project, we don't have any authentication or authorization for our API. So we are not going to send any JWTs. Okay, so that is the network library. So in this section, we just created 2 libraries. In the upcoming section, in the next one, we will create the UI library where we will keep all the components. We will have the Tailwind configuration there. We will be actually extending the Tailwind configuration from that UI library to our web application. We will also use the global.css from there. And then we will set up a basic layout for the navbar, sidebar, and basic components like HTML input, label, and so on. Yep, see you in the next one. Okay, let's create the UI library. It is going to be just a Next.js project where we are going to place the UI components. In the last projects, we had multiple front-end applications, and the UI library made sense. We had the design configurations in the UI library. We have a common CSS file. All the front-end libraries were front-end projects were importing all this stuff, but in this project we only have one front-end. But so
if you don't want to do this, you can just create a components folder and you can have the UI components inside the web application. But I'm going to create an UI library. So yarn create next app UI. Yes, TypeScript, yes, length, tailwind, src, app router, no for changing the default import alias. Okay, the application is created. I'm going to configure the tailwind. First, I'm going to set the important to true. The content is going to be anything that is inside the src and components. That's where we're going to have the components. We don't want any plugins. We are not going to have that. Next, let's work on the style. We're going to have a config.ts where we are going to create some colors. You can actually go even. Okay, so I'm just going to export this. You can create custom colors like this one, this yellow palette. Okay, I'm using HSL here, which is easy to actually recognize. That's the hue. 0 starts with a red. Okay, 0 and 360 are red, and then it goes to orange, yellow, green, blue, and so on. It is easy to understand. This is the saturation. You have 100, then it's going to be fully we are going to get the full, what is that, saturation, right? If it's 0, it's going to be gray. There is lightness, 0 to 100. 100 is going to be bright, and 0 4 is going to be dark. We're also going to create similar things for the gray and the red. In this case, I am going to actually use black as the brand color. We're not going to have any brand colors. We will be using green and red. Green in some cases and just gray and black everywhere. And black is going to be the primary color. Black is black, primary is black. So this is the color config. So inside the theme, say the colors, I'm going to just import that color config. And then I'm going to have in the last auto space project, we did not have any rounded corners, border radius, right? I wanted to, that is a style design to mimic the parking slot. Parking slots won't have rounded corners, right? But this I'm going to go a bit opposite. I'm going to have the border radius, the default one. The default as 1 rem, which is going to be really round. So whenever I use just rounded, it's going to take this really wide. I think this will, by default, this will be in rounded XL or 2XL, I don't know. So when you set this, when you use the rounded anywhere, it's going to be really round. We will see in a bit. That is a tailwind config. Okay. I'm going to go to the tailwind in the web application also has a tailwind config. I'm going to just extend it. So first, the content. We don't want any theme here. I'm going to just delete everything, delete the plugin. The content is going to anything that is inside the src in the current library, current project, and we are going inside the libs, inside the UI, and anything that TS or TSX, they are the content. And then I'm going to extend using the presets. We can extend the tailwind config from the UI library. I'm going outside, going inside the libs, UI, tailwind config. That's it. Now we have set the primary to black, right? Let's test that. So this is the page here. Let's create a simple rectangle W8 H8 BG primary. Okay, fine. So this thing happens when the NestJS comes inside the library and it is failing to actually see this path. Okay, I am going to delete this. We don't want that, and let's re-import it using a relative path. Okay, that is better. Now Next.js should be able to understand that. Let's fix it. Let's rerun it. One more thing we have to do, actually I forgot it. That is happening. One more thing is in the layout file, we are currently using this CSS file, right? But I'm going to use the global CSS from our UI library. UI slash. Okay, I did not actually. We have to rename that. I'm sorry. Go inside the UI package at RecycleChain slash UI. Now we have to import that. So if you don't want all these things to do, you can just have the components inside the web. I just added that as a dependency. Now we have to install it again. src app slash globals.css. Okay, now I just changed the CSS file. Now refresh. I did not run. Okay, I have to run this application. Yeah. So in the globals file, I'm going to also delete this globals from the web application. We don't want that. I want one source of truth. In the globals.css, we still carry that default styles Next.js template came with. So when I delete that, okay, now we see that. Let's test the roundedness. What if 0.5 rem, or let's use pixel, 8 pixel. Yeah, okay, maybe one rem is too much. It almost, what if 12 pixel by default. Okay, I think this is better to go with. That is the default roundedness. So I did this to make sure that that tailwind configuration in the UI is being applied in the web application. Okay, since we are using the preset, we extend that, right? Now it is working. Okay, I'm happy. Now let's start to create a few basic components. I'm going to create a components directory, and inside that I'm going to create a few directories. Inside the src components, I'm going to make a few directories called atoms, molecules, organisms. You may have your way of storing components. You can feel free to do that. So atoms, molecules, organisms, templates. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste a few atoms, like basic HTML element, label, button, with some modifications. I will explain one by one. So I'm going to have all these things. First, the badge. So I have this property with the size. We have some union type. You can pass any one of these values. Variant also, we have all these variants, and we have the sizes. Yeah, so sizes and variant, those are the two important properties, and based on that we just add different classes. There is also a package called class variants. We used in the previous videos when we used the shared CN, class variants authority. Okay, so that may actually makes things a bit easier. Okay, I don't want to confuse that. So this works like we are just dealing with string. We get string as in the unit type, and based on the type we get, we create these classes and we just concatenate them. Okay, nothing complex going on here. That's the badge. This is the button. We get the full width, color, variant, size. And we also have to install this. This is the icon library. We're going to use Tabler. Similarly, we based on the property we get, we assign some classes. Okay. And also I'm handling this loading state. That's a boolean. When we get that, we will actually create an absolutely positioned as rotate clockwise with an animate spin. And we have a container which uses a container and with some padding X. That's optional. You know, usually containers won't have that, but I prefer to have some padding in the side, that is after small and above. And for the dialog, I'm going to use in this section, in this project, we are going to use only this UI library. The previous ones I was using Shatsy, and that uses a bit of combination from other UI component libraries like Radix and so on. In the previous one, I used the headless UI with the material UI. In this project, I'm just going to use headless UI. Let's install that. That's a dialog. You can have a look at that in their documentation also. Code button transition. I'm using a transition to create a smooth appear and disappear effect. And inside the dialog, we are going to have the transition child, the panel, title, and so on. So that's what we are using here. We are getting some children. That's a React node. Whatever we wrap inside this dialog, that will become a children. We get the open and set open, some title, classes, width class, and blur. And we use all those properties to configure the look. We pass a title inside the dialog title. This is going to be an absolutely positioned cross. We can use to click, close the dialog, and the children goes outside, just inside the panel, outside the title and the button. And yeah, so if there is a blur, then I'm going to create this fixed one that is going to go behind the dialog. It's going to create some blur effect. And then we have this form. So this form input label, I just take the existing HTML, basic HTML elements, and I have some opinionated styles on it. Okay, for example, have a look at this input. I'm just re-exporting it using a forward ref. I think after React 19 we won't be needing to do this, but I guess we need it now. So I'm forwarding ref so that we can assign the ref. Okay, and I have some opinionated style, and same goes for the label. We also get this optional text. If it's optional, I'm going to just have this optional text rendered. We also render the title text and whatever goes inside the children. Usually the input elements, basically HTML input, HTML select, all those things. This is the form. I'm just re-exporting form with some classes. Like every form is going to be form flex call with some gap2 automatically created for that. This form error is just a div with some exclamation circle with some error message. The error message is going to be string. Okay, I think I don't have to specify the undefined one. Okay, sometimes I have to, some libraries expect this type. Okay, so I think that's why I have this question mark. Actually makes it undefined, but I don't know why I again have that there, but I'm going to just leave it. Again, I have a text area with some styles, re-exporting using the forward ref. And then this simple page title with some margin top, margin bottom with a bigger text size. And there is a plant icon which we are going to use as the logo. I take this icon plant from the React tabular icons. Here you can have a look at all the icons they have. Okay, you can search for the plant. Okay, that's going to be our logo. Okay, it's a simple plant with a pot. And here I'm having some rounded full with some shadow, with some gradient going on. BG gradient to top. Where is it from? From primary 25. Okay. Maybe let's make it as green 50. So I want it to start from the green 50, which is very mild green. We are transparent to transparent. Okay. Divide a thing with by 3 parts. We will have green in the bottom. Okay, you will see it in action in a bit. Also, we're going to have some shadow, some fixed height and width. Yep, that is a logo. So these are the atoms we are going to use in this project. Let's quickly create some molecules, some utility components like this alert section. This is going to take the parent is going to take the entire height except the navbar side, which is 8 rem. It's a margin top also. We are going to optionally have a title, and we're going to have some children, and it's going to have some fixed. This is going to be an alert section. We will be alerting the users with whatever message we want using this component. And also we are going to have this loader. Remember, we have a button component where I am actually using the same icon for the loading. I guess I can replace this. Okay, so if something goes wrong, if something doesn't look good, we will come back here and revert back. So the loader panel is going to take some text. Probably I should call this title. Some title text and it's going to be loading. Okay. So those are the two molecules. Let's quickly import an element, an UI element in our page, and see. So I'm going to import. Let's import the recycle /src /component /atom /html input. Oops. HTML input. Okay. So I'm going to just render it to see how it looks. Okay, that is the input element. Okay, you can see that it automatically comes with the roundedness in the HTML input. The rounded, I did not specify the size of the roundedness, right? I did not specify any of them, just the default one, and the default one is big enough, 12 pixel. I gave the same class here also. You can see the same roundedness there, and you can pass any properties that you can pass in a basic input element like that is the basic input element, right? Without anything, that is it. This is our custom HTML input element, and you can pass a placeholder, right? Type something. That's how it looks. You can pass anything. You can pass to a to that, because we are just getting all the properties here. We are notice the property here. You're getting all the input HTML properties of the input element. Okay, you can even click through and see whatever it is. You can also find the placeholder here. Okay, pattern name, etc. And this is how the placeholder looks in our component. You can also specify the type to be any of these things. Let's have the type as a number, and you will get this arrows, and you can also use the arrows in your keyboard to modify them. So that's what we did with all these components. We just get these properties. Whatever you can pass inside the label element, you can pass inside this element also. Okay. Typically we will be using the HTML input wrapped inside HTML label. You can pass the title here. The title is going to be something, and then maybe you can pass this optional. So that's how it looks.
Okay, let's also have some styles. We can also pass the class name. Let's have some margin top. And that's how our component is going to look. That's the title. When you click it, the input element is going to be highlighted. There is also this optional text. And when you can also pass a error message, error, something is not right. And the error message will be rendered below the, actually I pass a, since we wrapped the, I will show you the component. I'm first rendering the children, and below the children I'm having the error message. Okay, fine. So in this section we set up the UI library, we configured the tailwind with one style. We created some basic components, and we had a demo how to import them into our application. Okay, in this section we are going to create a navbar. We're going to have a logo in the left, some menu items in the right, also a sidebar. This is going to be like a dialog coming from the right. And yeah, let's get started. Before that, I'm going to create this util library. So let's go inside the lips, and I'm going to create a new directory called util. Go inside that. I'm going to initialize a new project. Let's also rename this with at RecycleChain /util. I'm going to drag and drop these hooks. I'm going to cut that. Create a source directory here. Put the hooks there. So, and also let's get this contract address. I'm going to just paste that inside the source. And from the hook, yeah, so it automatically adjusted that. Everything else is fine. And also, I'm going to clean up this. We don't want anything right now. From the home page, we are actually going to have a 3D scene again. Hello world. And I'm going to remove everything else. And that's what we want. Also, I'm going to create a types. Yeah, types.ts is fine. So this is going to be the type of the menu item. We're going to have a label, which is the text string, and this is a URL href, and then we are going to also pass an icon per menu item. And this is something that I require for almost a lot of components. Like components get class name to customize themselves or to position themselves, and a lot of time I want to pass some children and to place them inside that component. So I have this base component. Also, I can see that I'm getting this type from the tabular icons React. That is the icon we are going to pass as an array actually. Okay, one more hook we want is that we are going to have a dialog, and whenever we change the path name, and actually this is for the sidebar. The sidebar, we are going to have a lot of menu items. On clicking that, the path name is going to change, and when the path name changes, we want the dialog to close automatically. So that's what I'm doing here. We are storing the open and set to open. We are returning that. In between, we get the path name using the use path name, that is from the next navigation, and we are also saving the path name as initial path name. We are saving as a ref using use ref. And when these two are different, that means that the path name just changed. We're going to set open to false, and then we will assign this path name dot current to the updated one, and it continues. Okay, I think let's Yeah, so we can move on to the UI. First, let's create a user info component. We need to install the RecycleChain package in the UI. We're gonna add that with the version number of star. Also, we have to run install. So if you have the components, everything in one package, you don't have to do this. And then you can fetch the use account ether. Okay, so we basically, this component gets the account balance, this owner information from the use account. Also we need let me copy paste a picture. So I try to get something like this. Here you can see a picture, right? A colorful circle. I took this picture from Unsplash, I think. I forgot. A pattern. This is what we are going to use in the image, because we are not going to get an image when the user registers. We just get the account number. And then we are going to display the account number. And then if it's the owner of the whole smart contract, I'm going to just have this contract owner like a badge. And then we are also going to render the balance, okay, with 4 decimal points. That is a user info. Let's have a quick look at that. In the page, I'm going to let's render that, and we have to import it. Let's mark this as use client. So this is the user info. Okay, we are going to actually place this inside the sidebar. Also, when you open the same component from the user who created the smart contract, you will get this smart contract owner tag. Okay, and I wanted to have them together in one line. It looks kind of funny actually when it breaks. You can do something to avoid that, to using some white space, something at least to keep this together. But I'm just going to leave it. It's a bit funny, and I'm going to leave it. And also it displays the balance. So next components, let's create the menus component. So we basically get an array of menu items, which is this, gets a label, href icon. We'll just loop through them and create and just render a link. And inside the link, the children, it's a flex box. We have an icon that's a dynamic icon. Actually, we are going to pass different icons for different menu item, and then we are going to render the label side by side with some gap. We align them using the item center. It's going to be a bit larger, and a bit the font strength is going to be a bit high. That is a second component. The third component, we are going to create a logo. So we went through this plant icon, right? This is just the icon plant with some circle with some gradient going on, from starting from green in the bottom, it goes to transparent. We are transparent, so it's going to be as a little bit green in the bottom and then transparent in the above, in the middle and the above. It's round. We give some shadow, we have some fixed width and height. We use the flex box, item center, justify center to bring this plant to the center. So that's the plant icon, and we display the product name, my name, and this scroll text. Okay, so I just wanted to like boast that this product is decentralized, trustless, whatever word we can use to mention this web3 dApp stuff. And I wanted to have some animation, so I gave it a try with a package called React Spring. So basically I tried to change this into to use the headless UI. There is this transaction from the headless UI which works similarly, but I had some issues, so I just used. But be aware that using a lot of packages in the same application, it's not good, but we are learning here, so I think it's okay. So this scroll text is going to be just basically keep scrolling. We are going to have a I'll show you. It's going to get an array of items, and we're going to store the selected item. It's just going to be the index, the 0 to whatever the length minus 1. And inside an use effect, we are going to change the selected item every 2 seconds. Also, we use this mod symbol so that it keeps circling into the array. And then I'm going to call this markers equal to, I'm going to use the use transition. First we have to pass an array of items, so I'm going to pass the selected item into an array, or else it's going to be an empty array. Okay, and then we have to pass the configurations. Like first I'm going to set the keys. So whatever item we get, we are just going to set that as the key. And the from animation is, we're gonna every item is going to start from opacity 0. Transition is going to be translate y minus px, so it's going to be in the bottom. And then enter animation is opacity 1 and translate 0. We can also set the config, which is like the ease type config dot. So I really like the gentle and wobbly ones. I'm going to go with the wobbly, and that's it. So we can return. So I want this to be an inline block. And then we have to use the animated from the React Spring.div. Here, okay, sorry, actually we need to just call the markers. There we will be getting this callback that gives this style and item, and we will render the animated div using that. It's like looping through. Okay, and within that I'm going to just render the item. We just have to pass the key and the style as style. That is the scroll text. Okay, so we get an array of things. We store and change the selected item every 2 seconds, and using use transition you can render an array of stuff, but here we only want to render one thing. So I'm just passing the selected text items are selected is going to return a string. Actually, I'm just going to pass one string inside an array. Yeah, that works too. Okay, we have to specify the key from enter animations. The config is like the ease type, and we have to call this markers. That is going to give a style. We have to just pass a style, and whatever you can give inside the children is going to be animated. Okay, that is the scroll text, and that's what we are using here. Okay, this is the logo. So I want to quickly try that. Look at that. Okay, so that is the logo. So this guy actually goes out of the screen, but when you add this in the header, it will look fine. So I'm not going to try to modify this just to have a demo of this logo component. Let's keep moving. So next component, I'm going to create this sidebar.
we import this dialog panel. You remember this dialog component, right? It's almost similar. I just copied the dialog from here, and then I made it look like a sidebar. So that's going to be the children. I'm making it a inset y0, that's going to be top to bottom, and then right 0 and maximum full width. And the panel is going to have the maximum width of medium. So I just modified it to make it as a sidebar. So once we have the sidebar, so these are the things I don't want to highlight in this tutorial. I think I'm using these components for the previous projects also. So I think it's kind of, it's going to take more time if I keep explaining these things line by line. So you can go through it, it's understandable. And in the navbar, I'm storing this, I'm importing this use dialog state. It's like using the use state, but in between, when the path name changes, we automatically set the open state to false. It just exposes a button, which is a hamburger menu. And when based on the open state, we are going to use this the sidebar. Sidebar is going to have the user information in the top and the menu items. So these menu items, they don't have any wrapper, right? We are not having any div here. If you use div, that will work differently actually. It's just a fragment, and whatever we use outside of this, if I use a flex there, it's going to be rendered horizontally. If I use a flex column, it's going to be rendered vertically. That's exactly what we will do here. In the nav sidebar, I'm making this a flex column. So it's going to be in the sidebar, it's going to be rendered vertically. The similar one in the header, we will be using the same component, but we will be just using this flex so that it will be rendered horizontally. So that's the nav sidebar. Now let's go ahead and create the header. So in the header, we are having these menu items. We are having 3 menu items: home, manufacturers, and products, and also the href, where we want to go on clicking the menu, and also I'm getting these icons from the tabular icons React, 1 icon per menu item, and that's the array of menu items. Though we have a header element, and inside that we have this nav element. It's going to be fixed in the top 0. It's going to take out the whole width. This component is going to exist in the layout outside of the container. So because we want the nav to extend the whole screen, and we want the content to be inside the container, that's what we are doing here. Okay, there are 2 things. Actually, we can simplify this. There are two things. First one, the logo is going to be in the left. The whole logo is a link to the home screen. The second one is going to have the menus. See, these menus have the parent. This is not a flexbox actually, just a div, and these links are inline items, so they will arrange themselves in a horizontal way. And also we are using the nav sidebar. On clicking it, the sidebar will open. Let's render this in the layout and we will see the apps thing. Let's wrap the children with the container component, and above that we are going to use this header. Let's import the container and the header. Okay, so this is how. Okay, let's we need to clean up all the mess in the page. Right now we just want this hello world. Okay, that's the page. We have the logo here. That is the scroll text, React Spring animation happening. I try to get this feeling with the headless UI transition, but I could not make it work. So React Spring, and we have these menus also here. This is the exact same component but inside the flex column. And also there are icons per menu items, and this is a fixed element, right? So in the header component I'm adding a additional height behind this fixed one. The nav is getting the z50 is going to be fixed, and the height is 16 at 16. That is going to be like 4 rem. So I'm making up if I take this out, the hello world is going to be behind the nav bar. So the header is sticky, it's not sticky, it's fixed, and every child comes under that. So yep, so that is the nav bar with the sidebar. The upcoming sections we will start to implement these pages. Okay, in this section we're going to create the manufacturer pages. So it's going to be slash manufacturers slash manufacturer slash manufacturer ID and slash manufacturer slash register. For the register, we are actually going to hit the blockchain a function. We have a function called register manufacturer, right? We will hit that using the contract instance we get from the use account hook. All these things. First, let's start simple. We're going to have some interesting layout in the pages, but I'm going to start simple. We're going to just bring the data first, and then we will work on the styles. Let's create the pages, the folders. So we're going to have the manufacturers folder that is going to have a page.tsx, the page. Let's import that. Let's export manufacturers. Next, let's create a dynamic route that gets the manufacturer ID. And within that, I'm going to have a layout file and a page. Initially, I was thinking to make that as a kind of a dashboard with a lot of inner pages. But later I simplified it, but still a layout is not entirely wrong. Manufacturer page. Okay, this page is going to get some params. So let's get that. Okay, and let's just print the params dot manufacturer ID. Manufacturer ID. Okay, that is the page. The layout is going to is also going to get the param manufacturer ID in the param as it's here. It also gets the children. So let's just simply return the children for now, and then we will. I'm just creating the structure now and clicking the manufacturers. An R is missing there. Okay, this is the manufacturers. Let's try to go. Okay, actually we can go anywhere. It will just print this. Okay, whatever ID. But in the after this we will get this ID, and we are going to actually fetch the manufacturer information, and we will create a sort of a dashboard here. Also, I'm going to create a register route inside the manufacturer. It's going to be a page. Register manufacturer. Right. So you can go here, register, and you will see this. Okay. Fine. So I'm going to write queries. So whenever I want to write a query, I will go here to the Apollo Explorer, and it's good to compose a query here without guessing. So we need the manufacturers, and I'm going to take all these arguments, starting where we may not use it completely, but and then I'm going to get the ID, name, location, contact. Can get the products, but I'm going to actually separately fetch all the products that belong to the manufacturer using pagination and so on. One thing, okay, let's just get this, and that is a query. Let's make sure that the network version is running. It's not running. Let's run it, and now we will get the manufacturer's query here. Okay, manufacturer's document. I'm going to get the manufacturer query, that is to get one manufacturer, and I'm going to use the same thing here, fetch the same properties. Since there is a duplication, right, we can create a fragment. I'm going to create a fragment. Let's call it manufacturer fields on manufacturer, and I'm going to get all these four. Now instead of having this duplication, we can just spread the fragment. Okay, now we go to the generator to see two documents, manufacturer's document and manufacturer document. Fine. So in the manufacturer's page here, basically I'm going to first, let's fetch the use query from the Apollo client. I'm going to get the use query, and let's use that. Okay, we also need to fetch the network / src / gql / generated. Let's fetch the manufacturers document, manufacturers. This is for displaying all the manufacturers, and let's pass it here, get the data, and I'm just going to use json.stringify to render that. You can also have some indentation. That is the manufacturer's page. Let's have a look. Let's make this page a use client. Okay, sorry, I'm a bit confusing with these windows. So that is the data we have. Currently we have only one manufacturer. Okay, that's the data we are getting. Let's use pre. Okay, so that's the data we are getting. Okay, let's also do the similar thing in the manufacturer's page, the one manufacturer page. Okay, let's get inside the layout. In the layout, basically I'm going to get the manufacturer information, and we are going to create a manufacturer info card that's going to be the top, and inside the page we will be fetching all the products that belong to the manufacturer. You can technically do in the same page, but I'm doing it in the layout and the page. Okay, so I'm fetching the manufacturer document here. Here we also have to provide the variables. In this case we have to pass the ID, that is params.manufacturer ID. Okay, so we get the data. I'm going to just, again, before the children, I'm inside a div, I'm going to render the data using json.stringify, pass it, and give some indentation. Let's make this a pre tag so that you can see some indentation. Again, we are using a hook here, and make this a use client. This is one manufacturer information. This is not an array. Okay, this is an array. Since we have only one manufacturer, it's a bit confusing. You copy this, you can view the data here. This is we are rendering inside the page, this is we are entering the layout, and that's what we are going with. We are going to have a top card, info card, and then below we'll be managing all the products of that man. Not managing, but technically if the also we're going to have some actions by the manufacturer. If the manufacturer visits the same page, he or she will be seeing some actions like sell, create product items, and so on. So we will see. Okay, so I'm just setting up the pages. Next one, the register, we're actually going to create a functional registration page. So remember, we already created this form, register, the form management hook, the use form, register manager, register manufacturer. We're going to create a form, UI form, use this hook, and we are going to create a functional form here. Inside the template, I'm going to create a register manufacturer.tsx. Let's create that component. I'm going to import the use form register manufacturer. Okay, let's install that package inside the UI. Let's import from RecycleChain forms /src/ register manufacturer, and we can get the hook there. Okay, and we need the contract, so I'm going to import the use account, get the contract and account information. I'm also going to have a use state to manage the loading state. Okay, let's start creating the form. I'm going to import the form from the atoms. Okay, so that's a custom form with some form flex call, those stuff. And let's get the name here. One more thing, we also have to, we can get the errors here, and then we can pass the error also here. I did not show this demo when we were playing around with the UI elements. So we can pass the error message here. It's just a string, and yeah, I think we saw this in the when we are looking at the UI element, and this is typed as well. You can only pass the stuff, that elements, the fields that I have declared here. It's going to be same for all three. The second one is location, and for that I'm going to use an HTML texty area. We already have that in the atoms. Let's call this address, and here the remaining one is the contact. Let's call it this. Let's call this contact, and also we have to, we should not forget to change the error we are passing here. And finally, I'm going to have a button that is of type submit, and I'm also, we can pass the loading state into the button, right? I showed you this. If it's loading, if it's not loading, we are just going to render the children. If it's loading, we are going to render a loader icon with some animation along with the children, on top of the children actually. Okay, that is the form. And in the on submit, we are going to do a few stuff, but before that, let's have a look. Let's import that component, template / register manufacturer. Let's return the register manufacturer. Use state, so it has to be a client component. Almost everything is client component, I think. Okay, let's have some style here, like max width, medium. Wow, when I add style, Flux, the form actually Oh, yeah. I'm going to get the class name and we can concatenate that. Okay. Not bad, basically. Okay, I'm going to make this a center. I'm just going to style a bit. So let's wrap this. Okay, let's do it from here. I'm going to wrap this component with a div. I usually have prepared some stuff, but this thing looks rough in my training project also. So this is going to be gray 25 flex justify center item center, whatever children is going to be the center. Just tiled a few things. I think we also have this page title. Let's use that. Register up. Okay, that's what we are going with. Oh, what do you think? So when we set the size to 100, this is the correct size in a large screen, and it's not perfect, but this works. When I click, oh, okay, actually I have to set the on submit here. That's why nothing happened. We can get the data through the handle submit, and I'm just going to console log it. Now when I click this, you're going to get the error. Okay, contact. I think contact, I just made it optional just to show you, but contact is required too. Okay, string must contain at least one character. I think we can pass the message here. Contact is required. The same goes for other fields as well. Name is required. Location is required. Now the error message will be different. Okay, you can pass any message you want. Okay, let's also add a placeholder. Their name. Here enter contact. Okay, so looks okay to me. And I'm consoling log the information back here. So add something here, and then when I click it, if the validation is successful, you're going to get this data. The on submit is going to be get triggered when the data entered in the form is valid according to the schema. So this is fine. This is working fine. Let's create the action that actually calls the contract. So inside the util functions, I'm going to create this actions directory. The first one is register manufacturer .ts. It's just a function. Okay, so basically this action is going to get the contract and some payload. Each type is different, each function is different. So I'm going to save a type called action type that gets the recycle chain from the standalone project. Okay, this is going to be the type of each function. So let's have it, and let's create the function. And each function is going to return a boolean 1 or 0. If it's 0, then it means that the function failed for some reason. If it's 1, then we can know that it's true. Actually, it's true or false. VS Code is not helping me at all. Types. Okay, so it's going to return a promise of boolean. Let's do some try catch. Inside that, we get this contract, right? And using the contract, we can call functions. So this is going to be a transaction. Await contract dot register manufacturer, and I have already destructured the arguments, so we can just pass them location contact. Fine. Now we get a receipt from the transaction by awaiting it. Tx dot await wait, and the receipt dot status can be a number 0 or 1. Okay, so I'm just going to return, we can return the receipt dot status, but I'm going to return receipt dot status equals 1. So this is going to return a true or false, a boolean. Okay, so in the catch I'm just consoling log the error and throwing the error. Fine, now the TypeScript is happy. That's the first function we are going to hit. Now let's go back to this form. In the on submit, the data has all the information, contact, location, and name. Okay, here first I'm going to make sure that the contract is there, and then I'm going to start the loading state. Let's start and end the loading state, and in between I'm going to do we are just going to call the function we just created, equal to await register manufacturer. Let's import that function from the util. src actions register manufacturer, let's import that and let's call it. We have to pass the contract first, and then the payload is going to be the name, location, and contact. Oh, okay, fine. Let's make this an async, and we are good to go. And also, if success else, so here we are going to reset the whole form. We are going to do a few things. First, we reset the form. Second, I'm going to redirect after the registration successful, we're going to redirect to the manufacturer / the account address. Further, we need the use router from the next navigation, and using that we can redirect router dot. I'm going to use replace, so we cannot come back to the form. So let's use a template string / manufacturers. Very hard to type for me to manufacturers / account. That is the account address. Okay, so once successful, we can do this. And also we need to refetch that thing, right? The manufacturer query. We also have this named operations. You will see this in action now. So I'm going to get the use Apollo client from the Apollo client. Let's get the client out of it using that, and then we can do inside the success client dot refetch queries. Okay, that is going to okay. And then we have to use the include. That's going to get an array. I'm going to get the named operations from the network library. src GQL generated, get the named operations dot query dot manufacturer. Okay, because that is the page we are going for. So when you look at the page here, we are actually using that to fetch the information, right? We need to wherever when I'm doing this, wherever that query is active, that will be refetched. Okay, if it fails, I'm just going to have an alert, registration failed. Fine, let's try. Let's create the company. It's called Chem Dump Corp, and they exist in an address called 789 Poison Street, Toxin Town, and obviously Pollutia. That's the country name, I guess. Then we have this contact with a dump in it. So let's try it. I hope this works well in the first go. So the loading is happening, and I have to pay the cost. Wait a minute. Actually, the cost feels like a lot. Yeah, it reduced now. Okay, let's go with that one. It is loading. I paid that, and I'm expecting it to actually to redirect to the manufacturer page. And yeah, it worked. Now let's have a look at the Prisma Studio. You can also see the log from our event listener. Let's open the Prisma Studio to see the new manufacturer. Okay, this is the manufacturer. This is the current time, Chem Dump Corp, the Poison Street. Okay, that guy does not have any product till now. We will create it. So yeah, we have created like now if I refresh, this is another tab account, Chrome account. You will see the Chem Dump Corp in it, and you can go to that page to just see. Yeah, so when you go to that page, you will see that particular manufacturer's data. And yeah, so in this tutorial we just set up the form schema. Okay, that was already done. I created the action, right? That is the function in the smart contract, and we actually hit that. Yep, and the event got triggered. It updated the database, and we saw that we automatically redirected to the manufacturer /ID page, and everything is working. So in the next ones we will make this page beautiful. I mean, okay, that will be a strong statement. Look good right now. It is just a JSON. We will be having some UI in it with some representative. We will also get some more data. We will be creating some resolve fields in the manufacturer resolver, like the number of items the manufacturer has and so on. And then we will be I'm going to create a chart, a semi pie chart using D3.js. Okay. Yep. See you. Hello everyone. This section we are going to create a custom donut chart. Okay. So basically a full donut chart will be like in terms of radians. That's what we are going to use D3.js for this. We can actually use libraries like chart.js, and there are other alternatives for some really good looking items. So that is something we are going to actually build something like this. This is the donut chart. So if you are running low on time, if you want, there are amazing libraries you can directly build charts from, but we are going to use D3 for this. And let's get started. I'm going to create a new component called custom donut chart.tsx. Let's export that. First, let's define the types. So this is going to get an array of data, and the data type is going to have the label. So it's going to be a donut. There are going to be a lot of segments. Each segment is going to have a label, value, and a color. Okay. We are going to use, I'm going to use HSL for that. That's easy to recognize compared to the hex code. So we get the data here. Let's call this I donut chart props. We get the data here, and then let's prepare a few things. Okay, so we get this data, an array of label, value, and colors. First, we need to do two things. One, we will find the total value, and we will create the angles required to generate the arcs, right? So first we need to generate the data, and then we will generate the path that we can use inside the SVG element to just render that. Two steps. Let's do the first step, that is generating the data of the arcs. We just pass this thing. I'm going to use a use memo. Import the use memo. So let's have some configurations. Initially I was passing these things as a prop. Later I felt like, okay, I'm over engineering, so we can just keep these things inside a static as a static variable. But yep, so that is the coverage. One is going to be full circle. We are going to just take 2/3 of it. This is the angle coverage. 2 pi is the full circle in terms of radians. Okay, 2 into 3.14 is going to, this is 2 pi in terms of radians when you convert the degree to radians. Okay, so basically I'm calculating the angle coverage in terms of radians. Then the start angle is going to be minus angle coverage divided by 2. End angle is going to be plus angle coverage divided by 2. So what is happening here? If the angle coverage is 100, let's say 0.5, okay, if this is 0.5, we're gonna get a half circle. The start angle, this is going to be angle 0. The start angle is going to be minus angle coverage divided by 2. Okay, that will make this point. The end coverage, angle coverage divided by 2 plus will come here. Okay, if it is 0.66, the start angle will come here, and then the end angle will come here. So that's what I'm targeting. Let's calculate the arcs. That is the data. Calculate arcs equals, I'm going to use the pi from the D3. I have already installed D3, so you just have to do yon add D3 and also the types for that. Okay, add types slash D3. We need those things. So I have to set the pass the generic, and then the value. We can get the data here, and we have to pick the value from the data. Okay, since I pass this, it knows what data goes inside the value. And I had to set the null, sort null, or else I was getting the data like not in the same order I sent in. So I had to set this null in the sort, and I have set the start angle and the end angle. Okay, and I'm just going to console log it. It's a simple function actually. You can write it, we can write it if you want, right? We get this an array of this information, and actually the return type is going to be something called pi datum arc datum. Okay, we can go inside this. This is the data we pass, that item in the array, and this is the value. It is returning the value again. It is adding an index, and it is adding these 3 things. Okay, start 3 things for each arc, start angle and the end angle of the each arc, and also some padding. I will add it later. Okay, start angle and end angle. So you can also write a simple function, right? We just have to calculate the whole total value, and then we will calculate the total coverage, and we'll just multiply them to create the total angle of the arc, and then we just have to keep incrementing from the last end angle. Okay, but D3 has this function, so it's better to use it rather than writing it ourselves and testing it and so on. So you can pass the data inside it, and the data is an array. It gets inside it, and we get the type of pi arc datum. Okay, I'm going to console log it and return the arcs. That's just an array of start end angles. You just have to pass the data as a dependency, and then that's the first step, creating an array. Second step is going to be calculating the paths, like actual paths we can use inside the SVG. So before that, I'm going to have some information like the diameter, calculate the radius. I'm going to have an inner radius factor. The 0 will be a full pie chart. The bigger the number, the narrower the donut becomes. So I found 0.6 is a better sweet spot. So using the inner radius factor, I calculate the inner radius. I also have the stroke width. We will add this later. That's for highlighting hovering effect. So basically, I have created the data, and let's create the paths. Arc generator equal to. So first we are using the pi, right? This time I'm going to use a function called arc, and I have to pass the input type, which is going to be pi arc datum, and I also have to pass the donut chart data. Okay, so we just have to set the inner radius, outer radius, that is just radius. That's how we store, and this will give back. Let's also console log to see what it gives back. It just gives back the path that we can use inside the SVG. So let's create the div here, and we are going to have an SVG here. I'm going to use a group tag, and inside that I'm going to just get these arcs, map through it, get individual arc, and render that using a path element. You can just self close it, and we have to set a few things like the key we can get from the arc dot data dot label. That is a unique key you can use, and the fill color is going to be, we get this color from the consumer of this component, arc dot data dot color. Fine. And then inside the D, I'm going to pass the arc information. You can pass this particular arc here into the arc generator, and we will get back the path information of this particular arc. I also have to manage this TypeScript is complaining that string or null is not assignable to string or undefined. Okay, I'm going to make this also undefined. Now TypeScript is happy. Let's have a look at this component. I'm going to just print the just add this in the home page just for testing. So actually initially I was planning to use Storybook for this. Storybook makes the component development experience much better. We have to pass the data. I have some sample data. Okay, so manufacturer, this resembles the data we will be getting in the real application. Manufactured 19 HSL, sold a number, returned with a number and color, recycled a color, a number and color. and that is how it looks. It looks like nothing, but actually it is outside. We have to transform that to the center. So in the G, I'm going to group everything, use the transform, and I'm going to pass translate radius, that is for the X, and for the Y again a radius. Okay, now this is the chart. Okay, that is for the radius 100. If we change the radius to a bigger number, you will see a bigger chart. But so I think this 300 into 150, that is what SVG comes with. If you hover the G, the group with all the paths, you can see the actual size of the chart. But when you hover the SVG, I did not restrict, I did not give the height and width. You can give, but I did not give. I want to use the viewport to make this responsive. So I think there is this 300 is into 150. I tried to search and I could not find anything that says SVGs have default height with these things. Let's not worry, we are going to use the viewport, I mean view box. So I have been saying this wrong. It's going to be 0 space 0, that is the X and Y location position, and then we have to specify the height, width and height. The first is going to be the height is going to be diameter. Oops, template string. So 0 0, that is the XY position. This is the width. We are taking the entire diameter, and let's also use the same diameter for the height, and we will come back here. Now it is responsive. Okay, it is taking the whole width it has. Okay, that is the container limiting it. Other than that, we are good. And you can see that there is some space in the bottom. That's because we are giving the entire diameter as a height as well. So if the circle were full, it will precisely take this highlighted area. I'm going to reduce the diameter with some number. You can play around and you can find a sweet spot. Oh, okay, so I have to actually change the diameter here. So 100 is easy to understand. It's like a percentage. Now I want a diameter minus 25, so it is 75%, right? Now you can see the height is 75% of the width. This is pretty much enough actually as a chart, but I am going to add some hover effects, and on hovering we are going to get the value from the arc, and I'm going to render that in an absolutely positioned text. I'm going to use an use effect to store the item. Okay, on hovering we will just store this in the hovered value. So in the path also, one thing you have to remember that we use D3 for specific things D3 can do. Everything else we are just using JSX. Okay, in a typical, I have seen React projects use D3 in a way. D3 is used in a vanilla JavaScript project. Okay, but we can make use of benefit of this JSX. So on a mouse hover, I'm going to set the hover value as, we get the arc value from that, and we are setting the data there, and on mouse out it's null. Okay, now after the SVG, so we have to make sure that this is a relatively positioned, because I'm going to have an absolutely positioned item. So this is an absolute position. We have some margin top, margin bottom,
That's not required. So it's an obsolete position. It's going to be positioned at the bottom 0. That's some pixel width of width 36. So if there is no hovered value, you're just going to say hover over the arcs, and when they hover over the arcs, we set the data to the hovered value, and we are rendering the hovered value. That's going to be a bigger text and the label. Let's have a look. Okay, this is how it looks. This is relative. Okay, I missed the E there. Now it is supposed to come to the center. Let's add a left half, and we also need to transform it back. Minus translate x 1 by 2. Okay, that is center. Okay, center. And this is sufficient, but I'm going to go further to actually have some border stroke actually. Okay. So inside the path, if it's hovered value, if the hovered value is true, I'm going to add the black stroke. We also have to mention the stroke width. If the hovered value is there, we have to store the stroke width somewhere here. I'm going to have it just a 0.5. That is relative to whatever we have here. Okay, that's why I have a simple number like 100. On hover, oh, everything is being highlighted. Okay, so there has to be a condition. So inside this, I'm going to have a space for myself to have a variable. Okay, const hovered equals arc dot data dot label equals hovered value dot label. Okay, that is the hovered boolean. If the hover is there, we're going to set the stroke to black, stroke width to 0.5. Okay, that's how it looks. You may see there is a small disturbance there. I'm going to add some padding. Here we can add the pad angle. I'm going to have an arbitrary number like 0.008. We can again, as you can see, I was like to keep deriving values from one another. You can do something like that here, but yeah, something like this still works. So that's how it works. That's how it looks. There is a padding, and now the border stroke looks good. Okay, this is sufficient for the chart. I'm going to do one more thing. Okay, actually I'm going to add the shadow, but before that I have two small things to do. One, the stroke is clipping in the top. We have to offset that. So this is the Y position. There I'm going to offset using minus stroke width divided by 2. Okay, now it's perfect. Okay, actually before let's also have a background here so that we can know. Okay, so now you can see that the border aligns. I zoomed in the wrong place. Okay, the border is precisely touching the edge. Also here the stroke is actually clipping. We have to again offset the X position with the same number. Now you have to refresh it. Okay, here actually I have to add the stroke width to the diameter. So this will give a space in both the sides. Okay, we manually added that. For the Y, for the X in the both sides, we have that breathing space. When I hover over it, you can see that the border stroke precisely matches the edge of the component. Okay,
Same goes for the y. Okay, so that is the component, and we can add we can round the corners. In the arc generator, we can add this corner radius. I'm going to add let's play with 1 first. You have to refresh. So this looks good, but in our application actually we are going with a style that everything is a lot rounded. Remember, in the tailwind configuration we specified this 12 pixel. I'm going to make this a bit more rounded, and I'm happy with this chart. Okay, this is sufficient, but I'm going to add a shadow for each arc. This is hard. Okay, I mean, this is harder to do from terms of a SVG. I mean, CSS. Everything is a square. The arc is a square. That's the path of the arc, and it's a square. Okay, how to add shadow for this? That looks like it's been emitted by this object, the curved object. We can use a filter element in SVG, inside the SVG, and create a lot of like filter effects like this filter Gaussian blur. Okay, that's a syntax. This is the element, the circle. We create a filter, we can pass an ID here, and then we can assign that filter to this element using this URL. Okay, and based on this filter types, you can pass in a lot of configurations. We are going to use FE drop shadow here. So we can pass in the dx and dy. That's a position of the shadow. The standard deviation points to how the blurriness of the shadow, how solid the shadow or the blurred the shadow is. That's the standard deviation, and we set this. We are going to give an ID to that, and we will just assign that to the filter using this URL. And this ID may look not a lot of reactive way of doing things, but this is I find this a very clear and simple way, so we are going to use that. Let's do that. So inside the SVG, I'm going to create this filter element, and within that we're going to use the FE drop shadow, and we're going to pass the dx is going to be 0 dx. dy we want it to be a 4, that is going to be below the forward item. Standard deviation is going to be 1. You can play around with this. And flood color, that's a color. I'm going to just use black. And the flood opacity, I'm going to go with 0.2. And we have to also specify the filter information. Let's give an ID. I'm going to call this shadow. And in the path, you can use that in the filter property. I'm just going to use the syntax we saw there. Okay, it has to be done conditionally. If the hover is true, I'm going to use the URL, point to that item with the ID of shadow, or else none. Okay, shadow. Okay, so when I hover over this, you get the shadow with the configuration we did. Okay, we can modify the standard deviation to 2. That will make it even blurry. If you reduce it to some smaller number, okay, it's the shadow is a lot solid now. And I did notice that clipping happening, and it's worse for this one. So I discovered we can actually increase the width to 200%. Actually, that has to be the height. If I increase the height, the thing goes away. Okay, I'm happy with this. Just to make things balanced, I'm also going to make the width to be 200 so that we won't see any clippings. Okay, it's the shadows are displaying fully. Initially I was planning to have a lower standard deviation, but I kind of like this solid cartoony shadow. Fine, that's all about the component. I'm going to finally let's modify some of these things just to play around. When you reduce this, you get a really thin one. As I told you initially, I was making this property and property of the component, and then I thought it's not required. The 0.6 looks like a sweet spot to me. And I also wanted to show this angle coverage. I think I did not explain it well. So the coverage is 0.66, right? So this is the origin. This is the origin 0. 0.66 will be 2/3 of it. Okay, and I'm making the start point to be half of it. Same thing goes here. Yeah, okay, that's minus. Okay, right? Minus angle coverage minus 2/3 of the pi, 2/3 of the 2 pi, which is this, and then I divide it by 2. Same goes for the end angle. This angle coverage divided by 2 is this, and I divided by 2. And let's play around with modifying these things. If it's 50, you get a perfectly semi-circle. And you can see that they automatically segment themselves to occupy whatever is required. That is also not a bad chart actually. If we completely reduce the height, like let's play around. Here I am subtracting some 25. Let's subtract like 60. Okay, this is what we get. 56. Okay, now we get enough room for the number, and that's not a bad chart. I kept playing around, and I decided this 0.66 looks good to me. Okay, so yeah, that is the chart. And also I saw that there's a it's a good practice to use this devs to wrap the filter element or anything that dev element is used to store graphical objects that will be used at a later time. Objects created inside a devs element are not rendered directly. To display them, you have to reference them use with the use element, for example. So basically they say it's a good practice to wrap the things that need not to be rendered immediately. So I'm just wrapping that, and the chart works fine. You can also add a transition. Okay, I keep adding a few things, like you can use the style property. I'm gonna add the transition property there. It's going to be 0.3. You can have whatever you want. 0.3 looks smooth to me, and only the border stroke is being activated. The filter one is not transitioning, but I think this still looks a bit more polished, so I'm going to leave it here. We can keep going, we can transition the shadows and so on, but yeah, I'm going to end the chart section here, and we will move on to build our pages. Thank you. Okay, let's work on the manufacturer's page. I think we have finished the register one. Okay, that's okay. I need to log in.
Let's work on the manufacturers page. We have this manufacturers and also the manufacturers slash the user page. Right now we are just printing the JSON as it is. We're going to create a few cards and we'll make it look good. In the all manufacturers page, we're going to list the manufacturer's card. Before that, we're going to create a component called show data that is going to have some opinionated grid layout. It handles the loading state, error state, and also no results state. That is going to be used in other pages as well, like this all products page and so on. Also that handles the pagination also. Okay, so let's start with creating a simple pagination component. The pagination is going to take all these properties: skip, set skip, take, skip, set take. Those are the getter and the actual variable and the setter function. Result count, that is the count available in that particular page. Also the total count, and optionally we have these two are also optional. We're also going to have this class name so that we can modify some look from outside. I'm going to have these functions: set handle next, handle preview, where we use a set skip and set actually okay, both are, we need to handle the set skip. The set next, we add the take, skip and take. The previous we subtract it, and we also make sure that it is not less than 0. If the total count is 0, I'm not going to render the component at all. That's it. Let's return. So it's going to be a flux box. I'm also adding this class name along with other classes. By default, I have some, so it's basically a flux box with justify center. So whatever, it's going to take the full width and everything is going to come in the center, justify center. I'm also going to have this margin bottom, because mostly this component is going to be the end of the whole page, and I want some gap there. And after that, this is going to be the only child. It's going to be rounded. Again, it's a flex with the item center with some gap 3. Item center, make sure that all the childrens, we are going to have a button, some span text, and then other button. 3 children, everyone will be aligned together with some gap. First button is going to call the previous, and if the skip is 0, we are disabling it. And also the class name, if it is disabled, the text is going to be muted, some background, and the rounded full. That's the button. And this is we are going to have the icon from the tabular icons react. And similarly, we will have another button, that is the next button, icon arrow right. Those are the same stuff, but the disable state right now is if the skip and untake are greater than or equal to the total count. And in between them, I'm going to display the result count and the total count. Okay. The first page is the skip is going to be 0, right? So it's going to show 1, 2, 0 plus result count. If there are like 7 results, 7 cards, it's going to show 1 to 7. In the next page, if the skip is like 12, it's going to show 13 to 12 plus, if there are 7 results, it's going to show 13 plus 9, 13 to 19. That is the pagination component. Next, I'm going to create a show data component. This is going to handle, let's first deal with the interface. These are the properties: an optional error, optional loading state, everything that the pagination requires, like the setter getter functions.
This is not a getter function, but just the value itself as a prop. Result count, total count. Probably I should reuse the interface from the pagination component. This is exactly same. I'm going to export this pagination props and then just import it here. Now we can also pass the classes required for the pagination component from whoever is using the show data component. So yep, we are good there. Create that component. I'm just getting all the properties. It's complaining that it's not a valid JSX, so we can just return null for now. And I'm destructuring the error loading pagination title children class name. I think we should just call it class name. Fine. So if it is a loading, I'm going to show the loader panel. You remember the panel? The loader is just a loader icon that will be spinning. The loader panel uses the alert section that's going to have some height. And it's whether we are going to have a title and the loader. If there is some error, I'm going to just print the error. Let's style this a bit. Let's have some div and let's make it bolder and a bit bigger. Yes, that's how we print the error. And let's also, if the pagination dot result count equals 0, I'm going to again use the alert panel, alert section, no results. Okay, that's fine. Now we can start to display the data. So whenever we are displaying an array of information, we have to handle this loading state, error state. This is not a perfect implementation, but we are just reusing the logic into other pages, right? So we handle all these cases first, and then we will proceed to display the data. We're going to display the title, show data title. It's going to be a large font. Okay, actually I have a component called page title from Atom. Oops. Page title from Atom. Okay, so yep, that works fine. This is also a page title. Going to have a text to Excel. It's a margin top and margin bottom, and then we're going to display the children. So by default, it's going to be a grid with a gap 3, and we have some responsiveness going on here. For smaller screens, we are going to have 2. For lesser than smaller screens, by default, it's going to take 1 grid column. Medium is going to be 3, large and above is going to be 4. That is the class name we are using. And if you want like just some horizontal cards, other layouts, you can just replace that. You can pass some flex call, and you will be getting a stack instead of the. Here actually we have to use the total count. Okay, okay, I missed one thing. Even if the total count is 0, I want the title to display. Okay, so I'm going to convert this into a conditional render. If the total count is equal to 0, I'm going to render that, or else null. So now you can remove this. Now we will get the title no matter what. That is it. Now we can just use the pagination component. We don't need that class name. Pagination, we are passing the, we are going to actually store this information in the consumers component. and we are just sharing that. This is prop drilling, but I'm going to leave it as it is because it's not going to get even deeper. The pagination is a very simple component. We just coded it ourselves, and it's going to be it's two steps deep, and I don't see it getting any more complex. If it gets, we will think about other measures. That is the show data component. Let's use it. I'm going to create an all manufacturers template. All manufacturers .tsx. Okay. So we have this utility library. I'm going to create one more hook for the pagination. We're going to just as a very simple hook. I don't want to keep repeating these two lines, so I'm reducing it to one line. We can use this one and get all this in one go. I'm also going to store the constants. Right now we only have one constant, which is take count of 6. That's the number of items per page. Okay, so I'm going to import this into the all manufacturers. I'm pretty sure VS Code was not going to help me with the autocomplete, so I started typing right away. Util /src /sook /pagination use take skip. Let's use that, get the values, functions and the values. Now let's see if I already have this manufacturer. Okay, yeah, so we already have this manufacturers in query. Let's also run the network code gen, and let's use that. Let's fetch that. We have to use the use query from the Apollo client. I'm also going to get the manufacturer's document from the network, and I'm just passing the skip and take. Okay, you can pass. This is a very deep filtering and sorting capabilities we have. You can keep going like this. Yeah, you can do a very complex query, and you can worry about the performance later, but I'm not going to do it. Just we are rendering it and doing the pagination. That's all we are doing. Probably we can have a simple search box and input element with that searches for the manufacturer ID or title. We will see. Okay, let's return a div. First one is going to be that in the above, in the top, we're going to have the page title with the manufacturers, and this we will come back here. Okay, I'm going to do all the querying first, and then we will come back and implement all the function callings that happen from the UI to the blockchain. This is one such thing. Okay, actually this is just this component just looks for the manufacturer. This component just looks for the manufacturer, and if the manufacturer is not present, it will give a register link. So let's create that component. It's a very simple component. I'm going to just copy paste and we will go. So we are getting the manufacturer document from the generated. We are fetching the hooks from the ether, the use account. From the use account, we are getting the account information, and using the account information, we are fetching the manufacturer data. We are just checking that if there is a manufacturer for that address, and if no address is there, we are going to just call the link manufacturers /register. Okay, I had to add that. Say yes, and that is the button. For existing manufacturers, this component is going to return null. Okay, and we can proceed to use the show data component. I'm going to type this because I've been copy pasting a lot of stuff. Okay, so this thing gives us the loading state. I'm going to pass the loading, the error. We can get the error from here and we can pass it. Couple error cannot be okay. Dot message, that is fine. And then we'll come to the children for the pagination. I'm going to just pass the, you can just pass these things as it is. Take, skip, take, set, skip, set, take, skip, and take as it is. And the other stuff like result count is going to be data.manufacturers.length. That is the current array's length. And the total count is data.manufacturers. Okay, so we need to create a new query. Let's go back to the API and we'll come back. The manufacturer.resolver, in order to do the pagination, we need to find the total count of all the manufacturers, right? I'm going to create a query, not a resolver, that returns a number. I'm going to call this manufacturers count. Let's create this as an async function that gets an arg. Where am I? So the count, in order to find the count, we need to also know the where condition, the filters. If the user is searching for something, if there are 17 results matching that search, then the total count, the pagination should show that the total count is 17. So we are using the manufacturer where input, and it's just a simple query .prisma.manufacturer.count, and we just pass the where condition there. That's how we get the manufacturer count. Now let's go inside the manufacturers query. Here I'm adding that as a query. It's not a resolver, field resolver. We cannot just add it here. It's a query. We have to add it parallel to the manufacturer's query, and nothing is required other than just the where condition. The order distinct, I think the distinct, okay, this is sufficient. Okay, I'm actually going to add the distinct to the manufacturer's count as well. So let's go to the resolver back, and we can find the distinct one here. Okay, this is the thing. Okay, I'm a bit lost. So I just discovered that in the count we cannot pass the distinct. Where, take, skip, select, and order by and cursor, we cannot pass distinct. So take that out, just pass the where, and we are good to go. Now in the query, I'm going to remove this distinct because somebody can pass that in our API and will be expecting it to work properly. So fixed it. Now let's go back here in the total count. Now we can pass the data.manufacturers count. That is a number, and it works fine. Let's pass the children of the show data. I'm going to loop through the data.manufacturers, and I'm going to create a component called manufacturers card. We will create that and we'll come back. There we will be using the chart, the semi custom donut chart we just created. So inside the organism, I'm going to create this manufacturers card.tsx. Type of the card goes like we get one item from the manufacturer's query, and also optionally we can pass some children. I get the account information from the use account, And if the account information and the manufacturer's ID are same, and I was telling you that for some reason it goes to lowercase. Okay, so whenever we want to compare, we have to make sure that we make them both to lowercase, and we compare those string. So it's going to be a card with a white background with flex column with some padding, some shadow. It's going to take for the whole full height because it's going to be used in a grid layout, and the cards may end up with different heights. So I'm making sure that it's going to take the full height. Now let's use the custom donut chart. Okay, so I'm going to extract the complexity. We're going to use some colors, okay, and I'm not going to keep repeating that. So I'm going to abstract away the color and the label, and then we will just pass the counts from here. I'm going to create a component called donut chart simplified. Okay, that is not the best name, but that does the job. The interface is going to take 4 numbers: total, sold, returned, recycled. And let's create the component. Oops, sorry. I was having a different name here. Okay. So it's going to take the total recycled, returned, and sold. And we have to calculate the manufactured because we don't have that. We get the total count and we get the manufacturer. I found it. There are 5 numbers, right? Manufactured, sold, returned, recycled, and total number. I thought it's not good to get 5 numbers. One is a derived number, which is total. So technically you can get the manufacturer data directly here. So, but this is how I went with. We get all these numbers and we calculate the manufacturer. If the total is not there, I'm going to create a very simple component called no items found. We should probably use this. We should probably use this in the show data also. Let's put it here. This no items found, we are just displaying a empty box. I mean a box with no items found text, have some fixed height and so on. So if the total is null, we are not going to render the chart. Instead we will just render the no items found component. Now we can proceed to render the custom donut chart. There we have to pass the data, which is going to be an array first. Yeah, so first one is manufactured. The data, the value is the manufacturer number. This is the count. It's going to start with gray. It gets darker gray and then lighter gray, lighter green, and darker green. After it gets recycled, that part is the greenest part. So this is for the sold count and the returned count with that HSL. You can see that just the lightness is going to be lighter. This is darker, and there is this 2 saturation, so it's almost gray. Okay, but with a tint of the green. That is hopeful, right? Also, although I think you won't see much difference with the 2% saturation, but still they are the same colors but with a lesser saturation. Okay, this is the component. This is the donut chart simplified. That's what we are going to use in the manufacturer card, and we have to now we can just pass the numbers. Okay, now we need the numbers. the total count, sold count, returned count, recycled count. Let's go back to the manufacturer resolvers. I'm going to create those resolve fields. So this is the total count. We just go inside. Actually, these are the counts of the product item, how many product items the manufacturer has and what statuses they have. I'm just using the product item.count. I'm filtering the manufacturer ID with the parent. This manufacturer comes from whatever query I'm fetching right now inside the query, right? So in the here we will be doing the total count like this, getting the where condition, right? Now the parent in this resolve the data we will get from this. We'll get the current manufacturer. That's the total count. Let's do the sold count. This time we need we have two conditions. This is we are getting the whole everything. Here we are getting the manufacturer ID along with the status of sold. So similarly we can do the returned count and the recycled count. I'm also going to add the products count. We can display that information, how many products the manufacturer has. That is different from the product item, which are instances of the product. Okay, now we have the resolve fields. I'm going to directly modify the fragment. Total count, sold count, returned count, recycled count, also the products count. Okay, now we have all those information. Now we can pass this information. Dot recycled, the returned is manufacturer dot returned count, sold is manufacturer dot sold count, total manufacturer dot total count. Okay, let's render that and see. Here we have to pass the manufacturer information. First we have to import the card and we have to pass the manufacturer, and it also expects a key. We can pass the manufacturer dot ID and okay, actually we have to use that in the page, the manufacturer's page. Right now we don't have anything. I'm going to just render the manufacturers from the template. Components, templates, all manufacturers. That is it. Now we can remove that fetch. Now this is what it looks like. Okay, I have to actually remove the gray background in the graph, the donut, custom donut. I added this gray background just to make sure that the borders are perfectly aligned. The edges we don't have. Okay, this is how it looks like now. Looks good. Okay, let's proceed with rendering the information. Let's go back to the manufacturer card. First we have rendered the okay. So in the end, this is the flex column, right? We can use a margin top auto so that whatever we pass as a children will get to the bottom, whatever the remaining height. So basically we are going to show the manufacturer name, manufacturer address, the wallet address, also the actual address, contact information, products number. those are the things. So first let's just display the manufacturer name and the manufacturer ID. Okay, so looks huge because I'm zoomed in. Okay, so we have the graph and the title is centered. Probably I should tone this down a bit, maybe semi bold. Okay, so that's what I'm going with. We are displaying the manufacturer information and then the manufacturer ID. I'm going to wrap this thing with the text center and the margin top of 4 because I'm going to add the ID below this information. Okay, manufacturer name, you are not, that means that I'm logged in with the actual this user. This is me, this is me, the manufacturer is me. I'm going to have some HR, horizontal divider, followed by the other information. I'm creating a class with space y. It's going to automatically give space of 2 between all the children. So that's the address and the location. I think I should probably create abstract this into another component. I have it twice. Okay, that is the card. We have the name, address, displaying the address, contact, and the products count. We can technically convert this into a link. Okay, but the card in the card, the chart is interactable. So people are probably going to click this to see if it interacts in a different way, but they will end up clicking the card and they will go outside. So since we had this chart, I'm going to have a view button in the bottom. Okay, after everything, probably I think we don't need the children at all. Okay, so this goes to the manufacturer slash we get the address from the manufacturer information. We have some styles. This is how it looks. We have a view button now. On clicking it, we go to the manufacturer page. I am not worried about this misalignment. If there is no items found, I want that component to exactly take the same height as this chart. Okay, I'm going to use some aspect ratio to make this part take up the same space as the chart. So in the donut chart simplified, that's where we are handling this no items. I'm going to wrap this with a div. We're going to make this a flux column, and first we will manage the height here using the aspect ratio. We can actually give some custom value here. I'm going to use 3/4. Okay, 4/3. Fine. Let's add some background to verify. Looks good to me. Let's center that. I'm going to use flex box for the flex column with justify center, and now we get this. Okay, and I think we can remove the background, gray background. So looks good. Actually, the card is white, the background is white, there is some shadow and it looks weird. So in the layout, I'm going to add some classes here. VG gray 25. Okay, the all manufacturers page looks good to me. With the graph working, without a graph, without any items, we will have this error message and they are aligned. We have some basic information about the manufacturer with the address, name. Also, we have this view button separately. On clicking it, it will open and it just displays the manufacturer information just in the JSON. We are going to have a top card here showing the manufacturer information, and below that we'll be having the products of the manufacturer. And okay, so in the manufacturer individual layout, I'm already getting this manufacturer document, right? So right now I'm just doing some display. Let's create a new component called manufacturer info. So go inside the organism, create a manufacturer card of info or top card. That is the card, and we are going to get type is going to be, we're going to get the manufacturer one item in the manufacturer's return type. Okay, so we get the manufacturer here, destructure the prop. We're going to get the account address using the use account hook. I'm also making sure that the account and the tool lowercase. That's a boolean, and we will render some badge based on that. So this is going to be a flux column, and it's responsive as well. So it is flux column by default. It will become flux row after mid and above, medium and above, and we have some alignment going on. Let's also get the get some class name so that we can arrange it. We can give some margin bottom and stuff like that. First, let's use the donut dot simplified. Here they're going to pass all this information, like the total is manufacturer dot total count. Similarly, we have the sold, returned, and recycled counts. Fine. Let's have a look. Oh, I have to use the card. So let's go inside the layout of the manufacturer page. I'm going to have the, yeah, we have to pass the manufacturer information, data dot manufacturer. Also in the class name, I'm going to have some margin bottom. So if there is no manufacturer, I'm going to return. Okay, we already have this no items found component. Probably I should get some children here, and by it's a React node, and by default I'm going to get this no items found because other components are already using it. I don't want to break them, and we can just render it here. Now can we just use it? No items found, you have to import that, and the children we can pass like this, manufacturer not found. Now when you try to open anything else, you will get this, okay, manufacturer not found. Also let's also add a link. First let's have a div here with some height. After that I'm going to have a link to the register as manufacturer. The href is manufacturers / register. Okay, I'm going to create a simple component called styled link. I'll just copy paste inside the molecules and we will have a look. It's just a link component. I have some styles, okay, like the underline offset. It's a larger text with a semi bold, and you can also add more class names. Okay, I'm not I'm not happy with the layout, but I'm going to just go with this. Probably, I think this is a bit of a overkill. It's a lot opinionated with just a box here. Okay, so I'm going to actually modify this. I changed my mind. Let's use the alert section. Okay, so let's just go with this. Register. We can register. Okay, instead of that, we already have this manufacturer register button that gets the manufacturer document, and if the manufacturer is not there, we will render the register button, or else it won't render anything. So I'm going to use that instead of this styled link. Okay, so I have been changing a lot, but I hope you don't mind. So when we go to a manufacturer who is not there, we will get this. Okay, I'm going to use the styled link here, and it will look like this. Okay, I'm happy. Also on the manufacturer's page, you get that register button. So it has to be, it's a flux box actually. The title, and it's a flux box, but let's align that using our item center, or not, we will use the items baseline. So that is item center. Let's try the items baseline. So that is items baseline. You can see the text are aligned, but the underline always goes below the text. So yeah, I'm going to go with this. That button won't show when I open the same page. This is the page. Okay, I'm going to open that with the account where I have already registered as said manufacturer. He already has the manufacturer. Okay, I was actually this account has a manufacturer row account in our Postgres database. So basically, I did not want this register to appear. This, and also the page where we don't have this particular manufacturer. If there are no manufacturer account for the address, we have to show the register, or else we won't show the register. That was the design, but okay. So basically, I'm seeing that I'm not passing the ID correctly. I was a bit confused between the no items found here. That is coming from the graph. Okay, the manufacturer top card, we only have the donut chart simplified. Here we are passing this. Okay, so I was a bit confused about that. Okay, let's proceed building the manufacturer top card. After the chart, I'm going to have a div, and the first one we are displaying the name. The using the U boolean, I'm displaying a badge U with some bg black and so on, and also we are rendering the ID. Okay, probably let's open the manufacturer with some graph. Okay, so basically this lacked some width, and the other child was taking the full width, so I had to actually give the chart with some full width, and in the medium and above it's going to take 1/3. For smaller screens, it's going to take the full screen. Okay, that's what we're going with. Let's do the same for the children also. I'm going to, by default, it's going to take the full width, and for MD and above, it's going to take the 2/3. Fine. And then I'm going to have the information like address, the location, product count. They are inside a grid layout. I already used this somewhere, and I was planning to abstract that into a separate smaller component, but I think I'm going to just move on. This is the top card, and we are going to have, okay, I'm actually doing a lot of console log inside the chart. Let's fix that. This arc generator and the arcs. I'm just deleting the console log. Okay, this is the top card. And also I'm going to have a link to all manufacturers. So in the bottom of the manufacturer top card, I'm going to have this styled link, also with an icon, the chev left. We have all manufacturers pointing to the all manufacturers page. So we have, it happens here, but I want it inside the 2x3 child. Fine. And this chevron is actually misdirecting the user. It points to the chart. Let's remove that. Fine. So it works good. You also have to the all manufacturers. It's a bit clumsy. The default show data is a bit clumsy. So I'm going to overwrite the grid layout for large. Let's have 3. Probably let's have the extra large with 4. That will be the highest. For medium it's 2 and small. Let's look at the small. This is small for 2 and fine. Actually, small 2 does not look bad. Fine. This is okay. This is a tab view and it looks a bit huge, and I'm okay with that. I put in a lot of effort into this chart and I don't mind if it looks bigger. So yep, in the manufacturer page we have this is the top card. It looks, we'll have all the information above and we will display all the products in the bottom. Next we will work on, inside the manufacturer page we have the top card ready. We're going to display all the products here. We're also going to have a search bar where we can search for the product. Okay, so we already have this simple products query. We just created it for testing the code gen. Now let's have a serious one. Before that, just like the manufacturer's page, manufacturer's resolver, we have this manufacturer count, right? We use that for pagination. We need to find the total number of items so that we can paginate. I'm just going to copy that, paste it here. It's going to again return the number. We're going to call this products count. And we need to use the products where input. And we use product for the query. So we get the condition we are using for filtering the actual products, and we filter the total products and we get a number of products totally available, including the filter condition. Okay, I'm going to just copy the query here, but I would suggest you to actually use the Explorer, come up with this. Yeah, use the Explorer. We have the manufacturer product server. Let's just make sure all the things are okay. I have to actually also rename this. You don't have to, but it's wrong to just leave it like that. So we have the toxic items resolve field. It's going to be return an array of toxic items. We also have the manufacturer resolve field that returns the manufacturer. And let's have a look if the code gen works. Okay, so it says, oh, okay. So we already have this products query. That's what it's complaining. I delete that. And now, okay, so I have to create all these resolve fields just like I did for the manufacturer. Okay, for the manufacturer resolver, in order to keep things simple, I created one resolve field for one type. I'm going to simplify that. I'm going to, for the product resolver, I'm going to use one resolve field called get count per status. Okay, I'm going to call that. We're going to get the status in the argument, and we will use alias in the query to get different property names. So product.resolver, I'm going to create a resolve field called get count per status. Let's call this here the parent is product. Let's update the type also to product, and also I'm going to get the argument type. Okay, at args, we're going to give it a name, a type. Our type is going to be product status, and then we have to give the name, which is status. Type is product status. Okay, that's how we get the, let's call it parent, and we have to just pass the status into the query, and also the filter has to be different, where product ID equals parent dot ID. Okay, that is the one resolve field. We are going to reuse that. Now the network is still complaining. Now what we can do is we can call like this. We can pass the status as sold. Now that error went away, right? Now it's not complaining about this at all. Let's do it for the other ones. Here we have to set the type as returned, and that error went away. Let's do the same thing for the recycled. Oops, recycled. Okay, I think probably we should do the same thing for the manufacturer as well. As a practice, I'm going to go ahead and do it. Let's just copy this manufacturer resolver, where I'm going to delete the code gen is still running. I'm going to delete these redundant resolve fields and copy the one thing, paste the one thing. Here the parent is manufacturer. I think I don't have to change the resolve field name. Everything is similar other than this condition, where we have to go inside the product and filter using the manufacturer ID, that is the parent.id. Fine. Now the network GraphQL code gen is complaining. Let's use the same thing here. Status is sold. Okay, I'm going to just copy that from here. Let's replace it and we are good to go. Okay, that's GraphQL alias. We're using the same resolve field to get different numbers. Now in the individual manufacturer page, right now we are not doing anything, but we get the manufacturer ID in the params. I'm going to fetch all the products that belong to that manufacturer using the ID. For that we need the use query from the Apollo client. We also need the manufacturer's document. Let's use the use query. Let's import the products document. We also need to manage the pagination using the use take skip hook. It gives us all these values, and we can simply inside the variables we can pass the skip and take. Also, I'm going to have a search term. Okay, so the next filter is we also need to search based on the manufacturer ID, which we get from the params dot manufacturer ID. And one more thing. Okay, actually it's equals. Okay, I cannot directly pass a string. It's a string filter. I'm going to use a search term using the use state, and inside the where I'm going to conditionally filter the name, product name. After this I'm going to conditionally filter, so I'm going to spread everything, and inside this I'm going to have the condition search term. If search term is valid, is true, I'm going to add this name contains search term. Also, I'm going to enable the mode. Get that from the query mode dot insensitive. Okay. Also, we have to finish the what? Okay, that it has to be a comma. Okay. Also, I have to finish the null status. Finish the condition. What happens is, if search term is true, we are going to destructure this object. So we basically get this here. Okay, that goes there, right? Or else we are destructuring a null, which is nothing. We cannot destructure anything. We cannot destructure the null. Also, I'm going to have an order by, which is order by the timestamp. Okay, that is the data. Let's just console log it, or let's use the pre tag to just render the data, and we'll see. Using the json.stringify, I'm going to pass the data with some indentation. It's okay. So whenever I commit the code, I stop the servers. I was having some disturbances because we are actually building it in the background when we are doing the pre-commit hook. So I had to okay, I had to mark this with use client. Okay, I forgot to add the children in the layout so that the page is not rendered. So after the card, manufacturer top card, I'm adding the children. The children, I'm just displaying the param name. Let's clean that up. We don't need to render the ID. And this is the array of products we get. Okay, now let's create a all manufacturer products page, and we will use the show data. It's going to be really similar to what we did here. Along with some pagination, we're going to create a card for product, and we'll be having a search term and a search input, and everything will work. In the top, I'm going to have the pre-rendered here, just okay, and first we will have a flux in the top. This is going to be the title of the product segment. It's going to have a page title, and also if it's owner, we get the owner by the account ID. We get the account from the use account, and we are just comparing the manufacturer ID with that. Okay, and we have to make sure that we compare the lowercase of the strings, because sometimes one of the string becomes lowercase automatically. So if it's owner, I'm not going to build this right now. We will build all the display data, the querying, and then we will come back here to create these data rights to the blockchain. Create product. Okay, so that's how it looks. That's a page title. We will be having a button here. On clicking it, it will open a dialog where we can create the product. Next step, I'm going to create a input box. The search box, again, it's a flux box with some fixed maximum width. It's going to be item center, because we're going to combine this search icon with the input box. I need to import that from the tabular icons, input search. Okay, icon search. Okay, so I'm setting the value from the search term we are using here. I'm also in the on change, I'm changing the search term from here. Also, I have some placeholder with some class name. Okay, so this is the component, and actually this will work now. If I type CRT, we'll get only the CRT. If I type something else, we won't get anything. Okay, it's even now it's active. Okay, and also we have caching going on. You can see, right? Nothing, it's not re-triggered. We are not seeing any, but when I search something else, it does that. Okay, also actually we can do some debouncing, but I'm going to move on. Okay, now let's start to use our show data. I'm going to remove the, okay, let's use it here, show data. I'm passing the loading state here, the pagination information from the data products or length, products count, passing all this pagination getter values on the setter functions. I'm having a custom grid layout here. Okay, now we need to loop through the products array and we will render the products. Let's have a simple demo for now, and then we will go and create a product card. We will come back here and replace this. What's happening? Yeah, okay. Show data is still complaining. Oh, I did not import show data. Okay. And this, I renamed this to class name. Now you see, okay, so we will replace this with the product. Right now I'm just displaying the product ID. We'll come back here. Let's also, I wanted to show you the pagination. I did not show you the pagination. Here we can also, actually this is, we can pass a limit. Okay, I'm going to just pass 1 here, just because we have only 2 items, right? This is the page 2, and we can navigate to the page. Okay, actually the first item must be the skip, and the second one should be take. So I have to pass both the things. So skip is 0, take is 1, so it's going to be 1 item per page. Now we can come back here. That this is the first item, this is the second page, this is the first page, second page. You can also see this one getting updated. That's the first item, this is the second item. Okay, I'm going to remove this so that the default items is the take count is 6, the default limit is 6. Now let's create the product card. Product card dot tsx. This is going to be the interface. We're going to get the product first from the, that's going to be 1 item from the products query. It's going to get a boolean called show add items based on the ownership of the product. We will be showing a dialog that can be used to add more product items for this particular product. Okay, we'll come back to that later. Let's create the product card. It's going to be, it's going to be a flux with flux column with some padding 4, some shadow, bg white, and taking all the space available in the height. I'm going to use the donut simplify chart, and we get the same number of counts, right? We can get the total count, sold count, manufacturer, I mean sold, return, recycled, and total count. Okay, let's just print it in the page instead of just printing the ID. I'm going to print the product card organism. I'm importing the product card from the organism folder. We also have to pass the product information, and I think we don't have to pass any children. We have the children, okay. And the children is actually optional. Okay, so that's how, this is how it's going to look. Let me delete the JSON, and okay, this is how the card is going to look. It's going to be, that's the manufacturer's thing. This manufacturer only has 1 product, so the numbers are same. If there are multiple products, we will actually create more products or more items in this demo. After that, the chart will look different. It's a cumulative chart of the entire manufacturer. This is the chart for the product. Let's continue with the product card. After this, I'm going to have the product name, the manufacturer name, the number of products. Okay, that's the product count. I'm making everything text center. making the text, the product name larger, followed by the manufacturer name and the product count. I'm going to have a horizontal divider. After that, I'm going to create a component called toxic items chart. So this is a different as just a bar chart. We are not going to use the D3 again. We're just going to have a full width background. It's we are going to take the count and we will fill another line on top of that. So it's like a loader, a horizontal bar chart. So let's create that. I'm going to create a toxic items chart.tsx, export const toxic items chart. This thing is going to get the toxic items from the products query. We will be using the exact same product card in the products page also. Okay, right now the page is not created. Actually, I think we need to have we are not setting up the loader. All manufacturer. Okay, yeah, so let's quickly check set the loading return loader panel. Okay, that's sufficient. Now if I go back and forth, I think that it got cached actually. Oops, actually we have to add the loader in the layout of the individual manufacturer product. Okay, I'm going to just copy this and paste in the layout. Now if I go by, yeah, you saw that loader, right? Now if I go to the products page, come back, you will see the loader, and then we will say, okay, so yeah, sometimes I forget. Now we are actually working on the toxic items chart. That is the type. Let's create the component. I'm going to get the total weight from the I'm reducing the toxic items to see the total weight so that we can give weight for individual. That is going to be the background length, background width. The total weight is going to be background width. For example, if there are 4 ingredients with 2, 1, half, okay, 8. Okay, let's see in the demo. Okay, by default it's going to take the full width, and then we are going to loop through the toxic item, and we're going to have some space to get the width percentage. We get that from the item.width slash total width into 100. That is going to be the width percentage. Actually, we have to return something so that JSX will be happy. Return null. Okay. Inside the loop, I'm going to return 2 things. First, we're going to have the title, the title is going to be the name and the weight in milligrams. That is the first row. We will have the name and then the weight, and then we will work on the bar. The parent is going to take the full width. It's going to have height 1 height. It's going to be rounded with that's the background color, background grade 25. And this one we're going to use the style, the inline style. Here we got the word with the percentage. We're going to use that as a percentage. This is I'm using a gradient here from top to top right, from gray 800 to gray 200. So it looks like something a muddy water, okay, like a sediment. It's going to take the full height of whatever the parent is having. Okay, so that is the component. It's a simple one, right? We are not using a complex package like D3. Since the chart is simpler, I did not want to use that. So in the product card, now we can use the toxic items chart component. So after displaying everything, After the horizontal divider, I'm just rendering that. Okay, and this is how it looks. So here the lead, that we first calculate the entire weight, which is going to be 150 plus 1620, right? That is going to be the full width, and we are occupying whatever the weight of the individual ingredient. Here we really have one toxic item, which is mercury, so it takes the entire width. Also you can see this gradient, right? So that's a toxic item, and I wanted to create some unsettling color. Okay, so it's going to top right gradient, starting with a darker color and it ends with a lighter color. That is the product's card. And we also have to include the styled, just like how we did in the manufacturer card. In the end we have this view link, right? I'm going to add it. Just copy that product card. After this, after the toxic chart, I'm going to have this. Let's use a styled link for this, and I don't have to have styles. This is going to go inside the product/product.id. We don't have that page yet. We will create it. Okay, so this is how it looks. We have the product card with a view in the bottom, and we are also using a flux column with a margin top auto, so it goes to the all view buttons will exist in the same place. On clicking it, it will open the product page, but we have not created the pages yet. Okay, I think that's all about the manufacturer's page and the individual manufacturer page. Right now this is completely empty, and okay, actually we have this create product link, the dialog, and also in the product page. We'll come back after setting up the similar products page with the individual product page. Okay, let's create the all products page. It's going to be very similar to whatever we have here. Here we are getting the manufacturer ID. We are getting that. We are also having this filters search term, and we are also displaying the is owner. Okay, so let's create a template called all products. We're going to use this for in two pages. One is the individual manufacturer page, also the all products page. Export const all products. So this is going to take a manufacturer ID, and that is optional. The all products page, this will be null. Okay, we don't send that. Let's copy the page and let's copy everything from here. We will be reusing this all products into this page. Actually, we need this query. Let's import everything from here, and we will delete the unused stuff. We're going to do the same thing like a conditional inclusion of the manufacturer ID condition filter. Okay, so let's wrap everything into an object, and then wrap it with the braces. Inside that, if the manufacturer ID is true, we will return that object, which will get destructured, or else it's null. Okay, fine. Now we can use the same thing for two pages. If the manufacturer ID is not sent, we will get all the products. If the manufacturer ID is sent in the props, that will be used as a filter. Okay, now we have to do this. So instead of calling this is owner, I'm going to say show create product dialog. Okay, that is much more, that's true. If the manufacturer ID is not sent, we don't have to show. Okay, we can just copy everything from here, and it will all just work. Let's also rename the boolean. Okay, that is the all products page. We just created the entire thing for this one. I just copied that. Let's use the all products here, and we have to pass them. First we have to import, it's a template. I'm importing the all products from the templates, and we only have to pass the manufacturer ID, which is params dot manufacturer, and I don't have to do any of these things, so I'm going to delete everything. Okay, and we can also delete all these imports. Fine. Now let's create the all products page. Let's go here inside the app. I'm going to create this products page, which is very simple. We don't need any params. We just get the all products template, we use it without the manufacturer. That's it. Now we can actually go to this page and see an error. Okay, this is the all products page, and you can filter that bulb, and everything works, including the no items found, where that is coming from the show data component. And also you can quickly see that the loader is working. Okay, fine. That is the all products page, and you can click this to view the individual products page. Let's implement that. Similar to this, we want to first use a page with this dynamic segment. We get this value as a param value. So inside this, we are going to use a similar pattern. Here we are having this layout and page. In the layout, we are fetching the manufacturer information. We are rendering a manufacturer top card, right? Similarly, I'm going to fetch the product information. We will be creating a product top card with all the information, and inside the page we will be displaying the product items that belong to that product. Okay, let's create the product layout. It gets the product ID as the param, which from here also it gets the children. Let's query the information using the use query from the Apollo client, and the product document. I think we don't have the product query yet. Okay, let's create that. I suggest you to use the Explorer, Apollo Explorer. We have some error actually. I have to use his aliases for the sold, returned, and recycled. We are using the aliases, and the GraphQL code gen is happy. Now we can use this query. Let's import that from the generated. We are passing the product ID from the params. Let's quickly have a loading and no result found. You can also use a loader panel. Fine. Let's make this an alert section. Fine. And then we're gonna have a main. Let's render the JSON, and then we will slowly, not slowly, but we will create a product top card. Okay, so right now, default export. Oh, I did not create the page. Let's create the page. Return null. Okay, this again is this has to be use client. In one of my other projects right now, all the pages are client pages actually. Okay, we can use server-side fetching. I was having a, we can actually use the Next.js fetch function to fetch GraphQL in a type-safe way. I was in one of my projects called the supply chain X and also production ready boilerplate foundation X. I was not using any network libraries like like this Apollo client. I was having a client-side fetching, server-side fetching, a static fetching, just using the Next.js fetch. But I'm not going to go inside that. Maybe, yeah. So I'm skipping that part. Every page is client-side page in this project. So let's use a pre. That's the data we get back. We have the product information, the name, manufacturer information, toxic items, and so on. Okay. Now let's create the product top card. .tsx. Product top card. Let's create the interface, which is going to be, is going to take the product information from the products array. Let's come back to this later. Okay, the entire thing is going to be flux column. You're gonna have some padding and some responsive design. It will be a flex column. For medium and bigger screens, it will become a row, and then we will also have the items alignment. So it's going to be very similar to the manufacturer top card. Remember, it's going to take the 1/3. The chart is going to take the 1/3 of the screen for the medium and above. Let's have the product top card. Okay, this is how it looks. First, we have the graph here, and then we will have some information about the product. Let's get back to the product top card. After the first segment, the second segment is going to take the remaining space, which is the two-thirds of that of the page. Let's have display the name, the manufacturer name. Okay, the product count. Okay, actually these things have to go inside the 2/3 layout. So this is how it looks. The third one, we're going to have the toxic items chart. Okay, this is the product page. We will delete that's the product top card. Also, I'm going to have a link to view all products. Remember, that's exactly what we did with the manufacturer top card. We display all the information about the manufacturer, and we have the styled link. I'm going to do the same thing for the product top card. After displaying everything, I'm going to just use a styled link, and the chevron left was not working for me, and this is how it looks. Okay, so let's get that inside the 2/3 section, and that's a link that opens the all products page. Fine, can view, can come back here, can view, can come back here. Okay, that is the layout. Let's just render the children here, and in the children we have to list all the product items. Okay, let's create a template called product items. So product items, this is going to take the product ID as the property, and we will just filter all the product items that belong to that product item, product ID is going to be string, and let's create the new query for getting all the product items. I'm going to copy this from here, but I suggest you to compose this query using the Apollo Explorer. And we also need to have this product items count, just like how we had the manufacturer count and the products count for the pagination. I'm going to just copy the products count from here. That's for pagination. Go inside the product item resolver, paste it, product item where condition, where input. Here we have to get the count of the product item. Product items count. That is the name of the resolve. That's a query. Okay, fine. Now network codegen is happy. The query is accepted. We have generated the type document node for product items document. Now let's go here, show product items. I'm going to have the pagination helper hook, the use, take, skip. This okay. I'm going to modify the take count here because each product is going to have a huge number of product items. So 0 to 6 by default, we take it as 6, and that is too less for the product item. That's why I'm doing that. Here also we are going to have a search term using use state, and then I'm querying using the product items document we just created using the use query from the Apollo client. I'm passing the skip take. This is like a mandatory filter. The search term is an optional filter. We have seen a lot about this. Fine. Now let's return. First, I'm going to have a page title called product items, and then okay, I'm going to have a flex with the items baseline. We did this previous time also. We have a title in the left and have some buttons. Here the first thing is going to be the search bar. Probably I should create a separate function for this. And the second one is I'm going to have a to do. Okay, to do if owner, if the viewer is the owner, add items, add and modify items. You will create a component that will fetch the manufacturer, make sure that the owner and the viewer and the manufacturer are same. If so, we will enable some buttons like add product items, bulk status update. Those are the two options. We'll come back to this. And after that, we are going to use the show data as usual. I'm passing the loading pagination information, passing the result count, total count from the query, and then I'm going to loop through and render just the ID for now, item.id. Also pass a key. Okay. Also, I think we need to import the show data. Fine. Let's render this in the page of the individual product. Let's return this component instead. And this page gets the param of product string. So we can pass the product ID from the params dot product ID. Okay. Now I have to also mark this page a use client. Now we get the product top bar here, and this has 6 items, right? 1, 1, 4. We have 6 items. I'm just rendering the product item ID for now. Let's create, and let's see if the search also works. You can see the loader quickly pops up. Since we are dealing with a local database, we are not going to get the delay, a lot of delay. Okay, let's create the product item card. Inside the organism folder, product item card .tsx. And this is going to be the interface. We are going to get the product item, that is one instance of that array. We're also going to get the product ID. Okay, we don't need that. Also, the is boolean is owner boolean to show some more buttons. Actually, only the owner can use that. Okay, so this is a card with some padding 4, background white, and if the status is recycled, I am going to have a border, a different border with a border green with a shadow and a border 2. Okay, we will see it. First, let's have the product item on the product name, product item ID on the product name. Let's render this and we will see it in action. The page, instead of just rendering the ID here, let's use the product item card. We have to pass the product item information, which is the item. Okay, this is how it looks. We have a huge ID. I think this is important because whoever is going to like update the statuses, they want to see the product item clearly, the ID clearly. And we have the product name. Let's keep building it. I'm also going to create a timeline which is going to fetch the timeline of the events, timeline of the status changes. Okay, we are actually fetching the transactions. We get the status and the timestamp. We are going to use that information to render a timeline with information like when the item got created, manufactured, when it got sold, and so on. So I'm going to create a simple component called timeline. TSX is going to get the timestamp, that's the date, and the product status. Array of the, we're going to get the events. That's going to be an array of this information, timestamp and statuses. The whole thing is going to be a flux column, and I'm just going to loop through the events. Let's also find the last item. We are going to highlight the last item, that's going to be the current status. And inside this map, I'm going to again return a div with a flux box. Div with a flux box, that's going to be relative. First, let's render the icon. There the timeline item. First, I'm rendering the icon. Okay, I have to create the icons array. So when we pass the status, we are going to get back a tabular icon. Okay, now for the manufacturer, I'm getting some factory building. For the sold, I'm rendering I'm using the user icon. For the return, I'm using an arrow backup. For recycle, we are using our logo, which is the plant icon. When you pass a status, we are going to get back a React node, which we can just render like this. I'm going to use the timeline and we will see it here. Let's go to the product item card. And after entering the ID and the name, I'm going to enter this timeline, which we pass all the transactions. The type of the transaction is going to be very similar to it's going to be an array of timestamp and status. Okay. So don't have to load this long. Okay, this is how it's going to look. First, I have just added the icons. We will now add the statuses. Let's have some gap here. Okay, it looks better. Now we will have the statuses displayed inside this. This is a flex. So let's render the status and also the name, the timestamp. That's the first item of the flex. The second item, I am rendering the status, displaying the status, and based on the last item is the current status. The current status is going to be semi-bold, or else nothing. I'm also using a package called datefns, and we have to install that in the UI library. Go inside it, yarn add datefns, and now you can import the format function from the datefns. And this is how it looks. It looks a bit noisy. Probably I should reduce the timestamp a bit smaller, and we will increase the gap to 3. So yeah, let's use items center. Fine. I'm using some margin left, but I'm going to replace that with a gap in the flex. Okay, that is they are same. Now since it's a timeline, I need a line here. Okay, so after the icon, if it's not the last item, I'm going to create a vertical line. Where am I? Okay, let's wrap them both inside a flex column. This is going to be a flex column with item center. Okay, now we can see a line there. Now we don't need the gap in the parent. Not that gap, this gap. Okay, I remove that. Now we get a timeline. Okay, now we have to align that. It was actually aligned. I changed that. It has to be item start again, and that is the timeline. That is how we view the product items card with the product items timeline. And you can also search. Okay, our product pages are working. This is the all products page. You can search. You can search for products, and you can view the product page. View the next one, which has the graph and actual product items. Okay, now there is a problem. Let's start with, actually I'm getting some user account access or failed to add network error there. We'll come to that. Look at this product, the button component register, the manufacturer register button. So it fetches the manufacturer document. If there are no manufacturers, it renders the register, or else it just returns null, and it will be blank. It should be blank for this user. So this guy, the account information is FD9. If I open the 5555, the Prisma Studio, you can see the 5V90, 59D0, right? That person is a manufacturer, but I'm not getting anything. The data is undefined. That is because you can look at the console log. It is lowercase. Okay, when I get the data from
using the the use account hook. So that's the account we get. For some reason, I can't see why. The account information is all lowercase. Okay. So I'm going to, so that's why when we are doing this manufacturer or the resolver, when we are fetching one manufacturer row, we get nothing. We are actually using the find unique. So I'm going to use find first. That allows us to do like insensitive query. I destructure the where from there, and I'm going to use, okay, not here, yeah, okay, here. Find first. There we have to give the where, but inside that, let's also destructure the ID. I'm going to use ID equals, passing the ID. I'm also going to give the mode, which is query mode. Okay, insensitive. Now when I go back here, refresh, the register button is gone. Now we get the data from here, the manufacturer information, and it's working. Now I'm also going to do one more thing, which is, okay, about this error, right? Okay, we'll come back to this user defined user denied account access or failed to add network. This error will come back. Now I'm going to use a kind of a global store. So I chose to use the stand. We have a use case of fetching the manufacturer ID, just like how we did in the register button. In order to display or not, it depends on if we already have that person as a manufacturer. We use that in a lot of places. Inside this manufacturer page, we will show this create product if the manufacturer, if the user is the manufacturer. Okay, actually for this particular use case, actually we can get the parameter and then we can get the account address and we can compare that. But there are other use cases like this. Inside the product, here we will be having sell. Based on the status, we will be having an action button here, sell, recycle, return, and those action will only be done by if the visitor is the manufacturer of this product. Okay, I changed the mind. I'm going to create, because Apollo client also already comes with some caching. So when I'm fetching the same manufacturer document with the same manufacturer ID, we're not going to do duplicate queries. So it's going to be cached, it's going to be local. So I don't want to introduce a new package. So I just talked about the stand. So Apollo client like almost does the same thing with caching while doing the network call. So I'm just going to create a query that will get a manufacturer ID, do the query, hit our GraphQL, fetch the information. It also uses the use account to get the account information, and then it compares it. It returns a boolean. So let's just do that. So in the util, in the hooks, I'm going to add a manufacturer.ts get, okay, use get manufacturer. First, let's get the account information from the use account. Use account, it should be existing inside this very library use account, but it's not showing. Import ether use account. We get the account from here, and also I'm going to import the use query from the Apollo. I'm
Apollo dot client. I'm going to get the use query. Let's copy that from this. So this is what we're going to do. Okay. Oh, fine. I get the account. Wow, 1 minute. We get the manufacturer ID. We use this to fetch the manufacturer information, and we get this from the network. Recycle network slash src GQL slash generated. Let's get the manufacturer document, and then is owner account dot to lower case equals data dot manufacturer dot id dot to lower case. And this returns, let's also return the manufacturer information. Manufacturer is data dot manufacturer, and then is owner. Now we can use this to actually fetch the manufacturer. It also, yeah, so it requires the manufacturer ID. It fetches that. It also compares that with the person who is logged in, the visitor. Now let's go back to the button. Instead of using this, I'm going to use a different hook, which is the use get manufacturer, which, okay, let's just leave it like this. And I'm going to continue building the, we're going to hit the blockchain. So right now we just fetched all the information. We worked with the register button, the register form. That is the only place we actually hit the blockchain. And inside our forms library also, we only have that schema, right? Let's continue to work. We have three more things: add product items, modify product items, status. So those are the three things. Let's continue to work on them, and when we require, we will use that hook that we just created. So I'm going to work on the create product .tsx. We are going to also use a provider. So first we need the z from the zod resolver, then use form and from provider from the React hook form. So I'm creating the schema here. We're gonna have a name and an array of toxic items. So this add toxic items component is going to be separate. That's why we need a provider to wrap the entire setup, and we can do some nested form. So I infer the type. We already did this here, right? The same setup, and then we use the use form hook from the React hook form. We have to pass the infer the type. I'm using this zod resolver. So this thing connects the React hook form on the zod schema. This is zod schema. This is the React hook form, and this hook forms resolver zod connects them, makes them work together. And I'm also going to create a provider that is going to get some children so that we can wrap some children, and the children can access the schema, the form management hooks, using use form context. So I'm going to call this and save everything inside this method. So this includes all the register, reset field, everything. And then I'm going to just return the form provider. We also have to import React, so this will be happy. Okay, that is a schema for create product. Create product is going to be a dialog. The whole component is a dialog. It exposes a button, and
On clicking that, it will open, the whole form will open in a dialog. So I'm going to create this add product dialog component. Add product dialog. I'm going to have another product here called add product content, and here I'm going to use that, and then I will wrap the from provider. I will wrap the add product content in the form provider. Let's fetch the form provider create product. I'm going to wrap the entire add product content inside it. Okay, actually you can do this in the component itself, in the page or anywhere, whoever is accessing this thing, you can wrap the provider, import the provider and do this. But I like this setup because everything is like covered in the same file. Okay, so since we are going to use a dialog, I'm going to use this, use set open the states. Okay, now we already have these actions. We have to create the add product action there. Let's create a new action, add product .ts. This is going to be an async function, add product. So similar to the last time, I'm going to get the contract. Let's get the action type from the types. This action type is going to have a generic, that's going to be the payload, and it automatically gets the contract, which is of type the RecycleChain. This is going to, that's the type of the payload. And now here we get the contract and the payload, and inside the payload we will get all these toxic names, toxic weights. So yeah, let's have a try catch. Inside the try catch, I'm going to call, it's a transaction ts equals, we need to await this contract dot, we can call the add product, we can pass the let's destructure the payload. We can do it here, name toxic name, toxic names, toxic weight, toxic names, toxic weights. Okay, that's the transaction, and we can get the receipt using tx.await, tx.wait. Okay, and I'm going to return a boolean receipt dot status equals 1. This is exactly what we did in the register manufacturer also. So in the catch, I'm going to do this. Now we have this function, we can directly call this from our form, and you will be hitting the blockchain function that we created in the smart contract. Now let's continue. Since we are inside this form provider, I can use the use form context from React hook form, and this type comes from the form we just created, the type inferred. Okay, inferred from the schema create product schema. Fine. So this component, as I told you, is going to first expose a button component that is going to be outlined, and on clicking it, it's going to set the open state to true. It's going to have the text add product, and I'm going to have the dialog. The dialog, I'm passing the open and set open. So when this button is clicked, the dialog opens. The dialog, we have imported it. We have to import it, and then inside it, I'm going to have the form from the items. The first item is we need a name for the product. Okay, so this is the title, the label, title for the label. I'm also passing the optional error. I'm registering the name to this HTML input. And here I'm going to have a add toxic items, and then I'm going to create the submit button. Okay, we need to also manage the loading state. Okay, that is not required. Okay, fine. Now let's create the add toxic items component. Add toxic items component. You can actually organize everything regarding the add product dialog inside one folder, but I'm just going to have them like this. So since we are inside the provider, we can again use the use form context from the React hook form and the React form type from the forms library, then the inferred type. Let's import this. Since we are handling an array, we should be able to add any number of toxic items along with the name and the weight to this schema, right? Any number. So it's a dynamic thing. So we need to use this use field array. That thing is going to give us, we have to get the control from the use form context and pass it here, and we have to also specify that. Here we are not getting any type safety, any auto suggestion, but you cannot enter anything else there. Let me import the use form context use field array first, and then you can see that it's not accepting any other problem. It's going to give an error, toxic item ID. But when I give toxic items, the error goes away. Okay, so this field is going to give us the data. We are going to loop through and we are going to render the data using the fields property. Append and remove will help us manage the items, adding and removing more items to the toxic items array to the schema. Okay, let's return. Let's get some class name. Let's import the button component and okay, let's just get the class name, which is an optional string. So we start with the div. I've assigned the class name here, and inside the div, first I'm going to have the page title. Okay, not the page title, this time it's different. We are inside a form. I'm using h3 with a semi-bold, and then I'm going to loop through the fields. Okay, so we get this field, and you can see that we can get the data inside the field dot and get the ID, name, and weight. Okay, that is one instance of the array. We get the field, and let's have a div there. We're going to have a grid layout. That is the first item. We are registering the we are getting the name. You can also wrap the entire thing with a label, but I think the placeholder is sufficient. The second number is the second element. So second input is the weight. We need the name and the weight, and this is a number. The placeholder is sufficient here also, and it's a type of number. And finally, after this div, we are going to have the remove button to remove this particular item. Okay, and after finishing the loop, I'm going to have an add button. That is the append button. Okay, we can call this remove using the index. This index we can pass it here, and that particular item will be removed in the form. And the next button is the append button. We have to pass an initial value with a name empty, and then empty string, and then weight of 0. We can add more items. So that is the add toxic items. Let's go back to the add product dialog. I'm going to now add this component. Fine, let's have a look at the demo. This is the dialog. Okay, actually we have to, okay, yeah, this is the dialog. Instead of this create product, we need to use that component here. Instead of this, I'm going to use the add product dialog. Now you get this button. I'm clicking this, it opens a dialog, and you can add more toxic items. Let's say here toxic 2, toxic 3, toxic 4, toxic 1 with different stuff. I can remove that particular item. Okay, I remove the toxic 2. Next, let's remove the toxic 3 and so on. When I try to submit, so now we can do this. Now we get the validation. You can add some stuff, and you can remove, so you can manage the form. Okay, let's create a product. Before that, the dialog is boxy, it's not rounded. Let's fix that. Let's open the dialog, and the dialog panel, I'm going to add a rounded. Okay, now it's rounded and I'm happy, but it's a bit, still it's a bit tight, I think. Still, I'm just going to go ahead. Let's create a sample product. I'm going to add batteries, AA, and it takes 2 toxic items. The first one is mercury with, okay, let's 50 milligrams, and then cadmium 500 milligrams. And when I click submit, you're gonna see the data here. Now we can call the function we just created inside that actions directory. Here, first let's set the loading state to false. Set loading to false. Here I'm going to call using the await. Let's make this function async. I'm going to call create product. Actions, add product. Okay, this is add product inside the util library. Add product. Let's import that. Actions, add product, get the add product, and we can call that. Before that, let's separate them into 2 different arrays. Okay, we get the data dot toxic items. So we create, so that's an array of 2 array of objects with name and weight. I'm creating 2 different arrays so that we can pass it. Okay, first I have to pass a contract. We get the contract from the use account. From the use account, I'm going to get the contract. I have to pass the contract here, and the payload, we have to pass the name, toxic names, toxic weights, and the name comes from the data. Okay, so it has to be called name. That is it. For some reason the contract is giving me an error. Okay, let's have a condition here saying if there is no contract, then we will just do an alert saying invalid contract. Okay, that is not very user friendly error message, but still, and we have to return so that we avoid that error. So that's a rough edge. So you can get the status here, like status, that is going to be a boolean. Remember, we returned a boolean. We get this true or false. And based on this, after setting, okay, so based on this, if the status is true, we have to reset the form. We get the reset from here, and we also have to refetch a few queries. For that, I'm going to use use Apollo client. So this gives a client access to the client. This comes from the Apollo client. Let's import that. We get the client, and using that we can refetch a few things. First we reset, and then I'm going to refetch queries, and I'm going to refetch the product. So once we upload once the product creation is successful, I have to use named operations to get the query, to get the products. I have to refresh the queries. Also, I have to set the open back to false. Set open to false. And yeah, let's also do an alert. I am using React Toast. Let's just go with the alert now. Product created successfully. Okay, now let's give it a try. I'm logged in with my MetaMask. Let's create the product again. Pesticides. I did not create the AA battery. Okay, that was just a demo I gave to see if the form is working fine. So that is 100,000 milligrams, and this dichlorvos is 1000 milligram. Permethrin is 500 milligrams. Okay, let's submit it. I have to pay the transaction fee, and once it is successful, oh, actually the loading. Okay, product created successfully. The alert is here, but I'm actually thinking about why the loading is not showing. Okay, I did not connect the loading to the button. Let's quickly go here. I will also show you the event getting triggered. I will come back. The alert is not allowing me to move to any other window. Okay, I'm clicking OK, and you can see the pesticide here. You can see those toxic items there. We don't have any items, so we are not seeing anything. Next step, we will be creating the items. I wanted to show you this. Okay, event still triggers, and we write that to the database, and we query that using the GraphQL. See, the whole thing happened successfully. Yeah, so in the next steps, we're going to have an add items button here similarly, and on clicking that, it just gets a quantity. Okay, you remember the Solidity function, smart contract. Here, the add product, we just hit that. The next one is add product items. It just gets the product ID and the quantity. Yeah, so in the next step, yeah, we will do that. Okay, let's do the same thing again. Let's go through the same workflow. We just did this. First, we created the form schema, and then we created the action, and we created the UI, the form UI, and we just hit it, and everything worked smoothly. Let's do the same workflow again. Add product items. So here I'm creating I don't have to make this a TSX actually, because we are not going to have a provider. It's a much simpler form compared to the previous add product schema forms. We need a trio, Zod, React hook form, the hook forms resolvers, and the schema is really simple. It's a quantity. I'm allowing them to create a min and max of 10, because we are actually hitting the blockchain, and I don't want anyone to give like 1000 products, create 1000 products at this time of development. And then we infer the type using z.infer, and we are passing the type of the schema here. And then we create the use form hook. We use form, you pass the type inside as a generic, and we use the Zod resolver, create the resolver. Okay, now let's create that dialog. So inside the UI, add product items dialog.tsx. So this thing gets the product ID. Okay, well, the interface, it just requires a product ID, and inside that it's going to be really similar. So I'm going to use open and set open for managing the dialog. I'm using this Apollo client to refetch queries, and let's use the use form schema from the forms library, and also we get the contract. This is required while hitting the actually hitting the function. Okay, let's return. Again, I'm going to wrap the entire thing with a fragment, and then first we will use a button that will just open the dialog. Okay, it's an outline similar to what we did in the previous thing. And we have the dialog where we pass the open and set open. I am also having a title here, add product items. So inside this, we are going to have the form from the items. This form is really simple. We just get I'm going to show the product ID just for, we can have some data, right now I'm just getting the product ID, but you can choose to get a whole lot of information about the product, so it will be easier for the user to confirm that they are actually creating the items for the right product. Okay, we only get the quantity. So in the product label, I'm also going to pass an error here. We can get the errors from the hook inside the form state. We can get the errors, and from the errors we can, I will show you this message. Okay, when you are giving, you have a condition 1 to 10, right? You cannot give a minus number, you cannot give 11, 10 or above 10. I'm registering the quantity, just hooking the element to the form state we are managing. And finally let's have the button, and I actually forgot to add the loading. As I get, let's go to the product dialog. Here we have the submit button, right? Okay, there's a small problem. Last time I realized that the button was not loading. It has to load until the whole process finishes, but let's look at that in this example. It should work. I don't know what was wrong. Okay, and in the on submit, I'm going to do the same thing. On the on submit, I will use the handle submit that gives us the callback with the data object, and we can do, first let's start with setting the loading state to false, and then we change that to true, and in between we call that action. So const status equals await. We also have to make this async. Add product items. It's weird that I'm getting, okay, I'm getting this. I did not, okay, my bad. I did not actually create this action. Okay, so I'm just going to copy paste the add item product items. Just the action type is going to be different. The payload is going to get the product ID and the quantity. Okay, let's destructure them, and we have to call the different one, add product items, and we have to just pass the product ID inside our object. Okay, no objects, just the product ID and the quantity. That is a transaction, and we get the receipt back, and we return the thing. Probably we can abstract the whole thing separately, that some other function will handle this try catch, some other function will handle this part. Okay, but I think it's okay now. This function is called add product items, and from the submit, I'm going to import that, and
add product items, and we can import that here, add product items, and we can call this. We need to first pass the contract, and then the payload is going to have data. Okay. Okay, actually we handle only the quantity. We have to get the product ID from the property and we have to pass it. Let's just destructure the quantity from there, and we will just pass the product ID and the quantity. The quantity comes from here, the product ID comes from the components property. We also have to make sure that the contract is not empty. Let's just copy that from here. Fine. So when the status is true, I'm going to do a few things like resetting the form. When we add the product items from this page, I need to refetch a few things like the product query, then the product items query. Okay, those are the two things, because we have a chart here. I want that to be refreshed as well, and also we need to refresh the product items below. So we need to refresh two things: query dot product item, product, and the product items. And those should be sufficient. We are closing the dialog. We are also having the alert. Product items created successfully. Fine. Let's give it a try. This is the dialog, and we have to show this only if the visitor is the manufacturer of that product. Let's go to the page. This is the page we want to also understand. This page, this happens in the layout. Okay, initially I was planning to have a menu, and on clicking the menu item, the remaining page will change, but later I just simplified the layout. And in the page we are using this show product items component. We are hitting this product items, so that's what we are refetching. And in the layout we are fetching this product document, right? Remember, those are the two queries we are refetching, so that this page will get refetched. So we have to add the dialog. Okay, to do, if the viewer is the owner, add and modify items. Let's do the add one first. Add product items. This requires the product ID. Product ID can be received from the props. Okay, so before that we also have to make sure that this is the manufacturer of the product. Okay, one more thing, we also want to check that this account is the manufacturer of this product. So I'm going to do one more query from here using use query. You need to get the manufacturer, and we don't want all these things actually. I'm going to only fetch, probably get manufacturer ID, and I'm only getting the ID. Okay, then network library code gen is not running. Let's run that, and if you pass the ID, you will get the ID if the ID has the manufacturer account. So let's use that here, document, and I have to pass the ID here, where use account, get the account, pass the account. Now we get some data. I'm going to rename this to manufacturer data. Okay, I did a mistake. We have to actually fetch the product, and we fetch the manufacturer ID along with it. Okay, that's how we can make sure that the ID is the manufacturer of the product. But again, we have a really huge product query. I'm going to simplify that. product manufacturer, and we only get the, we don't want anything else. Probably let's just also fetch the product manufacturer name. Okay, just this. Okay, I'm going to remove the previous one. We don't want this. Come back here. This should be okay. That is not available. Now let's get the product manufacturer document. Now we have to pass the ID, which is the product ID we get from the props. This is the product data. We will be having the manufacturer inside it. That is the manufacturer of this product. Now we have this account. Now we have to make sure that is owner equals account dot to lower case equals product data dot manufacturer product dot manufacturer id dot to lower case. So I know I created this hook. Okay, the manufacturer hook. I think I'm not going to use it because each use case we get are different. We have to get we have to make sure that the product manufacturer of the product, and then I don't know if we will use this hook anywhere. Okay, so that gives us the boolean. Now if this owner, I'm going to use a fragment or else nothing. I'm going to use the dialog inside the fragment. Now let's see. This guy does not have a manufacturer account. That's why this register is showing up. Okay, now when I open this from the actual manufacturer of this product, I can see this add items. If I open the same page from the other user, we won't see the add items button. Okay, this is too logged in, too zoomed in. That's why it looks odd. Okay, so the button is not there. Now the actual manufacturer can add the items. We just have to pass the quantity. I'm just going to give 4. I think everything is set up properly. Let me quickly make sure that we have in the on submit we get the quantity, we get the product ID from the props, and we do everything properly. Let's just hit it. 4 items, add item. Okay, the loading is not working. I don't know, I'm not sure why. I'm setting the loading to false here, and then something happens, and I'm setting the loading to true again. It's an asynchronous function. I'm not sure why the loading is not happening. So I have to pay the transaction fee. Comes here. I'm waiting for the alert. Meanwhile, the loading is not working. I'm not sure why. Okay, the product items created successfully. On clicking the OK, now I'm expecting the product card, product top card, and the product items to be updated. Okay, this gray is the manufactured state. Okay, fine. That is how we add the product items to the smart contract, and then we hit the event. I always like to come back to see this events getting listened. Okay, and then we write to the database, and then the GraphQL query is fetched, refetched. Everything is in manufactured state. This is the current time here. Fine. Okay, I guess you might be laughing at me at this point. I got this brain freeze moment. So basically, I'm just setting the loading state to false first, okay, and then I'm setting the loading state to true. When I finish that, it has to be the other way. I did not notice that. Let's also do the same thing for the add product dialog. So we have to set the loading state to true first, and then after the async,
we will set that to false. Okay, now we have another product. We have another product with no product items. Let's add the product item there, and we will make sure that the loading button works. Okay. Okay, this guy is a different manufacturer. Let's open that account. Okay, I logged in with the other ID, which starts with A8D, and that's the person I used to create this chem dump corp. And we created the manufacturer. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I created this manufacturer through UI or the Remix IDE interface, but does not matter. First, we need to create a product, and then we will create items, and we will make sure that everything works properly. Okay, let's create the product. I'm going to create a product called bug spray pesticide. Bug spray pesticide. It has 3 toxic items. First one is permethrin 500 milligrams per bottle per item. It's going to be 100 milligrams, and something called a DEET. It has 500 milligrams again. Fine, let's submit, and this time I'm expecting the loading to work. Okay, it's working. Now I have to pay the transaction fee, and we'll come back. The loading will still work until the whole process ends. Okay, until the alert shows up. Still happening. Okay, the alert shows up. I'm going to click OK, and the product is showing up. Actually I was wrong. I was expecting a chart here, but the chart is dependent upon the product items and not the product. Okay, so the chart is still empty. The chart for the product is still empty. You can look at the product here. Okay, the bug spray pesticide product, we have the permethrin, the second item something, the other we have DEET. Okay, so you can go inside it, and if you are the manufacturer, you are going to look at this add items button. If you are not, you are not going to. Actually, I have another pesticide. Oh, I did not see that. Okay, yeah, fine. Now let's create some items. Add items. I'm going to add 5 items. It's loading. I'm going to reject it. Okay, so I'm going to use something called React Notify. Oh, okay. Now we have this problem. We did not handle that. So we have to do this in both the things. In the else, product creation failed. In the else, I'm giving an alert called product creation failed. And meanwhile, I'm also going to install that React Notify, set up that in the layout, and we will use the, instead of alert, we just have to use a toast message, and we will see the toast there. Actually, one more thing. When the user rejects the transaction, inside the action we have I'm throwing an error here. I think that is not required. I'm just going to return -1 or false. I'm consoling log this, and I'm returning false. Okay, that has to happen in all other cases, and so that we get this else part. Okay, if the status is false, we are going to get, we can handle whatever we want to do if something goes wrong. Okay, let's do the same for everyone, every action. Fine. Okay, inside the UI library, I'm going to install the React Toastify, and I'm going to create a component called Toast, where we will be creating a provider and the actual Toast function.
Let me just copy paste inside the molecule. We are importing the toast container, the toast function, and also the slide. That is the transition. I guess we can have other stuff like bounce, flip, zoom. The slide is okay. Now I have to add this toast container in our layout. So in the layout, go to import that. That exists inside the molecules toast. You get the toast container and you have to place it in the, you're going to place it above, outside of the container. That's it. Now you can get the, you can just import this toast function and you can, instead of the alert, you can do that. You can call the toast. Okay. We are inside the UI and inside the molecules, I'm going to get the toast. I'm going to import the toast. This is inside the product dialog. That's it. Let's, now we are going to create, we have already created the product. Now we are going to create the items. Inside the product, add product items dialog also. I'm going to have the toast. You have to import it from the molecule. And else, I'm going to just give a toast called action failed. Or let's give some specific things like error, the message that is specific for this page. Product items creation failed. Okay, one more thing, I have to add some classes. First one, this toastify requires some CSS to work. So in our global CSS file in the UI library, I have to actually import the React Toastify CSS, and also I modify a few things. I want the toast to have some shadow. The shadow was looking very different to me, and also the rounded function, rounded class from our, so that the toast is going to have the specific rounded border radius of what we use. And making the progress bar, the background as 0, along with the rounded class we have. Okay, let's create some items. I'm going to create 5 items. This time I'm actually expecting a toast. Let me quickly make sure that I've added that properly. Fine. Let's add 5 items for this product. Bug spray pesticides. It's loading. Let me quickly reject once and see what happens. Project items creation failed. Okay, good. Also, we are not seeing that as we are not throwing an error, we are not seeing that error here, that red box that happens in the Next.js. That's not happening. I remember giving 5 actually. Okay, this time I'm going to click OK. I'm going to pay the transaction fee. Okay, not going to keep rejecting it. Loading. I'm expecting a graph here and then the items in the bottom, and also a toast message there. A toast is much better than the alert. The alert kind of holds the entire page until I click OK. It feels a bit not smooth for me. Yep. So that's the chart is showing up. We have the items showing up, and everything is fine. Next step, we have the manufacturer will be able to set the individual items status, and also we're going to have another button here saying bulk status change. If, for example, if a manufacturer wants to change a status of like 1000 items, the person cannot go and click the items one by one, so they can pass. It could be an automated system also. Okay, it automatically gets the IDs from some database and it can hit the blockchain. So next step, we need to update the status, and I think that's probably it. And then we will just proceed to build our 3D scene, and we will be moving to create the mobile applications, iOS and Android, using React Native. Okay, now we can create a product. We can create the product items inside the product. So this one I found without any product, so everybody has some items. This product does not have any items. I'm going to just create 2 items or 3. So after this, we will move on to updating the product item status in bulk, and also updating one product status. Okay, once the loading stops, you can see the 3 product items getting created, and everything is working fine. So it's the same workflow. We will start from creating the form schema. Right now we have 3 schemas. I'm going to create a schema called bulk status update. We will use the same thing for updating individual schema as well. It's going to just get IDs and status. Okay, so let's import the 3 required things as usual, and the schema is going to take, first one is the IDs string. Basically the plan is to get n number of product item IDs. We can actually use an array, and we did that use field array, right? So it's a bit complicated, and also it's a bit hectic for the user to use. They have to click, they have to enter the product item ID, and then they have to click add again, and then this is, we're going to get a comma separated one string, and then in the on submit we will convert that. We will split the string using that comma. We will convert, and we will trim the items, and we convert that into a string of array of string. And then what status we want those product items to become. That's the target status. That is the schema, and then we will infer the type, and then we create the use form hook by passing the infer type, and then using the ZAR resolver. We have to pass a schema inside it. We will get this use form hook. Okay, now I'm going to create a lot of buttons, so we have to refresh this. I just created these items from the manufacturer page, and this won't automatically retrigger on another profile. Okay, so based on the status, we are going to have buttons. If the status is manufacturer, we will show the sell button. If the status is sold, we will show the return and the recycle, and that will be the end state. So we're going to create 3 buttons calling the same, using the same hook, and same action probably actually. So inside the, let's create an action. So we have this add product items, register manufacturer. The next one is I'm going to create a few actions, and based on the status, target status, we will call that particular status. I'm going to call this update product item status.ts. Okay, this is the first function, sell product items. Going to get this product item IDs, that is an array of string. Inside that, again, I'm going to use a try catch. I'm going to call the sell product items using the contract. You can see that you may remember that we have a function called sell product items that gets this item ID is a string array. We get the receipt, and we return the status. It's a boolean.
And if there is an error, I'm just going to console log it and return false. That's it. That's the first one. Similarly, I'm going to have different functions. Calling different functions, we may actually abstract some complexities and do something, but sometimes these plain implementations are much easier. There is some duplication, but I'm just going to go with this. I have just created all these actions. Everything gets an array of string, right? That is the argument type of all these recycle, return, and sell product items functions. Okay. Now inside the organism component, a folder, I'm going to create a file called action buttons.tsx. First one, we're gonna have 3 buttons for individually updating a product item status. That is a sell item button. We get the contract from the use account. We get the client from the use Apollo client. This is used for refetching, right? Refetching data. Use Apollo client comes from the Apollo client. And there is no form actually. It is just a button. Sell item. Variant. Text. Let's also manage a loading state. Going to be false by default. Loading. Set loading. And we pass the loading state to the button. Okay, now on click, I'm just going to call the action. Sell item action. Okay, so this is going to be an async function because we're going to do await inside it. So first we got the contract. I am just making sure that the contract is valid. Let's also import the toast from the molecule toast component. And then we are just going to call the await sell product. Okay, that is not coming here. I just import it from the actions directory. Okay, first I have to actually do the set loading to true, and then I change that to false, and in between const status equals await sell product items, and I have to pass the ID inside an array. Okay, that's how we do one thing. Okay, so actually I'm sorry, so we have to pass the contract and a few contract, and then inside the payload is going to be an array of IDs. ID. Okay, okay, the payload has to be an object, and then have to pass the IDs inside the product item IDs. Okay, now it should work. So we get the status, and if the status is true, we're going to do something, and then if it is false, I will just do the same toast action failed. Then if the action is successful, I am going to do a few things like item ID set to sold, and also I'm going to use the client Apollo client to refetch a few things like the product items and the product, because we do this from the product page. I want this graph to be updated. That graph information comes in the product query. This product items has to be refetched, and that they come from these two different queries, and that's what I am refetching. We have the sell button ready. Okay, let's do something. Let's render that. The product item card. Here I have to also pass the is owner. Let's find a way to do that. Okay, we already have that, so I can just pass it. If the person is the owner. After the timeline, we are going to render some buttons. If it is in recycled state, we will just show an icon. That's it. Okay, so after this, I'm going to create a flex box. And if is owner is true, I'm going to create a flex, another flex, or else nothing. So inside this, I'm going to conditionally render buttons. If the status is product.manufactured, then I'm displaying the sell item button. Okay, let's have a look. It is in manufacturer, but this guy is not the manufacturer, so no button is displaying. But here now we see the sell button. Let's try that. The loading works. Transaction. I confirm the payment. It's still loading, and we will get the event, and I'm expecting the graph to change. Okay, I'm not clicking anything. Still loading. Okay, so the chart updated itself, and the product item card also updated. Let's do the other buttons. Action buttons. Okay, so we have been like leaving us a few duplicate code in the project, but this thing actually, I don't think it's right to create 3 such buttons with all this logic, calling 3 such functions with all this logic. So I'm going to actually update. Let's create a function called update product item status. Okay, here I'm going to get the status. That is the current status. Okay, let's call it current status. And that's going to be a type of product status. And based on the current status, we will do a different transaction. Oops, okay. I was actually destructuring it. I have to add this in the type, the action type. And now we can get that. Now we have to import the product status. Fine. So based on the, we will just declare this tx, and then based on the current status, we will call different functions. If current status equals product status dot manufactured, then I have to call them sell product items, right? Else if current status equals product status dot sold, I have to call the next one, return product items. Else if the third one, current status equals returned, then I have to call the final one, which is recycle product items, and we are using the same product item IDs. Okay, so TS is possibly undefined. Let's make sure if EX is Rudy, we are going to get the receipt and return that. If the transaction is not there, what did I do? Okay, so else I'm going to just return false. Okay, something went wrong if the transaction did not happen, so I'm just returning false. Now we can delete all these functions, duplicate functions, and we need to update the sell button. I'm not going to have one sell button. Instead, update product item status button. It's going to get an array, and okay, it also gets the status. That's what we're going to pass to this function, and the function decides what to do. Fine. So the button, based on the status, we have to actually change the button text. That's all the button handles. And here also we have to pass the current status, which is the status which we just got. Maybe let's just call this current status, and yeah, it's happy. Now we, based on the current status, we have to update the button text. Let's create a lookup object. I'm going to create a status to button text. So that's going to be of a type record. The key is going to be the product status, and then the value is string. The first one, if the key is product status at manufacturer, the button text is going to be sell item. The second one, if it's sold, we mark that as, we give the button text as return. If it is returned, we recycle. Final one, if it is recycled, then we don't have to do anything actually. Maybe recycled. Fine. Now let's use that in the button text. We just have to pass the current status here. That's okay. Now I'm going to disable the button if the current status equals product status dot recycled. So yep, we cannot click it, and the button will be saying recycled. Fine. So let's use this instead of the sell item. I'm going to import that, and we don't have to do these checks here. We can simply use the component and pass the, what is this, product item dot status. That is the current status. And why am I getting, okay, this is the, that's the product status, product item dot id. Okay, we are good. Now I can delete this, and let's have a look. Here, this automatically shows the return item. This is showing the sell item. Let's try to return this item. I'm confirming the payment. Gonna take a few seconds. Yeah, it is finished. It automatically it updated the chart. Let's also quickly try the sell item once, and then we will click the recycle item, and after recycling, it should show an disabled button saying recycled that cannot be clicked. We are selling this item now, and it's done. Now you can see one manufactured item, one sold item, one returned item. Let's recycle this and see the disabled button. Also, we have another effect going on that will add some shadow, add some green border for this product item, and yeah, everything is working. So basically, in this section, we added we had this product update, product item status update buttons. Okay, and I'm happy that in this part I avoided some duplication. In the past, I think there are like 2-3 instances where I was happy to just leave the duplication as it is, but this time we handled it. I'm happy with that. So the next one, we're gonna have a button that says bulk status update. Okay, this is actually all the functionalities. We created the manufacturer, registered a manufacturer, we created products, and inside the product we created items, and after that we updated the items. Everything is hitting the smart contract. and you can see the smart contract in this polygon scan, and you can see all these transactions going on there. We listen to the events here. Every event is listened and getting updated, and also we re-trigger, re-render, re-fetch the information back. That is done, but I want to add this one thing which is called bulk status update. That is going to just get a form with the comma separated product items. We can set them all in one go to one status. Okay, let's create that. It's going to be similar to the add product item dialog. Okay, that's a dialog. We expose a button first. On clicking the button, it opens the dialog. We keep doing that. That's what we're going to do here. We have to create a new component, bulk status update dialog, CSX. Export const that component. First, let's use open and set open for handling the dialog state, and we get the contract from the use account. We get the client to refetch the data. That happens from the Apollo client, and let's import the use form bulk status update from the forms library at recycle forms /src/ bulk status update. There we update, there we import that. Fine. And we return a fragment. We expose a button that's going to be outlined just like, wow, I imported the wrong button from the atoms. On clicking it, we set the open to true. And then we're going to have a dialog. Inside that, we're going to have a form. First one is the first input element is we are getting the IDs. That is actually a string, and in the placeholder I am having that string 1-1, 1-2, comma separated product item IDs. And then I'm going to use a HTML select. I hope I have that component. This is just a select with some predefined styles. So let's again use a HTML label, and then let's use the HTML select. I'm registering this status one here. We also need to have some children. So basically I create this. So I need 3 statuses. Okay, I won't want to save to the manufactured state. That happens when we create the product item. We only want 3 items. 3 statuses: sold, returned, recycled. That is going to be the options we give in the drop down, and I'm just rendering it. Let's have the submit button. Let's get the loading status. Set loading. Now in the on submit, I'm going to use the handle submit that gives the data, and first we set the loading state to true, and then we set the loading state to false. In between we do that asynchronous operations. So also we have to mark this async. Okay, we already have this update product item status function, but that gets the current status. Okay, here the user is going to select the state, that the target status. So we cannot directly use this. We have to first calculate the current status from the target status, which is going to be the previous one. Let's destructure the IDs and status. I'm going to calculate the array of IDs from the ID string. So IDs array equals IDs dot split using the comma, and then I'm going to loop through, and I'm also going to trim that. There could be string that there could be what? Okay, it has to be inside that, and I'm going to id dot do the trim to avoid any empty spaces. So that's an array. We can pass it in the product items id. Okay, actually I can name this product items IDs. Okay, I was thinking about a better name there, but yeah, I'm going to rename this as target status. Now I have to send the current status here. Current status equals target status is equals product status dot told. Okay, so I was thinking about using a ternary operator. Let's just create a map, a lookup map called, we already have okay, we don't have that. Let's call this previous status map. Okay, so it's going to have the key as a product status and the value as a product status. For the sold, it's going to be manufacturer. Returned is going to be sold. Recycled is going to be returned. We don't want the next one. Okay, it's complaining that there is no manufactured status in the key, but we don't want the manufactured status in the key because there is no previous status for the manufactured state. I'm just going to make it partial, and it's fine. Now the current status is going to be previous status, and we can pass a target status inside it. Okay, so this is possibly that's undefined because we don't have all the statuses. But the thing is, if the current status is null, is undefined after this, so this could be undefined or product status. Okay, so if it is undefined, then there is something wrong clearly. So if it is not truly, I'm going to have a toast and return. Something went wrong, and we will return that. Now we can just use the current status. It's going to be truly okay. Also, let's just add the condition here. If there is no contract or the current status is not truly, then I'm just returning that. Now we can call this update product item status function. That gives back a status. If the status is true, then we can do something with the success and the failure. We have to await that. It's going to be a routine thing. We need to reset the form, close the dialog, have a toast message, and then we will use the client instance, the Apollo client instance, to refetch a few queries, which is, it happens in the product page, and we just have to refetch the product information and the product item information. And if something goes wrong, we just have to display a toast message saying action failed. Okay, something went wrong. Fine. And finally, we will just set the loading state to false. Now you will see, okay, actually we have to add that button near the add items. Here it is. Okay, not that. Okay, here we need to add the bulk status update dialog. We have to import that, and fine. It does not get any props. It only gets the input from the form we fill. Also, this looks very bad. Let's make them inside a div. We will make it make them a flex with some gap. This should do because they are both are same button, so I don't have to do some item center and so on. This is sufficient. Add items, bulk status update. Fine, I'm going to use this account for a bit. Now this product has 5 items in manufactured state. I'm going to use the bulk status update to modify these 3 into a sold state. Let's have a look. 4, 4 hyphen 1, 4 hyphen 2, 4 hyphen 3. I'm going to set these 3 things into a sold status. Let me quickly make sure that I have added the loading to the button. Okay, and yeah, everything looks good. I'm converting this the id string to an array of id string, and I'm making sure everything happens properly. Okay, let's submit. We are changing the product status of 3 items. Okay, let's confirm the payment. It's loading, and okay, now you can see all the product items updated. We have 2 manufactured and 3 sold items, as you can see. Let's also quickly do these 2 into a 4.4-1 and 4-3 into, I clicked the wrong button. 4-2, 4-1 and 4-3 into a returned state. Actually, if we are giving a wrong status, we are going to transaction will fail. We have that condition in our smart contract itself. We can also have that condition in the front end to reduce hitting the smart contract. Okay, and these 2 people now are in return state, and you can see also the chart get updated. Just for a final measure to resolve, to wrap it up, I'm going to convert this first item into a recycle item. Actually, you can click that if you are just going to do for one item, but let's do through this bulk status update. 4-1 recycled. Okay, item status. Actually, I need to change this title to target status. Okay, I'm going to confirm the payment, and okay, status is updated. This one is recycle, and we have this beautiful chart with all the updated ones. That's pretty much the demo. Okay, we may have a few things to polish. Actually, we have a home screen. I'm going to use build a 3D scene here, a world with a world getting polluted slowly with the toxic items. But functionality wise, that's pretty much it. Okay. Hello everyone. In this section, we are going to create a 3D a scene. We are going to have a globe revolving, and an abstract thing representing a irresponsible corporation manufacturer extracting the raw materials from the globe and discarding the toxic items onto the back to the world, and slowly turning the globe red. Okay, that is the scene. Let's get started. I'm going to create inside the library, I'm going to create a new directory called 3D.
Get inside that, initialize a new project, open the package or JSON. I'm going to rename this with recycle-chain/3D. Fine. Let's install the required dependencies. We want the Three.js package itself, React 3 Fiber, React 3 Dray. So is the Dray we are going to use a sphere and also the orbit controls which allows us to actually like look around the scene. So those are two things that we will be using from the Dray package. The sphere for the globe. The fiber we will be using the canvas that encapsulates the whole scene. We'll be using the use frame. So that gives us access to do something like rotate the object a bit every frame and so on. Also you will be using use loader to load the globe texture onto the sphere. And this three package is required to do other stuff like grouping everything together, getting the type of the vector3, Euler, the texture loader, mesh, basic material, and so on. Okay, those are the three requirements. Also we have to install the type definitions of the three package as a dev dependency. Add dev dependency types/3. Okay, now let's create a source directory and inside that I'm going to create three directories called scenes, components, util. So inside the scenes I'm going to create this. I'm going to call this sustainability scene, the TSX. This just gets the children and the class name. Actually we can use the base component from the types. I'm going to import the canvas component from the React Fiber, and I'm going to just return the canvas. I'm going to use the orbit controls from the Dray package, and we'll just have the orbit controls. Okay, I have to just import React from React. So to avoid letting the TypeScript know, you can also add a tsconfig with the JSX of React JSX. That is the sustainability scene. I'm going to import that into the home page, and we will just start to have a demo. In the home page, I'm going to delete this donut and the hello world. Okay, actually I have to install the package first. It's going to be RecycleChain/3D. I added that, and I will just do some yarn install. Now back to the page. I'm going to import at RecycleChain3D/src scenes sustainability scene. Okay, let's run the application and see the demo. 3001. We don't have anything right now. Let's give some gradient using custom like inline styles. I'm giving it a z index of 0, height of screen -4 rem. The 4 rem that is height, right? 15x, that is height we gave to the navbar. So I'm taking everything else, the remaining height. Also I'm having some linear gradient to top right. It gets okay, so that is the lightness of 10. It starts at 10 to 5, so it gets darker. Okay, actually now we can, the orbiter control is actually working, but you cannot see anything unless you have an object. Okay, so I'm going to create a component called globe.tsx. This thing, I'm going to import a sphere from Dray, and we will just render that. Okay, that is the globe right now. You can see that it is rotating a bit. You can zoom in, but we don't have any material there. We need to pass a texture. I'm getting a texture of Earth from this solar system, from this website. I'm going to take the 8K one. The copyright says that distributed under attribution 4.0 international license. You may use, adapt, and share these textures for any purpose, even commercially. So just download the 8K version. You can also download the other ones. We're going for a simple one. I think this won't have the, okay, actually in the demo it is showing the clouds, but this is the one we are using. Save the texture into the public directory. I already have this create a textures directory. I'm going to copy paste that. So earth underscore 8K. Okay, I was also playing around with other textures, and I'm happy with this one. So let's go inside the globe, and let's attach the texture into this globe. Const texture equals use loader. Get the use loader from the React 3 fiber, because we have to pass the texture loader from the 3 package, and then we have to point the location texture slash earth underscore 8K dot jpeg. Okay, that's the texture. Now we got the texture. Now we can just use the mesh basic material. So this does not require any lights to work, and that's, I think it's a lot performant. And I'm just passing the texture. Let's go back to the textures, I think. Okay, textures. Now you can see the globe. You can zoom in. We don't have any controls right now, any limitations, so we can like zoom out and okay, I kind of lost the globe for a second. I am going to introduce some limitations for the orbit controls. Minimum and maximum polar angles. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm also going to create a index file. 1 radian. Okay, a full circle has 2 pi radians. Okay, 2 into 3.14. That is the amount of radians for a full circle. So we need to take the degrees and convert that into radians. So I'm going to create a util function that gets the degrees and convert that into radians. Okay, that's 2 pi. We need to divide the pi by 180, and so if you are passing 360 degrees, it's 360 divided into pi by 180. That's 2 pi, right? So that is the formula. If you are passing 180, then that's pi, which is half. If you are passing 90, that's pi by 2, right? And so on. Let's import that. Now we get some limitations. We cannot, that's for the polar angles. You can see that it gets stuck, and that's 0 to 180, 108. You cannot see the south pole. That's how we create some limitations. Also, I'm going to have a minimum and maximum distances, so we cannot zoom out. Wow, what happened? Let's refresh it. So we should not be able to zoom out
Wow. Okay, I've been playing around to find the minimum and maximum. So that's going to be the zoom we can go. That is the zoom out. We can maximum zoom out. We can go. Like, I think we can reduce it further. 6. Okay, so I'm going to just go with this. Okay, now you can see that you can see this polygons. We can modify that. We can make it a high poly 3D object, the sphere. So we can add the arcs property. First one is going to be the size, and second we can mention the definition. Let's start with 12,12. You can see it's pretty low poly. If you reduce it further, it's going to look funny. That is a sphere. Okay, so I'm going to make this maybe 32. I can still see some rough edges. Okay, let's spend 64. I think that the 64 is the count number of vertices we have around the sphere. I'm not sure. So now we get some really smooth globe. Okay, and one more thing that we can modify the size here. 2 is too big. I'm going to make it larger, and the orbit controls, I'll have some limitations like 60 to 600. That's what we had that earlier, right? I'm also going to move the globe, position the globe a bit below, because we're going to have our engine in the top. Okay, that corporation abstract structure that will be running here, extracting the raw materials and putting back the toxic items back to the environment. So this is what we are going to go with. This is the zoomed out, this is the zoomed in, and I made sure that we cannot. So this 108, you might be wondering how I got this 108.5 max polar angle. That is because if I increase it, we will go inside the floor. Okay, so I was just playing around. I came up with this sweet spot where we can get this satellite view kind of angle. Okay, fine. Next, I'm going to create a component called rotator. This guy is going to take some children, take a speed, and it just rotates the children based on the speed it receives. I'm getting the React Native, that is the children. I'm going to return group, because this is going to group a lot of children, and we can give the rotation. We can set the rotation of the group that is going to be rotating everything that comes inside that group element. Fine. Let's also use useref for referencing this, and we will use the group ref.current.rotation to rotate the children. Okay, I'm also going to use the useref. The useref is going to give us the state and the delta. Delta is a time elapsed since the previous frame, and we are going to use that. Okay, actually, I think I'm not going to use it. We can use the delta from here to make sure that the rotation will be even in all the devices, but that's not required in this representational infographic. For building games, you have to make sure that every game, even in the low performance devices, everything has to be same, uniform, the speed and everything has to be uniform. So I was playing around. I was planning to make it, but not required.
and I'm going to get this type group from the tree. And in order to use this, we also have to import the React. Fine. That is the component. We get a reference inside the user every frame. I'm just modifying the Y rotation by a bit, and we can pass speed like 1 to whatever based on your taste. Now let's just wrap the globe using the rotator, and you don't have need speed, it will take 1 as default. Okay, now the globe is rotating. Right, you can also play around sending a different speed, 0.5, that slows it down. You can pass a bigger value like 3 to see it fast. Okay, I'm just going to go with the speed 1. Okay, we have our globe up and running, and I'm going to do a few changes. One, I don't like the 3D scene contained inside a container, and also it keeps showing the North Pole. Let's change that. I'm going to go to the page, home page. I will wrap this 3D scene component with an absolute. Also insert x0 so that it takes the entire width of the page. Okay, and for this we already have this rotator component rotating the globe. I'm going to do another difference. I'm going to add a rotation here, a custom, but you will see it's going to have, I'm going to pass an array. We'll use radians. X is going to be 60, Y 0, and again Z is 30. Okay, now it's actually rotated. Now it is fixed on like northern part of India. I'm going to do one more thing. So basically what I'm trying to achieve is I want to have a look that the earth is rotating, that's different, and this organization, the fictional, the abstract object, it kind of traverses over the earth like a satellite. In order to achieve that, I'm going to use a reference to refer. I'm going to use that ref here, a globe ref, and then I'm going to use ref, use frame. We don't want the state and delta, and within that I'm going to make sure that the global reference dot current is true. But I'm going to add increment the Y rotation. Now you get this. Okay, so it's like following a satellite, right? So it kind of gives that look, right? And then we will just create that abstract structure on top of it, and it will appear like it is extracting raw materials and throwing away the toxic items back to the earth. So slowly I want the earth to turn red. I'm going to create another sphere. This sphere I'm going to call this is going to be called as overlay ref. We need to create a new reference for referring this sphere. Let's also store the opacity in a use state. So it is we basically provide a a simple basic material with a color of dark red, and it's transparent, and we can add opacity, a percentage. It starts from 0 and it increments itself until 1 or the maximum opacity we decide. So in the use frame, I'm changing we don't actually use delta, we don't want to, but it increases the precision of time, passage of time. So I'm creating a material, and then we will set the opacity. Okay, actually we are not creating a material, but we are getting hold of that material, and I'm changing the opacity of that material based on that. Okay, now we can go here to see. It will take some time. You will slowly start to see the red. Oh, actually I have to increase it by 1 point. Okay, I am increasing. Actually I'm multiplying it with 0.01. It will start with 0 and it won't go anywhere, so I have to add some things. So a really small number. Oops, let's refresh from the beginning, and the red layer slowly starts to form. The red layer around the earth. So it will continue until we get to the opacity of 0.6. That's what we are making sure in the math.max. Okay, so probably I will increase this a bit, and this is too fast, but just to see the end 0.6 opacity. Okay, so this is going to be the 0.6 opacity. Okay, let's go with that. Should work. So the globe is ready. Next we will start to work on the abstract object that extracts and discards. We already have this rotator. I'm going to create a component called progressive rotator. This will, so the previous rotator just rotates whatever child we pass, the children, forever. But this progressive rotator is going to rotate, is going to get a starting point, end point, starting rotation, end rotation, and a few other stuff. Let's have a look. This is the interface. It gets the initial rotation, end rotation, the progress. We are going to actually lerp between the two rotations, and we are going to assign that to the particular, for that frame. We need to import the React and React node. We get the radians from the util. We also import the three. Okay. The scale and position are optional. We are also having default values for them. So how do we get? You just get the number, and that number specifies the rotation of the x-axis. Okay, first we get the current position from the given values. I'm going to use the vector3.lerp vectors. So this is going to get two vectors, vector 3s and a progress 0 to 1, and that will give the current position. We will convert that into a Euler, which is an angle. Okay, the first one is vector 3 initial rotation radians 90 and 0. The second one will use the end rotation, and we will also pass the progress. Okay, that is the current position. Now we have to convert this into a current rotation. Const current rotation equals new 3.Euler set from vector 3 and we can just pass the current position. That is the current rotation. And that's it. We will just return a group. We get the position and scale from the options, from the properties. We also have this default values. Position is going to be 0 by default, and scale will be 111. And we pass a rotation here, and we can pass any children. So this component will get this initial rotation, end rotation, and returns, gets the intermediate rotation and just sets that here. That's all this component does. Okay, I just cleaned it up into one thing. Getting the rotation, we are just creating this vector 3 lerp inside the set from vector 3 function, and we get the rotation. That's a progressive rotator. Another component is circle, which is just a simple circle. This is the individual items that the spawner is going to spawn to create some structures. So this is going to take a distance from the center, the color, the rotation, and then we just return a mesh with the position, rotation, with the circle geometry, with the size received. By default it's 0.25. So I have been playing around, coming up with these values. I have to import React so that these errors go away. We can import the double side from 3. Okay. So we have some error saying that the color, it is expecting a color are undefined. And I'm going to just create a color using the string. And the TypeScript is happy now. Okay, now we have all these components. Now one thing pending, the spawner. This is going to spawn whatever children we pass it. It's going to get the spawn interval, initial rotation, end rotation, duration of the life of that spawned item, position, and we have the optional position and delay are optional. Okay. First, we need to create some types. Create one type called spawned item. So this is that data we are going to store in the spawner. Each spawner is going to handle multiple items, and the multiple item is going to be this. The item is going to be this. It's going to be able to store the array, the ID, which is the date time, the current time in milliseconds, and the progress that's going to be between 0 to 1. I'm storing the items. These are all the items that are currently displaying. Okay, they will be moving. Currently this spawner is managing, and once they reach the progress of 1 or more, we will remove that item from the items list array. Okay, now let's use the use frame. This time, last few times when we were using the use frame, I was not using delta, but this time it is required because if I'm not using the delta, you won't see the uniformity in the spawned items. Okay, we have two things here. First one, we will be keeping track of this last spawned item, and based on the spawn interval, we have to spawn a new item, right? So this is the condition. If date.now minus spawn the time is greater than the spawn interval, we are going to spawn a new item. We create this ID based on the date now. We set this last spawned item based on the new ID, and then we will add the item, which is just this object. Okay, ID progress 0. That's it. Second one, we have to update the progresses of all these items based on the time, based on the delta, and if any of them have more more the progress value more 1 or above 1 or equals 1, we have to remove them. So I'm going to use the set items, that is the setter function. We get the previous items from the function. I'm going to use that previous item to map through the item, and then I'm going to do some calculations. The progress equals item dot progress plus delta divided by duration. We are basically adding delta by duration. Okay, that's how we can understand if this particular duration, if it's 5 seconds and 2.5 seconds, after 2.5 seconds the progress will be 0.5. That's the formula there. If the progress, after adding the progress, if the progress is less than or greater than 1, greater than or equal to 1, you are returning null. That means that particular object we added here will be discarded. If not, we are going to return the item. Okay, and then I will be filtering all the items that are null. Okay, so those are the two things. We add new stuff based on the lapse time, and we remove, we update the progress and remove the items which have more than the progress value of 1. Now we can just loop through the items array, and I'm going to just use the progressive rotator to render the children. Okay, I have to add one more parenthesis there. Okay, that is the spawner. The spawner gets some children from here. Okay, so this should be rotator. Okay, now this should work. So basically the spawner gets some children with all these values. We are almost passing everything. We handle the items and we loop through them. Each one is going to have the progressive rotator with the initial rotation and the end rotation. These are all coming from the properties. We handle the progress and the items in this component. So we can actually do a lot of stuff in one huge component, but the spawner handles the items and the progress of those items. The progressive rotator looks at the lerp, the current rotation, and it just sets it. Okay, we can probably combine them into one component, but I have kept it into 2. Those are the components. Now let's go implement them. The sustainability scene, I'm going to have everything inside one rotator. We already have a rotator with a globe. Let's just add this also. I'm going to group everything. This is the group that the abstract organization is going to exist in. First, let's use a spawner. Okay, we have all this, we need all these constant values. Let's constants.ts. I'm going to have the duration is 12. The spawn interval is 0.2. Those are the global variables constants. Okay. Now we are actually using a spawner to spawn this circle with a distance of 11 with the spawn interval of 1.25 into spawn interval with the duration, with the initial rotation, end rotation. So everything is we're going to have 3 of these. Everything is going to rotate the complete one, but the initial and the end rotation are going to be different. I'm trying for a hallucinating effect here. The 3 circles. Okay, they are starting. So it started there. And it creates that. So after finishing it, the older items will start to disappear and the new one will catch their space. Okay, that is the of distance 11 from the center. I'm going to do the 10 one. This is going to be creating an inner circle. I want this circle to be a bit faster with the same spawn interval. I don't want the circles to be different, but I want them to be faster. The duration is a bit faster here, and the angles are different. For the 10, it starts with 360 and it ends with 0. Okay, this is how it looks. Two circles going in, and you can see that the inner circle is moving faster. Okay. It completes the circle first, and then it ends the outer circle. Let's also create one more thing. And as you can see, okay, so let's do the next one with the distance of 9, and that has the angles of 120 to minus 240 with the duration of 1. This is going to be much faster. Everything else is going to be same. Let's refresh and see. We also have some initial delay. I will explain why. Okay, now the circles are done, and after everything is done, you can see that. So this is going to be the structure. Later we will now we have to work on the extractor component that is going to create this kind of like sucking the resources out of the planet kind of effect, and then we will have some toxic items spilling out of there. So let's create inside the constants. I'm going to create a data, an array called extractor. This is going to have the position with the rotation angle, initial delay, and three things. Okay, that is the data we are going to use to feed to the spawner. So let's just loop through them. Okay, so we destructure all these things, and rotation angles are going to are inside an array. That's because it does not have to be inside an array. Okay, just a number, rotation angle. Fine, so we get the rotation angle here. Then we will create a group. We assign the angle to the group. We get the position, we put the rotation angle. We also put the rotation angle in the rotation angle as the key actually, and also in the Z axis. And inside that I'm going to use the spawner. Here I have to use the new color to satisfy the TypeScript. Let's get the color from 3. Okay, so we are getting this information. I'm passing the initial delay. Spawn interval are going to be same as we used in the other things. Actually, probably I should just use a default value here, because I'm using everywhere, I'm using the same spawn interval, so I don't have to do it here also. Okay, here I'm changing it. Fine. Okay, that's initial delay, initial rotation, and the end rotation are going to be 0 to 90. Is going to have some 45 degree, I mean 1/4 of the circle. The duration is going to be 1/4 of the duration, and the position is 0. Now let's have a look. Okay, so that is the extractor component. And once they reach, okay, actually there is some, wait a minute, let's change the initial view. This is not looking good actually. This object is completely perpendicular, and I cannot see that at all. Let's modify that. I'm going to use a perspective camera. You said that I'm also setting the field of view to 30, which is lesser than what we were looking at there. We have near and far to clip, and this is the item. So I'm going further 400, and let's have a look at a decent one first, and then we will experiment with it. And we have some rotation there. So this is the initial look. Okay, we are farther 400 points farther, 200 points above the camera. Okay, this should be y0, this is y200. Okay, also the field of view, when we reduce that, we reduce the, it will more look, it will start to look flatter. But I kind of like this look, like looking something from below, something is happening beyond the horizon. That kind of look I like. So I'm going to reduce the y to minus 60. That is the sweet spot I liked. Now when the scene starts, let's zoom out a bit. That's because of a very low field of view. Let's refresh. So something is happening above the earth, and it is getting sucked. It is forming some structure above. Right. So I kind of like this view. This is a bit unsettling for me. Okay, and also when you look close, the circles move in a different speed, and that is the point, right? The point is to create some fear. Something is happening to the earth. Okay, so that is extraction. We will do the opposite, and we'll create the pollution file in the constants. So wrong constants file. Let's create it's going to be very similar to the extractor array. We again have the position, rotation, angle. We don't have to array. Initially I was planning to have like multiple streams going on. Okay, so we have this positions. So these are the positions of a triangle inside a circle. Okay, we have the outer and inner circles, and for the pollution I am calculating the triangles. Okay, this is a triangle, this is a point, and that is the end location. Okay, let's do the pollution. Just like this, I'm going to use the pollution thing. Let's import the array, and it should work. Let's refresh the page, and it starts to create the items. And wow, I'm sorry. Okay, the direction of the pollution is wrong. Let's fix that. The circle, the color is going to, I'm not going to do, okay, the color is going to be dark red. That is the first change, and that is being changed. And now I want the circles to be coming from here, top to bottom. So probably I should change these two things, 0, 90 to 100. Okay, so it looks like it is spilling. Okay, also I want the density of the raw material, of the waste, to be lesser than the extraction. Okay, it's not going to be a similar, it's not going to be 100% of things are getting to a toxic. So okay, here I'm going to modify the spawn interval. It's going to be double. You can see the density. You can see the density here. Density of the raw material is much thicker than the toxic item being discarded to the environment. Okay, so that is the 3D scene. Okay, that's not it. We are going to add some text over there, but yeah, 3D scene is over. Let's also have a look at in a wider screen. And this is the look I was trying to go, like having a huge thing hovering over the earth, sucking in a lot of resources, and making the globe turn red. Okay, now let's have some text. Let's go to the home page. I'm going to create one more absolutely positioned element. I'm going to have some text here, the h1, which says where do our toxic wastes go. Okay, and also I made this gradient starting with some muddy color in the bottom, and it turns red. And we will have two links at the bottom of the text. We will link to the manufacturers and the products page. Okay, just like these two things, but I'm going to have two buttons there. And I also want you to notice the delay. So the raw materials first start to begin, the actual circle starts to appear, and then the toxic item will start to pour out. Okay, I'm going to increase the, you can increase this maximum distance. Okay, just to at least have a look at the earth as a full circle. The close one is, I think it's pretty good. Okay, actually we are going within the red circle, so I have to be mindful about it. 1.7. Now we cannot at any point go inside that red layer. Okay, fine. I'm happy with the 3D scene. The upcoming sections we will create our mobile applications using React Native, Android and iOS applications. So see you. Okay, so we have the mobile applications, the React Native applications pending. I'm going to create that inside the standalone. Even though the React application, we're going to use Expo, we're going to use TypeScript. For that, the whole monorepo is TypeScript. I was struggling a lot to make the React Native Expo work inside a monorepo, so I just decided to keep that inside the standalone directory, which is not the part of workspaces. So it was much more peaceful that way, but still I will be using the network library to generate the GraphQL code gen inside the React Native application directly. Okay, let's get inside the standalone. I'm going to initialize a new React Native project using Expo. We don't have to use yarn here because this is not a part of the workspace. I'm just going to use npx create expo app. I'm going to call this mobile apps. Okay, also I'm going to request to set the template. I'm not giving that -t. It's not asking me for a template. I want a simple template with navigation that will come with tabs and also a model. We're going to use one tab for the manufacturers, one tab for the products. In the model, we're going to have some information about the project, the about page. And on clicking the manufacturer card, we will open the individual manufacturer page, and then it's the same structure we have in our Next.js. Okay, it's going to be the same structure. We'll be having all these pages in the mobile application also. I have given the selector the navigation TypeScript template. It's going to take a few seconds. Fine, the project installation creation is successful. Now we can go inside the mobile apps project, and probably I should have called it mobile app or Expo app or React Native app, but I wanted to show off that we are going to actually develop both Android and iOS, right? So also we can also run this web. If you don't have Expo and Android Studio installed, you can just dip your toes on React Native land using the web. So that opens on port number 8081, and this is the application. Okay,
I have some dark reader enabled. I'm disabling that. You can also show the, see how it looks in the mobile screen. So if you don't have Android Studio Expo, you are good to go with this web version of React Native application. So we will be updating this to use the products. This will be manufacturers, and this will be the about page. Okay, let's also open iOS and Android. npm run iOS. That will run this expose dot hyphen iOS. Okay. Oops, something went wrong. Okay, I just restarted the service. If you face the above error, you just have to restart the survey. I did not change anything. And this is the iOS app. Let's open the Android one. That's for the iOS. This is our Android application. It's building. I had to actually restart one more time. And yeah, so that is our Android application. You can see model. It's interesting to see that the model works differently for all three versions. In Android, I can see a smooth, it comes from the right side. For the model in the Android, the iOS comes from the bottom. We also have this web one where there is no transaction. So that is the, we are actually going to create the pages. Okay, it's not like we initialize the project and let's start creating our pages. For before that, we just have to prepare. We're not going to create any packages. We will be using Apollo client, but before that, I'm going to modify our network library. Right now, the code gen, it looks for this GQL slash queries, right? It will look for this file and it will generate the generator one. I'm going to create one more thing like this into our standalone mobile apps project. So the second one, I'm going to go out 2 steps, standalone slash mobile apps slash GQL slash generated .tsx. So this will be the output file. Documents is going to be, I'm going to copy this and we will add these things before it. Okay, fine. And it's going to take the same plugins. Now it's ready. Now inside the mobile app slash GQL, there is no src directory. I'm going to create a GQL folder there. Queries dot GraphQL. Yeah, that's it. Now I'm going to paste a query. Just copy one from here. For testing, I'm going to copy this product items one. Also, I have to make sure that the API is running. Inside the standalone, I'm going to paste it. We have our network code gen. We have to run it. Okay, so it seems to have, I did not see any errors. Also, I'm seeing the generated file inside our standalone mobile apps. You will see one typed document node called product items document. Fine. Now I am going to install Apollo client and we will just render some data. So inside the mobile apps, we have 3 clients working. We're going to open one more tab and let's install using npm install Apollo client slash client. So this is going to give us the use query, and in the tab, one of the tabs, we are going to fetch that data. Okay, so probably I should use the other query, other thing like the manufacturers, because one of the tabs is going to use this data. So I'm also pasting this. Now in the generated file, you can see the product items document, manufacturers document, manufacturer document, manufacturer fields fragment doc. Fine. Let's go to the app tabs index. Here I'm going to import the use query from the Apollo client, and let's also import the manufacturer's typed document from the okay. I have to go out. JQL generated, GQL generated, manufacturer's document. Fine. Now we can fetch their information. Use query, manufacturer's document. You can get all the data, loading everything from here. I'm just going to console log the data. Maybe just okay, let's see. I'm console logging the data now. Oh, okay. So I skipped a few steps. I have to actually create Apollo provider and we have to wrap the entire thing, right? We did it last time. I'm not going to reuse the Apollo client. I'm just going to create a new one for the mobile application. So in the home, I'm going to create a config directory, apollo.tsx. I'm going to import Apollo client in memory cache, Apollo provider. We also need the React and React node. The Apollo provider is going to take only the children, not any other props. Inside it, I'm going to create the set of the Apollo URL, which is 3000/GraphQL. I'm also setting up the cache with the in-memory cache, and I'm returning the Apollo provider, passing the Apollo client. That is the provider. So now we have to go to this layout file, and we have this thing going on. Here we will be managing our screens. Before the stack, I'm going to use our Apollo provider. Okay, now we have to also import it from the config/Apollo. Now it should work. Yep, so I'm seeing this is the iOS, I guess. That's the Android. That's the web. This is the iOS. The iOS has no problem fetching the data from the API. Let's see if the web thing has the data. Okay, yeah. Web has no problem getting the data from the local host 3000. But this Android, that's the Android, will have some problem. We will fix it. Okay. So our Android application is running, but we don't get any data. Data is always undefined. I faced this issue when I was preparing for this project as well. We can fix this by actually setting, before running the expo start Android, I had to set the ADB reverse TCP 3000 to TCP 3000 TCP TSP TCP 3000. I should have copied this, I think. And so after setting that, we have to just set and we can run the expo start Android. Okay, so basically Android was having trouble identifying the local host 3000 into whatever TCP that the port number they can access inside the mobile application. We are just connecting that our local host inside our local host 3000 into the local host 3000 of that application. So now I'm going to restart the application. Okay, now you get the data displayed in the Android as well. So basically what happens is the ABD stands for Android Debug Bridge. It's a command line tool that lets you communicate with an Android device. Okay, the reverse is the sub command sets up the port forwarding in the reverse direction from the device to the host. The TCP 3000, this means that any network traffic sent to the port 3000 on the Android device will be forwarded to the port 3000 on the computer. Okay, basically we are forwarding when the Android device try to access the GraphQL API on port number to localhost 3000, we will forward that to the port number localhost 3000 of the host computer. That's a local host. That's what we are doing. And after doing this, now we are fetching data in all three of our clients. Now let's start to work on the UI. Let's create the manufacturer page, manufacturers page. I'm going to create a component called manufacturer card. It looks a bit clumsy. I'm going to create a folder here called RecycleChain. Or my app, something. Basically I'm going to keep all the components which I created inside that directory. So inside that, let's create the manufacturer card.tsx. This is going to get the interface is going to get the types, the property called manufacturer. We can get the type from the manufacturer query. That's the generated file. And let's create the component. And typing this with the prop. I'm destructuring the manufacturer. So let's use a view from the React Native and a few texts. First, I'm just going to render something on the screen, and then we will work on the styles. Manufacturer dot first is the name one, the location, contact. That's all. Now we have to return it. We also have to import the text from the React Native. That is a card. Okay, let's export that, and we will. Okay, so I'm going to make the second tab as the manufacturers tab. Okay, this will be the products, this will be the manufacturers. So go to the second tab. Here I'm going to fetch the manufacturers document using the use query. Use query comes from the Apollo client. We get the data, loading, and fetch more. We're going to have infinite scrolling. And I'm also going to create a function called load more. That's an async function. I'm actually calling the fetch more, taking 8 more. Okay, so it's going to keep whatever length it already has, and we are going to take 8 more. Okay, so here I'm going to clear everything else. Maybe I should clear all these things as well. Yeah, we don't need any styles, including the containers. We don't want anything. I can just delete everything. I'm going to create a use flat list from the React Native. We have to inside the view. I'm going to create the flat list. I have to pass a type of the data that's going to be passed inside this array. So yeah, so we have to pass data render item and the on end reached. Okay, so the data is going to be data dot manufacturers, and the render item we're going to use the manufacturer card. So this will give us the item, and I can directly pass that inside the manufacturer card. The item is the manufacturer. Okay, and on end reached, I'm just going to call the load more. Okay, that's it. Now we should be seeing the manufacturer information in the page 2 and the tab 2. Okay, that is the manufacturer information. You can see that there are 2 items. So I told you that we are not going to worry about the style at this point. We will definitely make it look a bit decent. For some reason the web was not updated. I had to refresh it manually. Okay, yeah. So we queried some data, we created a card, we used this flat list to render the data into the card. Now let's modify the style of the manufacturer card. I'm going to create a styles. So after working using Tailwind for so long, I find it really, I was struggling a lot writing CSS. That too, this writing CSS inside React Native was a bit different for me. I have to install import the style sheet from the React Native. First one is the card. We're going to have some padding and the margin bottom. I'm going to assign that to the view. So style equals styles dot card. Yeah, this is the styles. We get the card here. You can see that now we have some padding and also some margin bottom. The next one, I'm going to create title, location. I'm going to create 2 classes, title and description. First, we will be assigning the title to the name and the description to the other 2 properties. Title is going to have the font size of 18, font weight of bold, margin bottom of 8. So here the style is going to be styles.title. Okay, that is the title. I'm going to create a description that is going to be of font size 12, margin bottom 4, and the color a bit grayed. Let's add that style to the location and the contact. Okay, that's all. I'm happy with the manufacturer page. The web also looking okay. But the tab names are not looking good. Tab 1, tab 2, they don't make sense. So in the tabs layout, we can actually rename them in the options. The title, I'm going to first make the tab 1 name as products. Tab 2 title is going to be manufacturers. Now you will see this, products and manufacturers. You can also change the icon. Also the title has changed, okay? There is a space here. I'm not sure why that happens. And okay, that's the Android, and this is the let's change the icon name. This tab bar icon, they are using the font awesome, and in here in the name we can pass other stuff. Okay, so I'm happy that we get some suggestions. So for this product, I'm going to use this suitcase icon. For the manufacturers, I'm going to use an icon called building hyphen. Whoa, okay. Now you can see the 2 icons. They're not perfect, but they are okay. I also arranged all these 3 clients side by side. Fine. Let's do the same for the products page. The index. Okay, I'm going to copy paste the products query from the network. Products. I'm going to just copy that. I guess we are using the same queries. Pasting it. And the code gen is working. So I'm going to copy this into the tab 1. Okay, I was already using that. Instead of the manufacturers, I'm going to use the products document. We get the same things. Again, we will be using the same flat list. We won't need any styles in the products page. It's just a flat list. We are passing the products query of products, one instance of that products return type, and we also have to create that load more function. Very similar. Now let's quickly go and create the product card along with some styles this time. Product card.tsx. The interface is going to get the products query. That is the type, okay? That's one individual. Okay, sorry. Let's create that. Let's export that component. We're going to return the product name, manufacturer name, and the items count. Let's import the view and the text from the React Native. And I'm going to create the styles. Probably I should use the same thing from the previous one, right? Should I reuse it? What if I export it here and I will import it from the manufacturer's card. Okay, what happened? Minimize, retry. Everyone is complaining. Okay, so actually I did not import the products card into the products page. I have imported it. Now we are seeing the products page. We are using the same style for both of these components. I think the margin 16 is a bit too much. Let's make it 12. Padding is 8, margin bottom is 8. Okay, it looks, I don't see a big difference, but I get a feeling that this looks a bit better. This is the products page, this is the manufacturer's page. Now I'm going to use something called touchable opacity on press. On press will be opening the product page and the manufacturer page. Now let's create them. Okay, before that let's update this model. So we have this model. Right now we don't have anything there. I mean, just some information. I'm going to create an about page. Let's clean everything. Let's also delete all the styles. We will build everything from scratch. First we are going to have a view, and then the text. Inside the text I'm going to have RecycleChain. That is just the name, and we will have a description. I have some text. RecycleChain is an application designed to encourage manufacturers to track the toxic items their products contain and recycle them rather than dumping them on the environment. Okay, that is just an about text of about the product. Learn more about the project and contribute to its development by visiting the GitHub repository. And after that I'm going to just give a link to the repository. Okay, so we have to import the linking. Using the linking we can open URLs on press from the text. I think that should be it. So now this is what our model looks like. We have to give some styles. So let's create some styles. I'm going to create a container and title first. Let's give the container style to the parent view styles.container. I'm actually thinking about sharing the styles from the manufacturer card. Maybe I should store somewhere common and get them, but let's just have it. So that's the title, and we have this is the that is the container, and the container has it's a flux one. I'm aligning and justifying the content to center and having a huge padding of 20. Padding, the title is huge text with 24 font size and bold with a margin bottom of 20. That's what we are seeing here. And that is a link, right? Which is 404. I think I have not pushed the code yet. I'm building it locally. I did not push the code yet. So this will be live after that. Now how can I go back? Okay, I'm going to create a link called I did not create the theme. Actually, we are going to create a file where we will store all the colors, and we will set up the theme, and we will use that theme inside the theme provider. We did not do any of them. Let's create a constants file, constants directory, constants /colors.ts. Oh, okay. I think I already have a constants directory. We also have the light one. Fine. Now we only have to add this colors object, and we will update the tint color. The tint light is going to be color.primary 500. This one. The dark is FFF white. That's fine. And the other one, yeah, that's fine. These are the colors constant. I'm also going to create my own theme. Okay, so basically I'm getting the default theme from the React Native, getting the colors from the nearby the neighbor, the file. I'm creating a theme. I'm spreading everything, and I'm passing the colors, and I'm modifying the primary color. That's all I'm doing. Okay, that is our theme. Now in the layout, we are using this theme. We don't have the dark or light theme. Yeah, the default theme is being imported from the React navigation native. I'm going to simplify it. Just use my theme. Don't think too much. That I got from the constants. Now you will see that the color has changed. Okay. Fine. Now I can link the link the model. Now I'm going to create a link style that uses this color, primary color. 600 is a bit darker. Probably in my theme, I have to set the primary color to 600. That's a bit darker, and it will look better. Okay, better for accessibility. Fine. Now I'm actually updating the color of the link. We have the style, and I'm going to apply the style to this text. Styles.link. Okay, that's the URL. On clicking it, you will again see the 404 description. Okay, let's also create a description style. So probably with a better planning, we could have shared a lot of style without recreating them. I'm having this description for both these paragraphs, and I think this is fine for the about page. And one thing is, I still have this modal. I want to change that, so we can do that using. First, you have to get the use navigation from the React navigation native, and I'm going to change the title of that using an use effect. So inside a use effect, I'm going to set the navigation.set options. I'm passing the title as about. Now when you can go back and see, this is about. Okay, about, the title has changed. You can do the same thing for the other titles as well. If you don't want this to be products, this was taken from the screen name, I think. You can rename that inside the component using this navigation.set options title. Modify that. Okay, we have set up the model. We have set up two important pages. Now we will make these things as clickable cards with touch opacity, and we will create new screens for individual manufacturer and products. Okay, now we have to create the product page, product screen, manufacturer screen, product item screen, product item timeline screen. All those screens we have. First, let's create the product page. Product. I'm going to create a file called product.tsx inside the app. We need to get the product ID here, right? On clicking the products item card, we need to open the product page along with the, so just like how we handle the parameter, param ID, the dynamic URL, right? So we need to do that in the, first I'm going to create a type called root stack parameter league, param list, the product of product ID string. Then let's create the screen route prop using the route prop from the React navigation native. I'm passing this list. I think we can directly pass this instead of hitting that. We cannot, okay. Fine. Let's export the screen product screen and using the use route from the same React navigation native, we can get the route and we can get the product ID from the route params. Fine. Now let's go to the network. I'm going to get the product query, copy that, come to the standalone graph queries that GraphQL, paste it, and make sure the network origin is running. Now we can fetch the product in our product screen. I'm going to again use the use query, fetching the product document from the generated file, use query from the Apollo client. So this is going to be, this is not a list, right? We don't need the fetch bar. And similarly, how we change the title of the model into about, I'm going to do the same thing in using the use effect here. When we fetch the data, I'm going to get the product name as the title. The product name from the data we just fetched, I'm assigning that to the title, and then I'm setting that title using the navigation dot set options. Now when we open a particular product, we will see the title accordingly. Let's also have a loading text. When the page is loading, we will just show a text with a loading state, loading text. I have to import that from the React native, but for some reason sometimes it's not helping me, so I have to type it. Text, okay. And if there is no data, I have to return a text saying product not found. And then we can start to build our product page. First we need to import the view from the React native. Let's also create the style side by side so that we can have a look. The container is just a Flux 1. We have a product details page with some padding, background color and margin bottom. Let's have some actually in the product page we are going to again have some toxic items chart and so on. So I'm going to have some content in the product page, and then we will go and we will work on actually navigating to the particular page on clicking the product card. Okay, we need a title style. There's a lot of duplication here, but I'm not going to polish them now. That is the product screen. Now we have to navigate from the product card. I'm going to wrap the entire thing with a touchable opacity that comes from the React native. Before that, we need to also get hold of the use router that's what we are going to use to push. That comes from the expo router. So I'm going to wrap the entire thing with a touch opacity. And on press, I'm going to use the router to push to the slash product with a parameter with the. So we pass the product ID as the query parameter. Fine, let's have a look. So this is the products thing. Let's click the web one. I want to see the query parameter. Okay, this screen does not exist. Okay, I have to actually add this screen in the layout. So we have all these things, right? In the layout file, I have to add one more stack screen called product. Now let's have a look again. Okay, for the pages, we need to actually export the page as a default export. So I just converted that named export into a default export. Now on clicking the product, we see the product page. Okay, iOS is acting up. So when you find yourself struggling, or when I find myself struggling, I will just go back. I will uninstall this whole application and I will run. So whatever trouble goes away. Okay, maybe there could be other professional way of retrying, reopening the application, but this thing works for me. Now you can click on the product card to open the product page. Cannot connect to Metro. Android, you too. Yeah, okay, I restarted it and it is working. Also our web is also working. Let's build the products page. I'm going to create one more component called status grid that we're going to have this is an alternative of the donut chart we created. This is going to get these 4 numbers: total, sold, returned, recycled. Then we will calculate the inventory number from that. I'm going to fast forward a bit. Okay, these are all the stuff we already saw. So probably we should create a new component and we will just loop through. That would be a better way, but yeah, that is a rough edge. So we need the status grid style, which is flex direction row for the horizontal layout, the gap of 2, margin top, margin bottom. And then we need the status item, which has the width of 24.25. Okay, we are like hard coding, giving arbitrary numbers. That is in account of the gap. So I really miss how we are in Tailwind. I'm not saying I'm talking about the lack of experience I have in writing styles in this way. So this gap, some gap with a grid column 4 would do the job, right? And I was struggling to get that kind of thing working in React Native. So this is what I came up with a fixed percentage that takes the gap in account. Some padding, border width, border color. The next one is status item title that has just some margin bottom. Let's import the view and the text from React Native, and yeah, also the style sheet. That is the status grid. Now in the product page, I'm going to, after the manufacturer name, I'm going to use the status grid. Okay, here also, okay, we are inside the product card. I'm the wrong page actually, I'm sorry. Copy that. go to the product page. After the manufacturer name, let's import the status grid. So that's the status grid. Okay. You can see the width to 24.25 and some gap. Okay. Now let's create one more component called toxic items chart. Toxic items chart.tsx. This thing is going to get all the toxic items from the products query. I'm also going to get the total weight of the toxic items. And then I'm going to return a view. Inside the view, I'm going to loop through the toxic item we just received. And I'm going to create the width percentage. We calculate the width percentage based on the total weight divided by the item weight divided by the total weight. Okay, if the total weight is 10, if the item weight is 1, then it's going to take 10 percentage. That is the width percentage. And let's create the style sheet. Before that, let's import the text. Now let's create the styles. So I'm fast forwarding because they are all very redundant. They keep doing the same things, right? Just using view for styling, text for using some content. The container is 100 with 100 percentage. Item container has some margin bottom. And we need to also import the test style sheet from the React Native. And the item info is going to have the flex row with flex start with some gap and align items as center. Font weight and progress bar. Font weight is going to be font size 12, color gray. Progress bar is height 2 and background color gray with a border radius of 4. That is a toxic items chart. Now let's go back to the product page. After the status grid, I'm going to use a toxic items chart and also pass the data.product.toxic items. Okay, so this is the toxic items. Okay, so it has a fixed width, it seems. This guy did not load. Okay, so that's the toxic items component, but I'm not fully satisfied with the progress bar. In our web in the next application, we had a lighter bar in the background, and this thing had some gradient occupying a percentage. So I'm going to create a new component called progress bar that will get the width percentage, and it will display the given width based. Yep. So it gets the width percentage, and we create the product. Export the component. So we have a parent which is a container. The parent is relative. Let's also get the view because style sheet there. We have 3 styles. The container it's going to be relative. Both the background bar and the progress bar are going to be absolutely positioned, taking all the width and all the height basically. The bar, and they will be having different background colors. I think I have the gray ones. We don't have the gray ones. Okay. And we have the background bar and the progress bar. Both are absolutely positioned. This is a light gray. This is a darker gray. Both are taking the whole width. This thing will take the entire width, but the progress bar, I'm going to manually set the width based on the width percentage we are getting. That is going to be 0 to 100. That is the progress bar. So I'm going to replace this thing with the progress bar component, and let's pass the width percentage, and we can delete this. Also, we have to delete the progress bar style from the style sheet. Now, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, this is how it looks. The height is too much, and we also have to add some rounded corners. Let's try with the height of 4. I like it when it's extremely thin. I think that is fine. That looks okay. I'm also looking to make it more darker. About 222. Okay. Let's also add some border radius to both of the background bar and the progress bar. Border radius. Let's give some 4 points. Yeah. You can see the border is rounded. What if I had overflow hidden instead of adding the same border radius to both of them? That did not work. I don't know. Okay. I'm going to add the border radius to the progress bar as well, and now we get the rounded progress bar, and I'm happy with the entire grid, the status grid, and also the toxic chart. Okay, looks good to me. And finally, in the product page, this is not a card, right? The entire thing is not clickable. So I'm going to, after the toxic items chart, I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Let's also create that style action button container, which has some margin and self-align on flex end. I want the button to be in the right bottom. And also we need the router. Let's use the use router. That is different from the use route we use to get the param information. Let's add the action button style, which is flex row and align center. So I used for icons, I used the expo vector icons. I'm using this end typo, and I am passing the name as chevron right with some, we can pass the size and color. So this is what it's going to look like. View all items. Okay, on clicking this, that screen does not exist, but we are actually opening the product item screen. Let's build that product items.tsx. That is going to get, again, that's going to get the product ID. Let's create the screen. Let's get the route information using the use route. Get the product ID from the route. Here also I'm going to use the a search term. You're going to have an input box, and we can search the product items using that ID. And one more thing, I'm also going to have change the name of the screen name using this navigation.set options, updating the title. Fine. So this page handles this search term. It passes, I'm using this text input. I'm also having some styles for the container and the search box. The container is just a flex taking all the space. I also have to import the style sheet. The search box is going to have some padding, border color, just to make it look like an input box. Okay, let's have a look at this first. And we have to export this. Since this is a screen, we have to make this a default export. Fine. Now on clicking this, Oh, okay. So I have to actually add this in the layout. So I'm going to add this product items. Fine. So on clicking this, now we get this page, okay, with the search ID. That is the input, text input. And there, that looks different in all these three things. Okay. Now let's create that text items list component. Okay, inside the components, product items list.tsx. I'm going to create that. This component gets the product ID and the search query. We need the product items document, so I'm going to again copy that from our network library. Items. Okay, this is the product items query. I'm going to copy that and put it inside the standalone network page, the queries.graphql page. Now we can use that query. Okay, so we use the use query from the Apollo client. I'm importing the product items document from the GQL generated. I'm passing the product ID and conditionally I'm adding the search query. We have done this technique in a lot of places in the whole project, in the whole monorepo. So if the search ID is search query is truly not null, we are going to return this object and destructure it. Spread it. Okay, not destructure it, spread it. If not, we will be returning the null and that gets spread and it will be nothing. So initially we are getting 8 items. We have the skip 0 and 8 takes 8, and we are going to have this load more items that takes more. So if it's loading, I'm going to return the loading text. Let's import the flat list and text because we are going to use the flat list. After setting the loading, I'm returning the flat list component. I'm passing the flat items product items query, an instance of the product items query dot product items. That is going to be the type each item in the flat list has. I'm passing the data, and if not, it's an empty array. Okay, I think I don't have to handle that. Okay, I'm also setting the key extractor. So that's we are passing a complicated item, and we are making sure that the flat list understands what is the ID. It's like passing the key property in the in our JSX. And this on end reached threshold. So when we are like 50% above the bottom point, it will trigger the on end reached and we will load more items. Okay, then let's create the product item card component. Product item card dot tsx is going to get one item from the product items query, and we export that component. We get the router because on clicking this we will be opening the timeline of that particular product item. I'm going to fast forward the whole thing. We are wrapping inside the touchable opacity. On clicking, we are calling the product item timeline. That will be the next screen with the product item ID. That will be the param query parameter. We have to import the view and the text. Let's have the styles. The item ID is having some font size of 24, and the card is going to have some padding, background color, background width, and so on. So this is the product item card. We can just export it like this, and we can import it. That is the product items list. So I'm expecting some content here. Oh, okay. Probably I'm not rendering the product items list from the product items from the screen. So let's export that. Let's go to the product items screen and let's uncomment that, import the component, and now you can see the product items. Okay, we have 4 items, and also you can search, you can filter. Okay, good. Now that works in all the clients as well. Fine. Let's also have the no results found. We are already handling the loading state. We can handle if the data dot, what do we call this, product items data dot product items dot length. If that is falsy, I'm going to just return no items found. Okay, no items found. We can style that, but I think this is sufficient. Okay, now let's create the timeline, and I think that would be the last screen we will be creating for this project. Product item timeline.tsx. So it's going to get the product item ID as the parameter, and let's create. I'm going to first create an remember we had a pretty elaborate timeline component in the Next.js. I'm trying to create something like that here. So it's going to be, the type is going to be the record of the key is product status, and we will be returning the type of font awesome from the vector icons. For the manufacturer, it's industry. These are the icon names: industry, recycle, undo, and shopping cart. That's a lookup object. So we get the product item ID, just like how we fetch the product ID in the product page, product and the product item pages. Here we need the transactions document. I'm going inside the network library to get the transactions. I don't have the transactions. Okay, so we have to write it from scratch. So I'm going to copy that, the standalone. I'm pasting the transactions, and now we can use that in the product items timeline screen. After getting the product item ID, I'm using the transactions document. I'm fetching all the transactions that belong to that particular product item ID. I'm filtering that, and I'm also going to set the title, our screen title, using the use navigation. Inside the use effect, I'm setting the title to product item ID base timeline. Let's also create the load more items. It just uses the fetch more from the use query, passing the skip whatever length we have already, and I'm taking 8 more. If the loading, I'm returning that icon. Actually, the tabs layout has an icon. Tab bar icon. Okay, so I'm going to rename this to icon, and also I'm going to export it. Okay, so let's in this component we can pass a name, title, name, color, size, and we can use an icon. So that is using the font awesome. The font awesome comes from expo vector icon slash font awesome. Okay, so basically that is the component. We can pass a name, size, color, and we can get an icon. So that's what I'm going to use here. I'm going to import that from that. From that, and I'm getting a circle O. That will be the loading bar. Fine. Let's return a flat list. The data is data.transactions, and in the render item I'm going to render. So we can actually create a new component, but I'm going to just create a component inside here. So I'm making sure that I'm getting an is active. Basically, I'm getting the last item. Mark it as the current status. Okay, so I'm going to return a view, and I'm going to use the icon component. I'm passing the name as the name from this lookup object. Okay, these are the names that we can pass inside that icon to get an icon from the font awesome. Okay, these are the names from the font awesome. I'm rendering the icon. Also getting is if it's primary, if it's active, if it's the last status, current status, I'm using the color from the primary 600. And after that, I'm just rendering the date. Also for the format, we are going to use a date FNS that we have to install it. Not complaining. Still, I'm going to install that. npm install date FNS inside the mobile apps project. Let's also import the text from the React Native. And we need to create some styles for the text container and the date. The text container just has some margin left of 16. The date has some semi-bold margin bottom and font weight, font size of 18. So this is the screen for the product items timeline. We can further clean these things up a bit, like creating a new card component for a timeline card, but I just fast forward those things. Okay, now we have to go inside the layout and create this page, product item timeline. Fine, let's have a look at that. View all items. Now on clicking this, we are going to have, okay, that is the timeline. Let's click is sold, recycled. It has all the things. Okay, I'm missing some styles clearly. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to have two types of styles. One for the active current status. Already you can see the icon has some green color based on that. So we'll be having the default product item and the active product item. If the actually the product item is given for everyone, and if for the active ones, for the current ones, we'll be giving the additional active item. So this is the product item. We have the flex row align center with some padding, background color of white, some border bottom width, border bottom color. If it's active, we are giving the background color of primary 100, which is going to be at light green. Okay, so this is the one. For some reason the application stopped working. Let's open them all. Okay, so this is the application. Okay, this looks good. Let's also have a look at the Android one. Okay, so we have our applications and everything works fine. Let's start from the beginning. Let's also look at the manufacturers. Oh, we have not created the manufacturer page. Let's do it. I was thinking I finished that. Manufacturer inside the screens, app folder. This is going to get the manufacturer as a parameter. Let's create the manufacturer screen, and we will export that as a default export default manufacturer screen. And we get the manufacturer from the route parameter. We also need the manufacturer query. I guess we have the manufacturer fragment created. Let's have a look at the network. It did not say any error, so we are okay. Now we can fetch the manufacturer information using the manufacturer ID we got in the route parameters. Import these required stuff from the generated and the Apollo query. Okay, so using the navigation, use navigation, I'm setting the title. Okay, manufacturer name. If the manufacturer name does not exist, then we will just call it manufacturer. Fine. So let's handle the loading, error, and the lack of data. If the manufacturer is not there, loading, error, manufacturer not found, all these statuses are covered. Okay, return. First let's start with the container. Inside that I'm going to have the details class. We're gonna have the manufacturer name, location and contact, and the status grid. Remember that is just going to be a grid with four values, key values. Let's create the styles for the container, details, and the title. Container is going to have the flex 1 taking all the width. Details is going to have some padding and background color. Title going to be found with font size of 24, bold, and margin bottom of 8. And we have one more component called manufacturer products. Now, okay, we also have to go to the manufacturer card in the standalone. We are come to wrap the entire thing with the touchable opacity. And on clicking it, okay, we also have to get the use router. And on clicking it, we are pushing to the manufacturer's. This is the query parameter. We are passing the manufacturer.id as a query parameter. So now, from the manufacturer, we can open. This is the manufacturer page. Whatever, see, this is an alternative of that semi-donut chart, and this count is the total count for that particular manufacturer. And below that, we are going to create one more component called manufacturer products. Let's create that. Manufacturer products.tsx. This is going to get the manufacturer ID as a prop. And I think we already have the products query. We are using that in the products page. But this time I'm filtering that using the manufacturer ID. Fine. This is a simple component because we already have everything. We already have the product card. We already have the query created, and we are just reusing that. Okay, this is the manufacturer page, and now we have to import this inside the manufacturer page, which is this. Okay, after the status grid, I'm going to just paste it. We have to also pass the manufacturer ID. We are doing another query from there. Manufacturer ID. Okay, now from the manufacturers, on clicking this, that is a product. Okay, on clicking this, it will open the product page, and this guy has 3 products. And on clicking that, we will open to the product, and we can keep going. Okay, fine. Let's also have a look at the application iOS. Okay, Android works fine. As I told you, this is a companion application. We are not going to hit the blockchain directly from the Android and iOS applications. Probably we will do it in a later project. Yeah, so that is I think that's all about the whole tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. Maybe there will be other a few polishes, and okay, I'm also planning to do the deployment. So yeah, see you. Hello everyone. I did not add the Swagger UI. Okay, so let's go back to the main.ts in the app/api/src. I'm going to set up the Swagger UI. Okay, so first we need the document builder and Swagger module. I'm going to create the configuration. We need to create the configuration, and then we will create the document. So that is so by initializing the new document builder, we can add the title of the page, description of the page. Also going to set the version, and we will just build it. Okay. Then we can create the document using the Swagger module dot create document. After that, I'm going to set up. So we pass the app, we pass the document that we created with the Swagger module. I'm also going to pass a custom site title so that the tab or the title, page title, will show that. Well, this is the title that exists inside the page. This is the page title. And yes, now let's have a look at the home page. You will see this. Okay, so we have the home thing that you can try it out, execute, and you will get this HTML. Okay, the HTML which we are looking at right now with the title. You can see the title here, RecycleChain API, and the HTML with some SVGs. Okay, let's have a look at the other ones. You can actually hit this post one. If you have the API secret, you can rerun the sync using this Swagger UI we have here. Other than that, everything is just the get, right? Just let's get this manufacturer's route, execute it, and you will get 2 manufacturers. Okay, and let's hit the manufacturer by passing the ID here. We have to click the try it out first, paste the ID here, execute it, you get the information back. Okay, similarly you can do, basically you can interact with the API. That is the first one. And the second one, the changes are there in the manufacturer's page. Actually I created, okay, I'll come back to that. It looks fine, but the products looks too big. So I'm going to go inside the all manufacturers, copy the grid classes. I'm going to paste it here so that the products will look like this. Okay, I think it's perfect. The third change I wanted to do, right now this application still says create next app, and I'm going to modify that in the layout file. I'm going to rename this to RecycleChain pipe Karthik Raghavendran. Okay, so that is changed as well. Okay, so an update. I'm not going to walk through the deployment process step by step. I have deployed the front end, the back end. This is the back end. This is the Swagger. We can actually interact with it. Okay, so also the GraphQL works. When you click this, it will automatically open with the api.recycle.kartiktech.com. okay, as the URL of the GraphQL, and you can interact with the GraphQL also. So for the backend, I used railway.app. So they give like $5 per month for free. I have already have one more application running, the Postgres and the backend, the Nest API for the Autospace project. Today I created this Postgres database for the RecycleChain, and also I deployed this RecycleChain backend, the NestJS application here. Let's go step by step. What did I also I got caught with some issues and I fixed them in order to deploy them properly. First, you right click, create a database, choose Postgres. It will take a few seconds to get created. Okay, so click on that, go on to the variables, copy the database underscore URL. Okay, so we're going to use this to do the migration to this new database. Paste it in our environment variable. I also added this environment example, so if you are okay, that will be easy to follow from the beginning. So I'm going to update this environment variable, and we have to do the migration. So go inside the API. First, you don't have to do anything with the Prisma. You just modify the database URL, and you can do that database migrate yarn Prisma migrate dev. Okay, that is going to, let's do it. Okay, so update the database URL in the environment file, and we can do the migration. It will take a few seconds, and you will see the tables getting created in the railway app. Okay, so it is applying the migration. We only have one migration file. If we have more, it will go sequentially. Okay, it's done. Now we can go back to our railway app. So the database in the railway app, and we can see the tables getting created. We don't have any data yet, but fortunately we have the post route. Okay, so I'm going to, so this is for demonstration. I'm going to run the local server, and I'm going to hit that resync blockchain data. That's a post request. Okay, so using the hopscotch, I'm going to hit the resync blockchain data post request. We also have to send this API secret. This is a secret I save for the local build. Okay, for the deployed version, I have a much more secure API secret. I'm going to hit this. This is going to run for a few seconds. Okay, so I'm saying database reset successfully message. Now we can go back to the Postgres database, and you can see the data. Okay, that's the first step. We have set up the database. We have applied our migrations. Also, fortunately, we have this resync data that gets the data from the blockchain and it updates the Postgres. I've done that. Next step, we're going to create we're going to deploy the backend in the railway app. So click create GitHub repo, select the repo, and that is going to create the what do you call it, service. Fine. Before pushing, I had to do a few things. Okay, so I was wrong about a few things, and we just have to. Okay, important things. I had issues actually getting the type chain types from the standalone project. So I had the issue when I was trying to deploy the NestJS project, the backend, and hence I copied the folder, the type chain types that has a lot of types here. Okay, I copied the folder from the standalone type chain types into the common, and then I'm actually in the listener, instead of importing it from the standalone, I'm importing it from the common type chain types. Okay, I had to do this. And the other stuff, remember we had this issue. I was able to get the block number only inside the log, and I was using TS expect error, and I was getting error. The NestJS project was not getting built in the railway app. I kept getting error, so that I used TS ignore, and I'm also turning off the ban TS comment ESLint. Actually, you can go inside the ESLint RC file. You can completely turn that ban TS comment here, but I wanted to only turn off on certain areas. Like I have five instances where I had to get this block number. TypeScript says that event dot block number. Okay, that's how you get the block number, but actually block number exists inside the log. We can actually create a type definition file, like types.d.ts, and we can modify the event. We can insert, we can extend everything else about the event. We can add the log with a block number of number. We can do that, but I took a shorter version, short way of just using TS ignore and also disabling that ESLint disable next line. I did it 5 times. Okay. Yeah. And the next thing, in the main file, you have to add this. So this will, so you have to specify this in order to allow the application to listen to all available network interfaces. This means that the application will accept connections from any network interface on the server. Example, localhost, local network IP, public IP available. So I have to enable this. And also, after deploying it, I came back here and I modified the endpoint. Okay, so that on clicking the link, it will open the studio.apollo GraphQL by having the deployed API URL in the endpoint. So I had to update this. I had to copy paste the type chains. I had to actually remove the TS expect error into TS ignore, and I also had to disable the next line comment for the ESLint. And since we have removed the standalone, now the dist folder will be simplified. Previously we had like the apps directory, inside that we have the API and then dist everything, right? So I had that entry file asking the NestJS to actually run using the dist slash app slash API slash main file. I am so we're not using the standalone directory anymore, right? So it's much simple, dist slash main, and that will be the default file location NestJS will be looking for. So I removed that. Okay, that's it. And also from the front end, while deploying the Next.js, I was having trouble getting these types from the standalone project. Actually, when we are building, if we are having a custom Docker file, we can copy the required folders like this folder Okay, we want that in a, we want to use that in the production, right? In the production build, we want that type and the the recycle factory and so on, right? To create the contract and to communicate with it. If you are building a custom Docker file, we can copy that. We can place somewhere that the production code is accessing. But I took shorter ways for these things. Copy the folder. And the second important issue I faced is the TS ignore, TS expect error. I should have actually gone for creating a type definition, extending the event object, and just adding in that log.block number. I took the shorter path there also. So those were the two important things, blockers I was facing. So let's have a look at how to deploy. So here I have already added this faithful truth. I will just show you what I did in the RecycleChain workshop. This thing. Okay, so I was going through all these issues. Everything was failing, and finally the deploy was successful. So in the build command, you have to, this is a mono repo, right? So this guy does not know anything. We can click here. This guy does not even try to deploy. Okay, so we have to specify what to run, where to run. We have to first cd into change directory into the apps underscore app slash API. And then we have to do the npm install, and then we have to run the npm run build. And in the deploy also, we have to go inside it and run the npm run start prod. I think that runs npm. That's going to just run node dist slash main.js. Okay, that's the command. But we have to change directories into this stuff. Okay, so update that. Go inside the variables, update the database URL, that the new one that we created here. Actually, there is some way to directly connect that, but we can use the URL. Copy the Infura key and the API secret. Give it a strong one. Okay, that's a secret we give while resyncing the blockchain data to the Postgres. Set these things. Click deploy, and then I have my domain. So come here to the settings, custom domain. You enter the domain name here. Okay, that is going to give us a value for the CNAME. You have to copy that. I have my I purchased my domain kartiktech.com using GoDaddy. Come here, add a new record, CNAME. So add your subdomain here. So yeah, I have already added it, right? API dot recycle. That is the value, CNAME value data given by the railway app. So you have to give your subdomain here, give the value here, save it. It will take a few minutes, and you will be, the API will be deployed. Okay, like here. That's how you deploy the backend. Front end, I used Vercel. Come to Vercel, add new project, select the repository. Okay, import it. I have already imported it. Here, again, you have to update the variables. I think we only have the key. Okay, so actually we only have the public API URL. So we just deployed that right into our own domain. Or railway app also gives an URL to access the the deployed URL of the API. You can give any of these things. Just create the next public underscore API.url. Add this one variable inside the Vercel. Okay, and also I had to add this custom. I mean, that's not custom at all. Next build, but Vercel identified NX in the project, and it was using NX, and I was getting some unwanted problems. So I overwrite the build command to use next build. It automatically identified the apps underscore web. So I did not want to do anything. Update the environment variable, just the API URL, and you can deploy. Okay, so after deploying, go to domains, add a domain here. Probably I'm just going to show you something. Kartiktech.com. That's mine, right? It is going to show you some values. Okay, you take the value name, you create the CNAME, just I showed you in the here, right? CNAME, add your domain name here, paste the value Vercel gave you, click save. That's it. So after a few minutes, your application will be up and running. Okay, that's okay, like this. That's it. So basically you enter the environment variables, and you may have to update the build commands like I showed you, and you should be able to deploy the projects. Okay, see you. So that's it. See you in the next project. Bye.